Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Sorry I'm a little bit late, haha, National Girlfriend Day. It is. Wow, there's just a little clingy sometimes, especially on today. But I was able to break away just for you guys today. We're gonna have a great TFT stream. Let's see what happens afterwards. Ah, that was smooth. Like butter, baby. I am a professional streamer, especially today. You still have a little bit of lipstick? Oh, my bad. Knock you out. Welcome back for 27 months. Thanks for resubbing. Equilenium, welcome back for 3 years. Thank you so much. Girlfriend reviews. Sorry. She just went back to her other school. You probably haven't heard of it. It's officially National Yaoi Day. It is. I cannot believe that. Bum, bum, bum. How do you feel about these should go in the finals 8 days? It'll be sick. I'll be going with Toast. Literally, it'll be me, Toast, and 10,000 Toast fans in the audience. Like, literally, EG's gonna lose just because they don't have any fans there. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
The last blessings of the Isle.
You find your girlfriend in FF14? No. I will say I've reinstalled it and I am officially resubbed to Final Fantasy 14 as of last night, or I guess this morning, really.
Darkness gathers on the Isles from every death.
Light Rampart. Dude, I don't even know how to explain Light Rampart to my friends. Like, I'm not even going to try. I feel like it's just a waste of time until they play the game more. Because it's like, how do I even explain it? Yeah, so there'll be 4 balls following 4 players and 4 balls falling into 4 areas. And you have to make a bow tie, but make sure you do it the way around and not the way through. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Actually, that was a pretty good one. Wow, this is so good. What the fuck? Wait, I've never seen this before, but it's actually incredible. It's like real legit. I mean, probably, do I lose streak here? Probably not, right?
The world may fall,
Look at this.
but Noxus will remain.
Yeah, it seems really good. I've never seen it before. Does it work if you have a locket on your Tarek? It hits 5 targets. Does it count as? Because hitting 5 units. Yeah, I found my password. It work for your entire team if you have harm assist? Wait, how does that make sense? Interesting. Oh, but Locket only hits 2 people now. You're right. You have to get Radiant Locket, right? Does Radiant Locket hit 5? I don't think you should lose Spree. With this board, it feels like lose Spring is not a great idea. Radiant hits the whole side, right? Yeah. Whoa, this guy has... Whoa, this guy has... Wait, it's actually Joe Biden. Holy fuck. This guy's actually doing it.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Interesting. I could sell to get...
Darkness gathers on the eyes from every depth.
What a weird shop. I want to slam bow. Like, realistically, what am I going to use this on for, you know? But I don't really want to win. No way I win this, right? Pretty sure this work owns me. Wait a second. This work does not own me. Cute title, thank you. Oh my god. It's a Garen game, ladies and gentlemen. A Garen. I know what you guys are thinking. Wow, you have Shadow Isles, 6 Shadow Isles. And you're gonna play Shadow Isles, right? It's a Garen game. We got a jug spat. It's over. This is the easy, like, there's no reason in hell you should ever play. I mean, ever fucking play Garen from this position. You got the free Locket Slam, or the free Vow Slam, and you have a Duplicator, which is best for comps of where your 4-star carries 4-star and up. What job did you do before streaming TFT full time? I was a student. Also, I would like to know, let you know that I was streaming while I was in school. It's not a thing where I had a before and after. Like, I was streaming at like, I think it's my 12-year streaming anniversary soon, or 13. So I was streaming while I was in school. It wasn't like I had a job. I did not get my bachelor's. I was 16 credit hours away. Oh my god, I can still... Oh, okay. I did not waver. Let no one said that I wavered in my path. My items are so bad though, like so bad. Maybe if I can do Hodge instead of BT if I get like some sort of leech augments. And then yeah. Dude, I have no pieces of BT and no pieces of Rage Blade. Pandoras? Oh, it has to be silver because the other Pandoras are not very good. Oh, no. I can get a Jug Spat here, and I can get a Slayer Spat. And Slayer gives... It's not double trouble Garen, guys. It's so bad, man.
Noxus will rise.
Oh my god. Oh, it's fucking Joe Biden. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's Jover, man.
I love Demacia. It's the only
The streamer you watch a lot? I usually watch my friends or other streamers. Or the thing is, the biggest problem is I can't watch streamers while I'm streaming. Well, I mean, I technically could, but that's weird, and I'm not going to do that. So like, I don't really have other options, right? So I can only watch people when I'm not streaming. Well, typically I stream between the hours of, let's say, like 2 to midnight. So like the only streamers I can really catch are people who are past midnight. I think I have to slam Hodge. Wait, that's so bad though. Like I am. so bad. Bad of it, one. Welcome back for 20 months. Thanks for subbing. There's no bows. Oh, no. Oh, he took the only... Oh, no. Shout out Crown and Juggernaut Gwen. No. Pretty sure I just make Slayer spat here. And I don't know. I pray to fucking God, I guess. Like, literally pray to fucking God. Like, I'm fucking hands and knees in prayer here. I can't move it on? That's because it has no items? I'm probably gonna, I'm going 8th this game, by the way. Oh wait, it's 6. It's 6. It's 6. I didn't realize. No, it's 6, man. Oh fuck. Y'all still said Maokai? I mean, it's more just like...
Victory awaits. I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
I should go back to F14. Whoa, we is a strong word, okay? Let me be very real with you, okay? Right now, there are a lot of people playing, but these people or these motherfuckers are going on a fucking vacation in a week. So, are they still gonna play when they get back? I don't know, okay? But if they still are, then we'll talk. I don't wanna lie to you though. I have personally already reinstalled, but I don't wanna put you in the same boat. Why did I even level here? The Moogle event's gonna start. What the fuck is the Moogle event, man? I leveled, dude, bro. I don't even fucking know why I leveled, man. Thing is, I can make Slayer Garen here, and then that could be his lifesteal, I guess. And then I play... Yeah... Wait. Okay...
I must hurry if I am to win.
Defy lust and taste your own blood. Haha, come here. Show them the strength of Demacia.
No, that's not happening. But, what can happen is this.
Okay.
I Hodge the Gwen. And I just have a spat that I can use for Slayer. Or Fawn. Or whatever, you know? Okay. No. No. This is so bad. I mean, bulk is pretty fucking good, I guess. I wish I had the lifesteal version.
Victory awaits.
But I mean, when you have spats, bulk is like super OP, right? Because you're in a position where you're just getting a ton of value when you're getting the people to spat. So now this every spat also gives 350 HP pretty much, which is a huge amount actually. But I wish I got the lifesteal one. The lifesteal one would have been better for my comp. If you lose one round with Unico my Garen, it wouldn't do anything. Dude, if I lose a round, I don't even care. Like, me going 8th, that's not a threat. That's a fact when you watch the stream. Like, I'm gonna go 8th. It doesn't scare me. Yeah, it just means I get to the next game even faster. Like, that's not a problem. That's a solution, actually.
Victory awaits. Demacia, now and forever.
Till your MMR gets dumpsters you can't climb, that never happens. Just win. You think your MMR is bad, just win. Just don't lose. Strasus, thanks for sub on the stream. Oh my god, died before the... Okay, wait. I want to see... Dude, how do I get 2 Knights Vows? I don't get it, man. How is it prismatic where I don't get... Like, it's just all bad, man. I would have gotten bow here. Okay. Oh, I might have been close getting bow. And then I would have hit 3 Garens next round. Wow, this would have been a free first. 3-6 death is very impressive. Yeah, I know. You know what's more impressive? These 3 minutes of ads. See you guys in 3. Remnant II? Bro, I can't play. My teammates... My teammate Celine is off playing with another squad. And look, I'm not salty about it, okay? It just is what it is sometimes. Bum 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 bum. The University! Whiskey Socks, what about for 13 bucks? It was a different character? Yeah, sure it was, Danny. Bro, it's not a big deal. Like, I'm not even mad. Do I even look mad? I'm not even mad.
Feed the void.
Dude, I want to make Garen work, but I swear to God, I keep getting these people who grief. Why is there a blue orb coming from my bottom left? Why did someone choose this fucking board over prismatic? Oh, there's just so many questions and not enough answers, man. You're honestly pretty good at TFT. I will eat my uncharted ass across the cosmos for you, my brother. I think you would do that anyways, man. I'm gonna be honest. But I don't really think I
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
wasn't really a me thing.
How's that for a Vandal City beatdown?
And it's like precisely. I don't think you're weird for that. I think prismatics are where ASO players shine, and so if you hate ASO players, I think it's fully reasonable for you to just be like, you know what, fuck those guys, and I would say you're valid. Hints for anyone who wants to start playing TFT, yeah, play the game. Like literally click normal match and click start match. And then after you've played, go watch some videos or streams and then go back to playing. And alternate between the two. That is how you get better. You just play, watch a lot, and you play a lot.
I will show you the path.
Damn, I kind of want to do this. Like, I feel like I'm in a great spot for this too.
Guess we're fighting. A cannonball is the best icebreaker.
Right?
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
Pretty good opener. Did I ever slam this? No, I think I need the last whisper. I just need a bow and I'm good, yeah. I think I put this on the Maokai. This is always going here. Alright, I'm chilling. You know, guys, I will say this is not a Garen game. I know you're very proud of me, just like my mom, but I can play flexibly different things. Garen at PvE, bro. If Mortdog dropped me 3 Garens next round, I would not even look. Wouldn't even glance over. Surprisingly, how many people are pushing AR. Dude, AR looks really easy. Honestly, though, I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to say, like, Sid and Jody had an Uber driver with them that was there for 13 hours. I just think that the people who play... 8 seconds. Sometimes I fear the people who play Final Fantasy. Think they're working for commissions? They're just really fucking nice. And if you want to ask the question, do you have anything better to do? The answer is always no. They'd be playing Final Fantasy anyways. Dude, Ham asked if I wanted to run a roulette tonight, and I'm just like, oh no, man. No, no. It's literally 2022 again. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Yes. Your max bench 450. On a bad day. For 10, 20. Dude, Sean is so funny because every time I talk to Sean, he's like, "I'm gonna be the best black mage you've ever heard of," and I'm like, "Well, I haven't even heard of another black mage, so you're probably already right."
Let's start the show.
Like, I know Sean. He is going to die so many fucking times. And then on the other end, I see two, Jody, Sydney, both playing Dragoons, and I'm just like, these guys are also going to die. Like, they're going to learn. And then that's when I realized this morning I have to play a healer. And then that's when I know for sure they're going to die. Because I have never played healer before in my fucking life. So I cannot imagine how our raids are gonna go, because I'm gonna be playing a healer. Healer's easy as Celine. Celine's playing Bard. Is Bard a healer? Bard's range DPS, right? Yeah, range, physical. Yeah, we're fucked. Like, I'm gonna learn Sage. I like guns, I guess. I think I have to learn Sage. Sage?
I'm going in.
I'm a little worried, guys. I started with a Trist, and I have not gotten the front line yet. Peter's Gunbreaker? Who's the other tank? I don't fucking know. I'm gonna imagine that we're gonna have someone be a tank and someone be a healer, and I'm gonna take one of those positions. And I imagine it's gonna be healer. Because in my head, healers are the ones who are the leaders.
Darkness gathers on the others from every depth. Darkness gathers on the others from every depth. Darkness gathers on the others from every depth.
Guess we're
Wow,
fighting.
these rolls are looking kind of good.
My way.
Never mind, they're looking kind of bad now.
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
That last roll was not worth it. I need to be level 9 here, or I need to make 10 gold here. Like, I should have only rolled to 30. I thought I was gonna hit everything. But now I'm just a little bit away from everything and with no gold. Shit. Please go in Bard. Yep. Yeah, I imagine... Hold up a sec. Fuck! It's too late for this. Wait. Okay, hold on. Which one is the Viego? Fuck! I need to roll. Fuck!
Darkness gathers on the others from every depth.
Out of my way!
The mist beckons.
Okay. I forgot I had an extra unit that I could put in. Shit.
Watch this!
Wait, I've never used this before, but this was actually super good for me. Like, incredibly good for me. I feel like I need to slam this, but I don't know if I want to. I was gonna go. I feel like playing this comp, sometimes you kind of want. I don't know about kind of want. I think it's really nice to have. Gunblade. Miscatch is 13 gold. Oh, is it really? Wait, that's pretty good. Like, just in general, 13 gold for a silver feels not bad. I'd be worried about not having enough damage without Rage Plate, but I think pumping up will be good enough. Oh, I got this. I do not have this. No, Matka, I don't think the 30 AD matters, if I'm going to be honest. Nice. Wait, Silver Spoon is only 10. Or, that is crazy. So, almost always, it's better to get missed connections than it is to get Silver Spoon. Oh, what an interesting comparison. Spectacle J, welcome back for 47 months. Thanks for subbing. Like, I want to roll to spike, but I don't know when. Is it now? I think it's now. Now I don't roll till 5-1, I'm pretty sure. You know, put this on because next round I could roll something. This connection is more than knowledge download. Oh shit. Wait, is it? Is knowledge download 10 or 12? I think I want GS over IE here. IE is usually better, but I think playing 4 is pretty bad. Knowledge is 12, okay. T4 or Jinx? I don't know. I think it only gives your Tristana 20% attack speed. But it might be better for your other things. So these get 30, 30, 30. It's probably better for this, and this gets 20. 20% attack speed is probably definitely better than Jinx. You 4-star product beat? Oh, I have enough. Oh, I forgot. I thought I didn't have enough, but I do. Dude, what sucks is like usually when you're playing this comp, it's okay if you don't have Viego 3-star. Are you playing the Monster Hunter game now in September? I don't think I've heard of that one. Ah, pumping up is pumping. I'm feeling it. 20% feels good. It's Pokemon Go, but Monster Hunter. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. I'm chilling. Let me go see how much AD he has. He gets 40 AD base. That's so much. Oh my god. Yo, I'm streaming. What's up?
Scarra,
Yeah, I'm streaming. What's up? Are you okay?
how are you doing?
I I'm I'm doing good.
Oh, I just wanted to hear another human voice.
Are you okay?
Yeah, what are you streaming?
You know, just playing some TFT, maybe some Final Fantasy later.
Oh, that's cool. Is everyone playing Final Fantasy?
Yeah, there's some people playing. I have a question. So,
Yeah?
remember last night where we were talking? You said I'm probably not gonna get sick. I feel better already.
Yeah, that was a lie.
Oh no.
It's okay. I'm doing everything right.
Jack, you
I'm,
welcome back for 5
I'm not
minutes.
swallowing my phlegm anymore. I'm spitting it out.
Oh no, I hate when you have a lot.
Yeah.
Do you want me to get you something?
No. I think your company is all I need, Scarra, really.
All right, well I gotta go. Goodbye.
Okay, bye.
No, I'm just kidding. Wait, come back. Wait, she called my bluff.
Oh, you're still here.
Hello.
Did you feel like an asshole for a second?
Yeah, a little bit.
Awesome, that's good. How's life, Scarra?
Life is honestly, it's looking up.
That's good. I hope you achieve maximum happiness in your life.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you think I wouldn't achieve maximum happiness? Like, was that a possibility?
Of course, there are lots of people in this world who end up sad.
Yeah.
But not you, Scarra. I read your fortune. They call me Fortune Teller Pichu.
You read my wait. When did you start fortune reading?
Today, and I can see your future, and it says, Scarra's going to be happy. Yay!
Did it really say that? Cause I feel like I don't know if I would have seen that.
No. Trust me. You're gonna be happy.
Chat, I did not mean to
You're
hit the
gonna
bell.
meet a cute VTuber girl. It says it in the fortune here.
Oh, okay, yeah, it
Yeah.
says that.
Yeah. Gonna be really cute. Really
Oh,
cute.
really cute. Okay, no, that's sick. Yeah, no, that's awesome.
Wait, the fortune is telling me something else.
Oh?
She's gonna have a nice ass. You're
Oh,
welcome.
okay. What more can I ask for?
A nice. It's very firm. It's nice and lush. So, you have good things coming for you, Scarra. Wait, the fortune's telling me something else.
Okay.
You're gonna peak gold 3 in Valorant.
No. I want a refund. No, there's no way.
No, I'm
Peak?
so sorry. Peak. Wait, the fortune's giving me more things. Oof, this one's a hard one. It says here 2 of the manga series you're following are never gonna be finished.
No.
I'm so sorry, Scarra. It is what it is. Wait, holy shit, the fortune keeps coming. Oh shit, I'm so sorry, bro. In 5 to 10 years, you're gonna develop an allergy to red meat. Actually, all meat.
But she's gonna have a thick ass.
Yes, your future girlfriend is going to have a thick. Oh wait, the fortune keeps coming. I'm so sorry, man. Sometimes these things aren't that accurate. So yeah, your future girlfriend's gonna have a thick ass, but not your future wife. These are two different people from what I'm seeing.
Oh no, the monkey paw.
Your girlfriend's gonna have a thick ass.
Oh.
Your wife is gonna have a smaller ass, but her legs are gonna be fire.
Oh,
And she's gonna have a great personality.
that's the only thing I look for because I only care about the qualities inside a woman.
Yeah? There were so many things I could have said, but I chose not to say any of it. It says here you're gonna have 2 kids.
Oh, that's weird because I'm definitely gonna get a vasectomy soon.
That's weird, huh? Oh,
Yeah.
well, you're still raising 2 kids. I don't know whose they are.
Okay.
Little Scarra and little Scarlet. That's cute.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's all for the fortune telling. I'll Venmo you later, okay?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh my
Thank you for
god.
letting me know.
When you have kids, you're gonna be Scarra's little legend. Oh my god. Yo, Poco Frosty 12 in chat, that was really good. I'm gonna ban you for that so I can take credit now.
What? You're stealing jokes from my chat?
Hell yeah. Wait, I actually banned him. Can you unban him? I feel bad now.
I
How do I untimeout him?
no. This is
Good.
your fault. I'm not fixing your mess.
Sorry, it's been so long since I've been on Twitch, I forgot. Scarra's little
Calm down.
legend.
142 months. God.
And then when you eventually, have your girlfriend, you're gonna be like, you're my 4-star. Or something cheesy like that. Oh my god, it'd be so cute.
I will never do that. Like it ever.
Wait, was that my joke? In the podcast?
No,
Wait.
no. Claim that for your own. No, don't tell her.
Wait, did I think of that? What the heck? I have this problem with memory. I don't remember.
No, you're.
That's why I think this is why I'm so bad at arguing with people. Because in the midst of it, I just forget everything.
Don't worry. It's called getting old.
Oh shit, I didn't even realize he took my joke.
And
Oh,
that's
God.
okay.
I'm banning him again.
Yeah, show him what's up.
Wait, shit, now I feel bad. I'm gonna unban him.
What?
Sorry.
Why did you apologize? He stole your joke.
I can't stream right now, so I'm living vicariously through your stream. Can I ban people?
Yeah, literally whoever you want. Like anyone who you don't like their name, they give you off the bad vibes. You're feeling like fuck with that. Just go for
I
it.
wish. Honestly, everyone in your chat is very nice, though. You have one of the nicer chats.
Well, yeah, that's because I ban everyone who's not nice, which is why only like 10 people talk in my chat.
That's not true. Way more people talk about basketball.
They actually are over their basketball phase, which sucks because I was gonna get a jersey made, but then they're just not interested anymore.
I would wear a Scarra jersey.
But like as a joke.
No, I'd wear that shit.
No, like as a joke.
If any girls were like, hey, what kind of jersey is that? I'd be like, let me tell you about my friend Scarra. You want one? Scarra, I should wing woman for you.
I feel like
Okay,
yeah.
your hesitation is an answer in and of itself, so never mind.
Yeah, I feel, how do I want to say this? That it would be great if you did that.
Damn, I feel like banning people.
Yeah, it's fun.
There's someone named Scar Lover that I wanted to ban for fun.
You should.
No, no, no. Your viewers are very nice.
Okay, that's
Remember when I was back on Twitch? Remember,
yeah.
wasn't there like an overlapping audience percentage,
Yeah,
and
there's
you
a
and I?
huge overlapping audience of you
Yeah,
and it's kind of
you and
weird.
I. You and I had the most overlapping audience, which was fascinating to me.
Yeah, because I feel like Lily viewers are not that sophisticated, and so like overlapping with my viewers who are really smart, it's just it felt strange.
Hey, hey, am I a little loud for your chat?
No,
You can lower me if you want.
no, you're an entirely adequate level.
No, no, you can. I don't want to kill your frames ears. I'm just vibing.
You're not killing anything.
Oh, okay. Anyway, yeah, I was very, yeah, the overlapping viewers was interesting. Cause like my viewers are very smart.
I turned it down. You're right. Your viewers are not smart. Like
Whoa.
let's be real
Okay,
here.
back the fuck up. I feel like I have to stand up for my squad right now.
Yeah, who are you gonna stand up for? Your mods?
Wait,
I've seen them. No.
whoa, what the heck? They might be listening to the stream right now. What are you gonna kill
I
them, huh?
hope they are.
Wait, that's fucked up, bruh.
Your chat's
But,
okay.
but doesn't that tell you something? Like they say the viewers reflect the streamers, right?
Don't say that. I
So,
think my
so
I think my viewers need help.
like, what does that say about them? Really? Because I know us, right?
Oh, I think they need help.
I think we all need help, though.
I agree completely.
Alright, Scarra, I will be your therapist.
I did not say I needed that kind of help.
And then you can be my therapist after.
And what would you be therapizing?
Alright, well, tell me what's on your mind.
Reporting in.
What is on my mind? Hold up a sec. I need to do something real quick.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, I'm good. No, nothing. It's National Girlfriend Day. Did Michael get you anything today?
Yeah, he said happy birthday.
I mean, that's awesome of him.
Double A underscore 77 said tell Lily about your new GF.
Yeah, no, I was late to my stream because we were just hanging out.
You and your GF were hanging out?
Yeah.
More like handing out. Sorry.
No, she just goes to another school.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know the school from down the block?
What kind of school? She's at least a college graduate, right, Scarra?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
We are vengeance.
Oh my god. Been drinking so much tea.
We are vengeance.
Oh my.
Anyway, tell me about your feelings, Scarra, to therapist Lily.
I feel that I'm gonna lose this round and very much regret everything in my life because of it.
Do you think the loss in the game kind of corresponds to the losses you feel in real life as well?
Yeah, a little bit. Ah, never mind, Juan. This guy fucking sucks. All right, see, I don't need therapy because I feel like I get all my emotional support through my chat.
Do you think there's something inherently wrong with that you crave support from thousands of strangers instead of your friends? Dude, they
No,
should
I
call
think
me
that's
doc.
completely normal. In fact,
I'm like,
I would say I'm definitely normal.
I see. Do you think your insistence of being normal is a bit of a projection on your part because that's what you want to be, but deep down you know that you're not, and that's why people in chat relate to you?
No, my people in chat are cool, and they're also super normal and
Do you
not
think,
weird.
do you consider everyone in your chat to be your friends?
Only on Tuesdays. What day is it today? It's
I'm not.
Tuesday.
Okay, so you think everyone's your friend on Tuesdays?
Yeah, why not?
What is a friend to you, Scarra?
Well, on Tuesdays they're my viewer.
Okay. Um, well, this therapy session's over.
I
I
oh, huh, okay.
I wanna be Dr. L.
Dr.
Like,
L. I mean,
like,
like you already have your rapper name.
Lil Y?
I thought it was LP. Because
That's,
Blau calls you
Blau.
LP.
Okay, we don't need to repeat Blau's mistakes onto other people's shoes.
But like that's not a mistake. Like you kind of liked it when he said it, right?
Honestly, it feels a lot like he does it so much, I'm trying to, like, make myself be okay with it now, because I'm never escaping it.
Yeah, that's cool, LP.
Oh my god, please don't do
Oh no,
please
what's up,
don't.
LP? What's wrong? You sound a little confused.
That's disturbing coming from you. It's actually so weird, dude. Can you say, ah, shit?
Ah, shit.
Okay, now add that with the LP. Like, be like, ah,
Ah,
shit, LP, what's going
ah,
on?
shit. LP, what's going on? Why did she leave? Why did she leave? Wait, she's gone. She couldn't handle it. I know. Not many people can. Dree, thanks for sub. Welcome to the stream. X
Hello?
Culver, welcome back for sub. What's up? Hello.
Sorry, I got disconnected.
Oh, yeah. It happens a lot with you and Blau. It's weird. It's happened here too as well.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's been, like, really bad lately. Are you still playing TFT?
Yeah. Unless you wanted to do something else.
No, I'm happy just talking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm worried because like I feel like you need to rest your throat. Do you want me to grab you? You have the medicine I was gonna give you.
Yeah, I'm good. I just feel so bored. I'm stuck to bed, you know?
Yeah, I
It's
do
so
know when
boring.
your life is crumbling around you and you're also sick and you're mentally crumbling and you can only fight your own demons by yourself. So you try to get on a Discord call with your friend, but he's busy playing TFT and you're trying to talk to him, but you know he secretly just doesn't like being talked to. And you keep pushing it and he's just like, you know what, I'm just gonna start another TFT game. And then sometimes we're just there, right?
Wait, really?
What? No, that was just
Wait,
like that was just
what?
like that was
You
like a
wanna
that's
talk
just
to
happened to me
me?
before. Like that was like a I was trying to be empathetic. Hello? That was like an example. Like a scientist would say that was like a kind of like a possible experiment.
I'm going to kick you in the shins when I see you next.
Sure thing, LP.
Please don't oh my god, it's so disturbing. Like, I just became okay. Not even okay.
I
Like,
can feel you.
tall.
I can feel you getting farther away when I say that.
Like, I just tolerate Blau calling me that. If anyone else called me that, I think it's disturbing, you know? It's not right.
Ah,
Like,
shit. Okay, LP.
please don't. Oh, shit. Oh, God, it's so cringe. It's like I'm talking to Blau again. Fuck.
Oh, he needs a soundboard. Everything's so easy.
I talk to you precisely because you don't talk like Blau.
Well, I feel like he has some good qualities here, and I'm kind of trying to
We can,
mix it up.
we can say that about everybody, you know?
Yeah, but you know what? You know what?
Everyone has good
We're
qualities.
trying to look in the good in people, okay? Today it's National Girlfriend Day. It's Blau's Day. I don't know why I said that.
Is Blau your girlfriend?
No, he wishes.
I bet.
Why did you say that a little slow?
Listen, as much shit I give Blau, I think that ultimately he deserves it.
Yeah, I agree. It's literally I look at him, I'm like, damn, that's a Calvin Klein model, and I don't like that. And that's why I really back the fact that you just shit on him all the time.
Hey, he's okay with it. And I told him the safe word. So,
Yeah, no, but like he definitely cries after you talk to him, you know?
God, I wish he would record that for me.
Oh,
Just as proof.
oh,
I bet you could bottle that shit up and eBay it,
you could.
right?
Yes.
How's your TFT game going?
Well, I'm owning actually. Wait, hold on. Who just tweeted something? Hold on, I gotta go check this up. Apparently it's National Girlfriend Day. My study group. Kiyun found girlfriend through Twitch chat. P God found girlfriend through Twitch chat. Soju found girlfriend through Twitch chat. Me found girlfriend through Twitch chat. Setsuko is very single. Oh, he did a fucking ad for yo. Dude, I have not seen one of these subtle Asian dating things since I saw Jamie do something for someone.
Oh shit, I remember subtle Asian dating. I wanted to be on that at one point.
Yeah.
But then I met like the best person on earth, so you know.
Sometimes I wish Michael would hit you just so you have something to complain about.
You think I'd complain about that?
Oh shit, okay, maybe not.
I need to stop. It's the fever.
Oh shit.
Uh,
Nah, speak your shit, Lily.
God, he's so cute. Okay, stop. Stop it.
Who
Stop.
are you saying stop to yourself? I've not brought him up. No
Stop.
one ever brings him up, Lily.
Stop it. You're being really cringe right now. Stop.
Are you role playing like as if he's in the call?
Oh my god.
That's
Let's play a chat. When I was like, 2 nights ago, I was like super feverish, and I swear I was like delusional. I felt like I was auditory hallucinating Michael in my room. I was so sick, and I thought he was there. It was crazy.
Do you feel like that's a problem?
No, I was really sick though. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. Everyone has problems, right?
That's true. It's what I've learned. No one is safe.
Exactly. So, you know, I think out of all things, this is pretty tame.
That is true. You do have problems, like a lot of them, but they're pretty tame.
Okay, so when you say like a lot of problems,
Yeah?
like what do you mean by that?
We were just agreeing with each other.
What the heck was? I'm kidding.
Yeah, no, like it's cool.
Hmm?
Yeah, I'm just saying it's cool, LP. It's not a big deal.
Do not call me LP. If you call me that one more time, I don't care if I'm sick. I will go over to your room and kick you in the shin.
Oh my god. Do you...
Ah, shit.
Oh god.
I would go to your room, but I care too much about you, Scarra, and I don't want to get you sick.
After I was already sick, I'm not gonna lie, if I got sick back to back, I would crumble. My
Have you,
life would end.
have you heard about the crabs in a bucket mentality?
The the crabs in the bucket mentality. As in like crabs?
It's an analogy because crabs will try to drag crabs down when they're trying to get out of the bucket. In that same sense, miserable people try to drag other people down with them because they're so miserable. Crab in a bucket mentality sort of thing, right?
Oh, interesting. I have not heard that before.
Oh yeah, you see it all the time. Everywhere. Anyway, because I'm so miserable sick, what if I make you sick so I can drag you down with me, right?
That would be
I'm going
not recommended.
Then we'd be sick together. And it's
Right? And then I would then channel my hatred toward you and not everything else in my life. You wouldn't want that.
hate is better than apathy though, right? That means you care.
Yeah, apathy is kind of scary.
It is very scary.
Yeah.
Are you winning?
No, my LP is going down.
Why do you have to say it?
No, that's what happens in this game. When you lose, your LP goes down.
Are you just playing TFT today?
I don't know. I was maybe playing some Final Fantasy, some maybe Eternal Return. Eternal Return is like a game that I know is just deep down never gonna be popular, and amusing just for like a little bit. And I only play it for that, and it feels really bad. And I know it's bad for me, but I can't stop.
I feel the same way about certain games as well.
Yeah, and then finally I'm at the point where I'm like, fuck it, I'll just play it as long as I have fun with it for a little bit. And you know, literally, Toast doesn't message me, like, ever. And Toast messaged me and was like, herbs will never be popular. I'm like, yeah, I know. I know, Toast, I get it.
He just messaged you that?
He did it the other day when I was like, oh my god.
Toast is like a prickly cat.
Yeah.
You just gotta leave him alone.
He is a little prickly. I mean, that's why he went to Taiwan. He got some space and he's coming back.
Oh.
And now he's back. Oh my god.
So anyway, tell me more about your feelings.
Well, today I'm feeling quite like I stay up too late and I feel like I should not. And it's negatively affecting my life. So I'm going to try not to stay up as late.
So you stayed up. You think staying up late is negatively affecting your life? How?
I think because I'm staying up late that it is causing issues with my productivity. And while I'm happy to interact with people late at night, it is causing me to start my day too late.
Well, what are you gonna do about it?
Nothing. I just want to tell you. I don't solve my problems. That sounds like a productive person. I just like to complain.
Right? That's the best part.
Yes, I like having problems because then I can complain about them. But I don't like
Yeah.
solving problems because then I'd have nothing to complain about.
Exactly. So why solve it at all, right?
Exactly. Especially because sometimes they just kind of solve themselves.
We should hold on to our problems for as long as we can, so
I
we can just.
do. I have a ton of them.
That's cool. Okay, here's a problem I have.
Yeah.
I'm in bed, right?
I think it's...
I don't want to get up, but I'm really hungry.
Okay.
Wow, what is up with that, right?
Yeah,
I
what
said,
is up with that?
what is up with that? Here's another problem I have.
Okay.
I have a water bottle, like a hydro flask, right?
Yeah.
It's almost empty.
Okay.
What is up with that, right?
Yeah. Do you know you have a pet in your household that can help you with that?
I mean,
No, the other pet.
the Vinky?
No, the other pet.
Wait, who? Daniel?
No, the other pet.
Okay, I don't like that. You think I have this many pets?
Okay. Okay. I would argue, not even argue. I say John is like a breed of cat sometimes.
That's insane. I'm gonna tell him you said that.
You can tell him I said that.
God, no, I will go down myself.
But
But I don't want to because then I can't complain.
yeah, you know, this is part of those things where what we talked about, right? Like,
There will
you
be
know,
peace
where
in the
you're
fairy
just
land.
looking for,
I will.
you have problems and you can complain about them. If anything, it's a dub.
Exactly. So I will just stay in bed
Mm-hmm.
and complain
Yep.
and, I don't know, read a book.
Yeah, you're really good at all of those.
You're good at lying. Oh, do you think it's contagious over Discord?
I hope so, man. I didn't want to get sick again. Just fuck me up, fam.
It's okay, I swear I'm doing everything right, except for not using my voice. I was just so bored.
Oh, you know, I talked to the staff today because they're over. The first thing they said when I saw them, they begged me, please do not be sick. They were literally begging me, you cannot be sick. We have no one for like possible for our next. You cannot. I'm like, oh my god, okay.
Wait, isn't the shoot in like a few days?
Yeah.
I think I can become better by then, right?
I think they wanted to use. No, wait, I thought you were busy for it.
Not.
We'll see. We
I'm
shall
just
see.
ill.
Yeah, you are.
Mm.
Am I fucking stupid? Hold up. No, it's Shimmer, man. Everyone else who plays this gets fucking the best augments in the game, and I get trash, man. Fucking trash. We slam because we like gold. Yes.
I just hope my breath all that.
You,
Was
you,
that a long time?
you were gone?
Wait, you didn't notice? I was holding my breath that entire time.
I just...
I'm gonna do it again, okay?
Okay. Shimmer isn't that bad. I mean, it's no robotic arm. Yeah, it's no robotic arm. You're right.
There will be peace.
You're right, exactly.
I will forge it.
Like, Shimmer is best on fucking... I'm not even kidding. Shimmer is good on Urgot. And not on the other unit. There's no way you held your breath that long.
Oh god, I'm dying. Okay, try again. I can do it again.
Yeah.
Okay. One more time.
Peace and quiet, guys. I think, yeah, she fucking died. Honestly, I think Zon is worth so much more than Gunner. You could literally play 2 Gunner in this comp and be fine. But if you get a Zon spat and you get this, fucking broken. Like, so broken. Put that shit on Jarvan, have fun, man. Free top 4.
There, history.
Dreamer is not of this time.
I mean, I guess... Oh, I guess it's on Urgot, right?
Look at that. Oh god.
Okay.
Whew. I'm tired now. That took a lot. Okay, your turn.
My turn for what?
Holding your breath for as long as you can.
Okay. How long was that?
Oh no.
I'm not doing it again.
I will rule the Freljord. I will rule the Freljord.
Fuck it. Did you just try again?
No, that was me taking a sip of tea and swine.
Now we're playing
I'm
Jace
so
Triss.
bored.
Oh, yeah.
I read both of your one-shots yesterday night.
And they were great, right?
Yeah, I liked it a lot. Very, one of them had a very ambiguous ending.
Like, do I even... I mean, the problem is 6 is so good. That's the biggest problem. Like, 6 is worth a lot.
Yes, Polly, I'm just on the phone. On my bed.
Oh. You know, I look at you. What a good streamer. You're interacting in my chat, too?
Yeah. I chat.
You know how people talk about being parasocial? Do you ever feel like the parasocialness is, like, both ways?
That word has lost all meaning in this community.
Right. But just for this sake, like, do you recognize some viewers sometimes? You have to, right?
Yeah, I definitely do.
Yeah, like the really annoying ones, right? The
No,
ones that
no,
make it to
no.
piss you off. The ones that are like, oh fuck this guy.
Oh yeah, his name is Scarra.
That's a good one.
Um, what do you mean by buffering?
Hold on. I'm doing something real quick. Hold on. What
Okay.
the fuck is this? What the fuck? Okay. No, I was just saying, like, sometimes I remember some old viewers and I wonder, like, how they're doing. You know?
I wonder about that too. Scarra, you and I have been streaming for like a decade, right?
You just cut out right there. I didn't hear anything about what you said.
You and I have been streaming for a decade plus, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and throughout the time, there's definitely old people who come in and out, right? And you've
Yeah?
seen a lot of people go, and a lot of people, well, maybe fewer now. Um,
Yeah, there are people who have definitely moved on.
yeah,
They just thought we weren't good enough, and they just decided fuck them. And you know what? That's
no,
okay.
that's not it. Do you ever wonder how they're doing?
I just hope they're doing well.
Same.
This stream title, don't look. It's don't look. Don't fucking look. Wait, hold on. I gotta keep rolling. I'm literally just. I need one Zeri off from actually playing the game, man. I sell this, and we're good.
You want McDonald's?
McDonald's, okay. Are you gonna join us on Final Fantasy?
I tried that game years ago.
Okay, now hear me out. What some of the other people have been doing is they have Uber drivers that Uber them to every single quest location. We can have movie night where we watch all the lore. No! We got all the lore together, sorry. You know, you know, just throwing it out there.
Hmm. I'm thinking.
I'm just saying, we can watch lore together. I know how much you love lore.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe I need a distraction.
Yes.
I heard you can play instruments. That sounds fun.
You heard what?
You can play instruments.
Yes. You can. Okay, hold on a sec, guys. Let me see how do I fucking itemize this.
Okay, maybe I'll check it out.
Okay, I like what I'm hearing. What if it's just this?
I wish, you know how you can get points in your chat?
Yeah.
I wish you could give me points.
You want to take points from me?
No, I mean, like, I wish you could just. Can you just manually give me points?
Into what's that?
I want 1,000,000 points.
You want 1,000,000 points. Okay. 1,000,000 is quite a big number. I'll see what I can do.
Okay. Play a game of your choice.
Oh.
I remember when I had points too.
Oh yeah. But now all your stats are like 0.
Oh well. Life goes on.
life goes on. Yeah.
Everything goes on.
No way he ults that. I'm sorry, I was distracted. Well, did your life get better as you got older?
Hmm. A bit of column A, a bit of column B. I would say overall it's been positive. I think, in certain aspects.
Okay. In certain aspects, positive. You know what? We take those.
Yeah, you want me to be specific?
I mean, if you want to be.
Okay, so like Michael, like
Yeah, sure. Okay,
Michael,
you can keep going. No, yeah. What about him?
Michael, and I got more voice acting stuff, so that's positive.
That is positive. That sounds awesome.
More music stuff, that's positive.
Right?
Yeah, okay, I have no more points. I just spent 20k on throwing away my points.
You have no more point. None left.
Sorry?
I wish I could give you like a billion. But the Scarra economy is kind of weird.
Can you put in another one? Like, for 5 million Scarra points.
Oh, the thing is, my economy simulates real life. So unfortunately, with my economy, there are whales, kind of like crypto, where they're just waiting for something juicy. And if I put in something for 5, there's someone who has like 8 million, and we're trying to kill the rich in my chat.
Actually, kind of funny. Eat the rich.
Actually,
Do
wait,
you
did you?
think, do you believe that there are no such thing as ethical billionaires?
Oh, I mean, depends which ethics. Morals are dictated based on like the area you're around, right? Most of the times, people you're with, it depends. Depends how you define it, I guess. I will say though, it is very hard to get to that economic level.
Without doing a few things, right?
Yeah, I mean, hell,
Yeah.
like even as a streamer, like the things I've done, whew, the blood on my hands, just
I think
what
you
can
are
I
one
say?
of the few streamers who have never done it.
Whoa! I'm bad.
You're,
I'm hella bad.
you're the opposite of that.
I'm
You have
so
done
bad.
nothing.
When they look at me, they're like, damn, that guy bad.
No, I assure you no one thinks that way. Not in our circle, not
No, they do.
outside our circle.
You ask anyone. In my chat, they think I'm bad.
You're bad at lying,
I'm
yeah,
the
I guess.
baddest. Look, that guy, that's what he just said.
Sorry, you're not bad.
Yeah, I am.
How the fuck am I being weird? I'm banning you.
Have you banned the same guy over and over again?
I'm banning everyone.
You know what? I respect it.
You're gonna have no more viewers. They're all gonna be banned.
Dude, I already don't. I play Eternal Return. You think I care about my viewer numbers? Hell no.
Yeah, who cares? What is this? Ooh.
Ooh.
Wait, people are donating points for me.
You can't donate to Lily, guys. She's dead.
No, no, that's so cute.
Oh, am I dead in one round? Oh, shit.
This only works if you donate on one side. so funny.
Oh, and then you ban everyone who they're fucking genius.
I'm gonna redeem 1 million. I'm gonna make you play art games with me.
I play art games anyways.
Oh shit, don't donate, guys. It's a waste of points. Don't take back your money. I'm sorry. Wait, cancel it. Cancel it. Someone cancel it.
Wait, there. Wait, I
Someone
get to ban
cancel it.
30 people? Hell yeah.
No. I'm so sorry. Holy shit. Just cancel everything.
No, I'm excited. I can ban that many people. Hell yeah.
Sorry, you're like Bob Ross.
Any volunteers
Yeah,
charged
I
with
am.
the storm of souls?
Because he fucking hard.
No, you're not.
Yeah, Bob Roscoe's fucking hard. You ever see him in the paint? Emily, what's
Do you
up?
wanna paint with me?
Yeah. But not when you're sick. I don't want to be within 2 houses of you. 1 house of you.
That's understandable. I've been painting a lot recently.
Yeah. And that's great.
It's been fun.
Years ago.
Oh. I feel like I'm owning, but not really. Lily, who's your go-to person to watch late at night? Or do you watch YouTube videos?
What do I watch these days? I don't watch a lot of things anymore. I read.
Oh.
I think I
Okay.
like reading more than watching.
Dude, so many people like reading now. It's so weird.
Excuse me, I've always liked reading, okay?
So many people
Let
like
me
reading now. It's so weird.
let me tell you about my days of elementary school where I had no friends, so I would go to reading books because at least then I would look like I'm busy with something. And
Oh. Have you
and
ever tried the go to a bar with a book and see if anyone talks to you?
no, I don't have any interest in that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. I haven't tried that either.
But I became really good at reading. So I'm really glad I didn't have friends. Did you actually do this, Scarra?
What? No, that's fucking.
Okay, because I thought it was a joke.
Yeah.
I'm you can be honest with me here. Like, have you been honest with your chat about your manga recommendations?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You were like honest about,
Super
you
honest.
know, because one of the things you recommended me last night was a little bit like,
Yeah? Were you into it?
Charge blindly into a
not
storm of
really, but if that's what you're into, like,
No, no. I'm just one. That's cool.
it's okay if you are. And
No,
that's
that's no
totally fine.
problem.
I'm an accepting
Yeah, you remember the
person.
thing you talked to me about last? Ooh, hold- Lily, play it, Final Fantasy. Get the fuck on.
It's
I need you to play. Why's your headset in front of your head? Are you trying not to get dented?
I tried playing Final
Is it in
Fantasy
front? Dude, I don't
Best.
fucking know. Yeah. Literally,
Hmm.
literally, they made the leveling even easier. And the story is kind of good. and the characters are kind of good. I feel like the biggest fucking shill, and I don't even play that much Final Fantasy, man.
For great science.
Okay,
Great science.
I'll call you later, okay?
Alright, goodbye.
Thanks for talking to me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, anytime. That'll be
Don't let...
$3 per an hour?
Yeah, sure, I'll Venmo you.
Thank you. Paid $3 to be skate park. No one fucking uses this, man. RE2? Nice try. Boom. Let's fucking go, baby. I told you guys I'd win. Okay, I'll add it, okay? But I think for this specific situation, I think it's a little stupid. Andrew asks, welcome back for 2 months. Why didn't I welcome back for 51? The Dude Guru, welcome back for 2 months. Worlds, welcome back for 14. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing great. We'll play some ads. Dude, I feel like it's bad that I'm the only one that can talk about Final Fantasy 14 with my friends. Because I'm not that big of, I'm not that into it. I don't really know stuff. I need a bigger loser to talk to them about it. Someone who's like a big fucking loser. Can I get coached by Emily? No, because that would mean I start winning. And I don't want to put expectations on you guys. Cherry and me, Cherry me. Thanks for the sub. Welcome to the stream. Ray really wants to see you teach. Dude, I think 4 ES is so fun. The thing is, I am more worried about teaching them fucking easier stuff, like Titan. Like Extreme Titan, that's gonna be... Like, if I'm healing, we're gonna fucking die for sure. Healers adjust. Fuck you guys, man. That's what I said. You totally teach them Titan Extreme tonight? Dude, they're probably hit 50 in like 2 days. Nice tweet, Milk. John Lee finished? Yeah, okay. But I don't know if you understand that Celine's kind of a freak. Where she was like, I'm going to play a little bit of Final Fantasy. Honestly, it's probably not even going to be that much. 13 hours later, she's still on. Every time I open up her stream, any time of the day, it's still on. Let me show you. Who do you think will win the LCS playoffs? Well, I don't know the teams who are in it. So you can already understand where that might be a confusing thing for me. Who are the 2 teams in the playoffs? Or the 6 teams in the playoffs? I'll make a guess. It's 8 teams. Oh, they're all there. Oh, okay. Wait, can you guys read this? You guys can read this. This guy said, okay, look, this guy said, hold on. Scarra, longtime fan, you're here, our team tomorrow big. Never meet your heroes. And I deafened everyone in the lobby. Oh, shit. I'm fucking hilarious. Dude, the 2 chose. Let's go grab this. You ever miss doing interviews? I mean, I enjoy doing interviews, but I didn't enjoy them. Okay, I'll put it this way. It was fun doing them, but it was also kind of something where it was like, I didn't enjoy them more than my other options. So I didn't want to do them that much. If that makes sense. Selling these 2. I don't want to play Triss from this position, but like look at my options, you know. Wait. Let us begin. Not silver. I can play streak, sure.
Let's start the show.
Perfect Triss reroll? I mean, is it perfect? Okay, I have 9 units of Triss reroll. And I have 10 gold. Honestly, it's pretty good. Slam the BT, I really want to. Do I really want to slam? I've been playing top 4, not finished first. What am I missing? Well, you could be playing a comp that is hard at finishing top first place. Finishing first means luck a lot of times. You need to be in playing a comp that can do it with the items that needs it. But also, your positioning probably isn't very good. Because positioning when it gets down to top 4 matters a lot. I would say position matters a lot in general, but just...
Start the show.
This opener is not so much Triss that I care about it, if that makes sense.
Justice will be served.
Bum, 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 bum. I feel like my comp is like already good, but the problem with stable comps is that you don't get what you want here all the time because you don't get your item choice. Oh, that's sexy. That's sexy. I'll even settle for this. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I should have taken this. If I get another rod, this comp is going to be doomed.
Guess we're fighting.
Guys, am I playing Triss or am I playing Garen? I mean, Triss got me top 2 last time. I can't first without Heimer 2 probably, but it's not bad. Are you spinning? You already know. Last Whisper Garen? Okay. It's probably not bad. Oh, I got mauled by this guy. Okay, cool. No problem. I like taking damage, yep.
The Shadow Isles are
I'm keeping my options open for both right now, but after the PV round, I'm gonna have to commit to one or the other. Oh, this guy has 5 gens? What the hell? Oh, he sold them. Okay, never mind. Dude, this guy has this? No. Oh, no. That guy's Sork spat? Oh, no. We already know it's Garen. Don't pretend. Well, I'm not pretending, man. This could be anything. It's like I could even play Flex here. Please kill it. Yes! GF Garen Flex. True. That's National GF Day, baby.
Darkness gathers on the isles.
I feel like I should Triss reroll. I feel like it's so straightforward. Like, I feel like I can just turn my brain off, and then next game I can turn my brain on for when I play Garen. Let me see what items I get. Oh, that is not for me. Might just be Yordle with Yordle time. We'll see. Oh! Oh, you bitch. You tempered me with this shit? Oh!
Only place I've been.
Alright, we're playing here.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Oh, this guy hurts. Okay. Okay, no problem. This guy's 100 streaking. Just decides to beat me up. No problem. Oh, do you guys know it's a super moon tonight? Now, I didn't know what a super moon was, but I saw a post on Twitter about it. Apparently, the moon is like 30% brighter tonight or some shit like that. So if you guys are into, I don't know, looking at the moon, tonight is one of those nights. Sure. To celebrate National Girlfriend Day, I DM a friend of mine who has a girlfriend. That. I don't know if that's a good idea. I should have fucking decoded.
We are vengeance.
I need to get a Rage Blade. I'm only next. Oh, the problem with this comp is you kind of need a Nikos to go fast 8s. So if you like, you need a Spat in this comp so fucking bad. Like Spat makes this comp good. Also, any Juggernaut would have made this comp good too. Like that would have been nice. Okay. 45? 47. Okay. Oh! There's no bow. Okay, that's unlucky. Sure. No bow? You're fucking kidding me. Okay. Dude, everyone's gonna have RE2 this game, but it's okay, because I have Aatrox 2 and Garen 2.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Nice.
Demacia must lead by example.
Oh, I for Demacia. I need this out. It's a great spin. Excellent spin, baby. Bro, I need to roll at 7 next round because these units are bad. I need to replace them with 2 Juggernauts at least. Hit 2 Lux before Garen shows up. I know, man. I don't want to hold on to this though. No, he's in the middle. Oh, actually, it's fine. I think. That's fine. 40 is no problem. Bow. Ooh, I did it. We did it. Yeah, we did it. It is an accomplishment for us all.
The glory of Demacia will never
The fuck is this bullshit? What? I need to roll a little bit here, unfortunately.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
show the strength of
Something
Demacia.
squad here. I have to go 8, that's why. We're doing a deviation, boys. We'll be playing Lux. Not that bad book. It's not terrible. I don't know. I would not recommend it. If I Demacia this unit and we get 2 radiant items, might be okay. But then I would not be able to fit in 6 Juggernaut, which is necessary. You can only play 3 at 6 if you don't have any spats. I do this and play 3, I drop. I mean, ideally, I play 3 and I drop. And I play center or some shit like that. Not bad. Remember, I need to get to 8 here. Juggernaut Spat is optimal. Rageblade is probably better than Juggernaut Spat. Then Zeke's is probably right behind. It's really good.
Is not of this time.
Here's the item. It's just whoever has the most items that gets put on the board last. I could slam Morello here, but that would be very sus. I could sit at 7 and play 5 Demacia for Juggernaut, which is not a big difference, but I would say, part of the reason why I like this comp and why I think it's good is because 6 Juggernaut is just such an enormous buff. No, he didn't spin. Oh, he's on the wrong target. Fuck. Oh my god. I should probably roll for Garen 3 and then go up for level 8 afterwards, but it feels bad. Can I get a... Honestly, I guess I get this spat and then just stay 7 and roll. Because I feel like I can't go 8 this game, and that's okay. I might as well... I'll go 8 later. Fuck, it's gonna be so bad I don't have another item, but it's alright. I guess I removed this and for Jarvan then. It's fine, I just have this back line.
I've got you. Demacia is
Don't
my
want
home,
that.
but I'll never forget Ione.
Garen's.
I must hurry if I am to win.
Sword will fight back.
Okay, I see 0 Garens. Oh, I forgot to put this in over. Fuck. That is not good. I've seen a total of 1 Garen in my shop since the beginning of the game. That is so bad. Also, the items went on a unit that I did not want it to go on. That is not good. Skill issue, yeah, actually. Well, I mean, I might as well not roll here because save more gold. I need to hit a bow, and like fucking everything. I think I'm good here. This guy only has Lux 1. The Lux 2 actually owning. Thank God. I need this ring play so bad. Please. Please just give me a bow. One time. So then have more value? Yeah, but I have Archangel's Lux too, so trust me when I say it's definitely better to put Lux in. I just need... ideally, I want BF bow. I'm okay with just bow and any other item. If I don't get bow, it is very difficult for me to do anything in this game. I'm fucked. It's okay, I still have items. I'm fucked. This game is so bad. Like, actually.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Like, how am I only seeing 2 Garens the whole game, man? 3 Garens the whole game? I'm 10 gold. Like, what?
Now and forever.
What the fuck are these items, man? Guess it's just this. Hope it rolls Rage Blade. This. Like, how is it possible that I can't find a Garen? Oh shit, what do I sell for this? Can I sell anything? Like, it's fucking crazy I had to do this. I don't want to put anything here because I'm probably going to itemize him here. Yeah, I had 3 Garens the whole fucking game. Playing against RE2. Oh, no one's RE2 this game. Oh, Heimer 2. Ah, yes. Okay, thank God that my pumping up is kind of owning. Because it's like, I'm down. Give up radiant items, it's fine. Radiant item Lux, it's okay. I mean, I have, as long as it rolls some random thing, it's okay. Oh my god, that is very okay. Holy shit, she is going to do some fucking damage. What's BS? It's just these 2 items. And then the 3rd item is your radiant item. There's going to be some comps where you want to have certain items, some comps where you're going to have others. It's completely useless talking about BIS. Yeah, the only downside is you can Radiant or Morellos, and it's by far the worst option. Like, it's not even close. There are no, like this, Radiant Morellos. What did I get? Radiant JG. Like, if he got... yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I ended up making my items work out this game. God bless. I need to go 8 and roll down for a shred.
Now and forever.
I don't want I think assassinate on the cat side here against the guy. Oh, Gunblade is one of the best items, I think. I think I'm okay. Yeah. Okay, I just need to get level 8 Heimer Shred. I don't fucking care about this unit, man. Archangels it's a cast too good. Rabidons? Oh, it's just Rabidons is nothing. The instacast isn't even relevant. It's just that you're not getting much value off the death cap. You'll never kill a target single. Give with 2 items. I was never thinking I was gonna get a radiant item onto this character, but it ended up happening due to how my items in this game were so bad, but I made it work. I should hold on to this. I'm a fucking greedy piece of shit. Let's take a legendary. Oh, I need. Oh, I should put Gwen.
I must hurry if I am to win.
You say having a stable front line is more important than having build carries. It depends on the comp, unfortunately. I'm dead. Wait. Whatever, 5th is alright. It's okay. I'm gonna play some ads. Yeah, I didn't see a bow that game. Like, my items were just so bad. I got like, I don't fucking know. Like, I cannot believe I didn't hit a Garen. Like, what are Garens? Dude, Mort gave me such a bait. He's like, these are 2 Garens. Hold on to them. You're never gonna see another one. When you carve a frog's card that's broken down, Toad. You're fucking stupid. Roll the river, 1 back for 67 months, and Buyit 724, 1 back for 42. Thanks for subbing. Belong. Fucking honk. Our stag the moment we step back in the AES. Time flies and you don't know what the fuck. Oh, AES, man. Am I going back? Am I going back? I don't know if I'm going back, man. Oh, God. What is lights rampant anyway? That's what I'm saying. It's not even a real thing, man. Oh my God, it's time. You really going to throw $15 away like that? I'm 660 days subbed. You think I care about $15? I forgot to cancel for 2 years.
So strange, we strange.
Dude, I think Joe Biden on university must be the biggest grief ever. I don't think I'm playing that shit.
The void will be consumed by it.
But I'll hold on to it for you guys. Did you not notice in your bank statement? Okay. I mean, wouldn't it be obvious I didn't notice? Happy National Girlfriend Day, Scarra. Thank you, Gucci. Appreciate that. Happy National Boyfriend Day. That is not a thing. That's a couple months from now, I think. Is there a reason why I chose around the board? I'm gonna sell their ass. I'm not going. I was kidding about playing this unit. Get pranked. Oh my God! I got a bow. I'm down. I gotta play it. It was fucking Joe Biden. Fuck, man. You're kidding. Okay, hold on. I need to. Ionia. That's fine. I play Yasuo with 4 Brood. Damn, okay.
Pain they've never imagined.
I think it's just Rek'Sai, actually. Even the whole, because I have a lot of one-cost pairs. I don't think leveling here is smart. I'm pretty sure I'm just playing Rek'Sai reroll here. The weird thing is the Ionian spat, or the Ionian, which is like really fucking awkward. I mean, I think it just means my comp always just goes into Ahri Shed, but like, does it go to Ahri Shed if I'm rerolling Rek'Sai? Alright, I'm down a level now. I got my roll. I had scanned my Hasbro. Magic was doing so well, bro. Hasbro has been making some interesting decisions. He got Sedge, okay. Noxus spat. Okay, that's fine. That guy got a Seer? I'm sorry. Doesn't I only have a synergy with Void? I mean, if you go Yasuo, but I'm not going a Void this game because I think that's. Like, you're never gonna fit Ionia in, I should say. I think I got it right. Next auto? Yeah. Got it.
Watch this.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
I want for sure selling this. I think the Ionian is just a bait from every angle. Like, if I invest into 4 Ionian, it's like impossible to work with these. I think you just work with these, and this is just whatever. It's on your board. And I just play 4 Bruiser Rek'Sai, 6. Yeah. And my items are really good for Rek'Sai. I don't think I'm going to be up here, though. I'm just gonna fucking take it, man. I'm just gonna take it. Peter Alex about for 3 months. Welcome, welcome. This is useless, by the way. Ooh, see, now it looks kind of good, right? Also, people forget the Wandering Trainer is actually worth a lot of health. It is a 1500 health dummy because you get this, and the fact that it's Bruiser Spat, so good. Because it gets the extra benefit of health. Like, it is, the fact that I got Bruiser health out here is like another frontline. It's awesome. Scarra Rek'Sai, yep. Titans BTIE is 2 Titans and a BT, usually. I'm not for 3 Titans though, if I get the weird thing. Users better than going 5 Void. What does 5 Void do for you, bro? Void is increments of 3. Like, what am I doing with 5 Void, man? I might not even play more than 3 Void here. Because when you look at Void here, here, where is Void? Like, I'm not gonna play any of these units outside of Belveth, right? I think the best way to play this version of the composition is to run 6 Bruiser, and then after you run 6 Bruiser, you just run some random ass backline. I don't really care what it is. It could be whatever. I do think playing 6 though is kind of okay. If I'm playing Deuce, if I have 3 already, I mean I could probably fit 6. Hassan is horrible. Oh, haha. No comments. Yeah, this guy's pretty strong. Skip. Yeah, if I get another Bruiser or Void Spat, then I'm going 8 Void then for sure, right? That's okay. I think I have options here. I mean, honestly, the Bruiser thing is the most interesting. By far the most interesting. I have so many options here. I'm gonna take out the Sorceress or Sorcerer trait and see what oh my god. Is it 6 I get 1? Anyone know? Is it 6 I get 1? Any knowers? I mean, it's fine. I should wait till augment anyways, right? Real talk, though, you just slam fucking Redemption here, right? Because it's OP. This is one tailored. I think I'm down for one tailored. God, Rek'Sai scales off unit levels, so it's really hard. This is OP for bruisers, like one of the best items you can make. No. 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 Wow, man, there's no fucking way. You have to Deathblade and play backline Aphelios, I guess. I'll go. I want to put on Rek'Sai. Deathblade is really. By that level, do I want a unit in? Do I want to have better shops?
Knock knock. Vengeance calling.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Put Rek'Sai back corner. Oh, that was bad. Like, it didn't matter where I put the Rek'Sai, realistically. I think I'm playing 3 Void here. 3 Void, 6 Bruiser. And I could, in theory, actually move this to Challengers. That's fine. Nah, the easiest thing to do is throw Ashes here. I play Freljord, Aphelios. I just need a Rage Blade, which is fucking impossibly hard given the situation though. I need BF here. I need Bow is by far the best, but I'm down for BF. God, I hope I find a Rage Blade on creeps.
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
And you think she'll always be in TFT? Not really.
The world is frayed and in need of mending.
Oh, this unit is so fucking dead. Should not be here for this.
What's this?
I got item bugged. List. Oh, you actually never fucking use your spat here, or well, on something that's good, because there's a chance you get that one augment that's fucking broken. Where it's based on your health. That one is giga OP. Titanic strength. You just put it on your carry.
If I don't kill you, so
I really would like Jordan. I mean, I got a free augment this game because I got a tome. Anytime you play tome, it's like getting 4 augments. So your tome games gotta be juicy, and like my game's juicy. I have 4 emblems essentially, right? It just sucks that my reroll was so bad. Like, cut above. It's like, oh. It's a burden. Oh, that shit sucks. You have no fucking space for stuff.
There will be peace in the Freljord.
Explodes on? Oh, that would have been fucking spicy. Okay, that's good. Bow? Certainly not 2 games without a bow. Oh man.
The void has breached this place. I will restore Freljord's grace.
I missed a fucking brawler there. I am so bad.
Dance with me every fight. This time, no different.
Knock knock. Vengeance calling.
Dance with me every
That's
fight.
not good.
This time's no different.
I'm waiting. I might IE Rex out here. Probably not playing these. Probably not playing this. Great chance of not playing this.
It's up to me.
Is Omni-Man better than Harmestus here?
Believe Aphelios.
Okay. I think given how bruisers work, Armor MR gives you more value than Harvestus here. God, this unit. It's Robo, thank God. It's the only way it fucking does damage. I need Sedge so bad. But it's okay. Wait, I'm level 7. Wait, what the fuck? I thought I was level 8. Oh. No wonder my board felt weird. Okay, well. Okay. That explains a lot. Can I give me gold? Yeah, like 2. I mean, I'm gonna move this to Aphelios eventually. I think whatever happens, Aphelios is always better in this comp. And then I go to 6 Bruisers next level. I need to find Sedge. I can maybe Bruiser Aatrox, depending. I don't really know. I think Aatrox without Aatrox is weird because I feel like he wants challenger spam more than all other things. I don't know. Why is there a JG on this unit? What is going on? Oh, this guy does not have his board done. Okay. I kind of need to roll at 7 though for Rek'Sai 3. It's alright. Okay, I really need this, but unfortunately it's on the best unit in the game, so wow, this game just sucks. Like, I don't know what else to say. This game is so terrible. So terrible, so terrible, so terrible, so terrible. This is another game where I find 0 bows? 1 bow. No way, right? Surely no way. I want to put this here, I guess, for Armor. Chicken's got me? Well, we'll see about that. Look at how 2,300, small little dummy. Level up, it pays today. 0 gold. Okay, there's a gold. Oh, I force streak this. Oh, I fucking own, actually. Hold on. Just give it to me. Give it to me.
Knock knock. Vengeance calling. The shadows.
I didn't get a set. Fucking me missing a 2-star bruiser is gonna cost me a lot this game, I think. I think it's super worth the level here because I can spike so hard, and if I maintain the 5 streak, it's so much gold, right? I almost want to open sell and play for Aphelios, but it feels really bad. Like, I might just keep Zeri and just play 2 Gunner, Bruiser Urgot, sell this. That sounds okay. That's pretty good, actually. Oh, I don't really have items for Urgot, so probably not. I think get a bow. This game is the worst game of all time. Oh, sorry, I should hold on to this. This game is actually so insanely bad. Okay.
Piltover's finest.
I am Zorn's reckoning.
For the Freljord!
What even if I could do about these items? None of these items, none of these build into fucking items, man. Like, actually. I mean, it's probably just fucking this, man. Items just dog shit, but it's fine. I'm playing against people who have Scion 2. Timer 2. Oh, I almost won. Wait, I'll be honest, I just need to find Rek'Sai, I think. Yeah. Do I even want to trade? I feel like this unit without Rageblade is even worse than Robozeri. I think it's better if I hit it. I guess I just hold. It's fine. It's better if I hit Rageblade for sure. Then I can sell, and play Lissandra here for 3 Freljord. That's fine. The 3, oh. Ooh, that's really good for me. No Rageblade. Unbelievable. There is a Titans though, so that is good. I guess I just play Zeri. Like, it feels so weird though.
I will rule the Freljord.
For great science.
Like, oh. No, Rage Race Zeri seems bad. Bro, I know. I have 0 attack speed Zeri, man. Shit is not a real unit, but like, what do I do, you know? Like, I'm winning. It's good enough. And honestly, with Robo, that's fine. Robo makes it good enough. It's fine. That's all. Is this top 4? Oh, this is easily a top 4. It's just more like I would get first, but I can't because this game is, bleh. You know. R2 died? Nope. Oh god, this guy is so hard to beat. The thing is, I have a comp that is really tanky. And I think of all the comps that could beat it, my comp can. But I don't I don't have like, oh man. Ooh, free gold, free gold. I don't have a third item, man. It's really close. I kill him next time for sure. Rek'Sai 3 and fight, yeah, it doesn't matter. For your front line, that comp does 0 AoE, by the way. Except for this guy. And also, I can't spread out my front line. I'm playing bruisers, man. How do you, like... It's not like a... And I have unified. It's like at best I can do 2 rows. For the most part, it's not like a spreadable thing. Here's the Rage Blade. Here it is. It's right here. I think it's Last Whisper. I've heard this item is giga good even on Freljord comps.
Consorte, hear my name and know my strength.
I must hurry if I am to win.
Yep. I mean, is anyone else playing Zeri? 3,600 health.
I won't be denied.
Okay. I mean, my board's sick. I have a 4,500 health training dummy. My frontline is just giga strong. And my Rek'Sai 3 has super good items. BIS. I couldn't beat this guy before. Oh, he has... How did he get these items from his position before? Like, what? Zeri the game would win you the game. Zeri 3? Yeah, I mean, anything 3-star would... 4 cost would win the game. I think the fact that Robo Arm helps a lot. Oh, I want this fight actually, I think. That is so much gold. Oh my god, Deathblade owned here. I won! Let's go! I didn't need Rage Blade. I played Wandering Trainer, 6 Rek'Sai Zeri carry. Tell me I'm not flexible. Tell me I'm not flexible. I got the flex comp. Flex into FF14 now. Alright, man. Don't go too fast, man. Slow down a little bit. Vorius 80, welcome back for 6 months. Oh, I'm 41. Anytime your LP is above 40, your MMR is not super fucked. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna play some ads. I need to get some water. I'll be right back. Do not miss me. I will be gone for like 3 minutes, okay? Alright, I'm here. Naraka has better odds of surviving the ER. Whoa, 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 whoa. Naraka is actually really popular in China, and ER is popular in Korea. So it's hard to say which one will live the longest. I think by default there's more Chinese people, but I don't know. Having alone. Oh. Okay. If I get 9 fucking Shurima, is it possible to actually play a Zir carry? Or am I still fucking just stupid? And that's never gonna happen.
The black mist won't hurt anyone. I promise.
So at least the Ari? No, you get so much life. Ari can't do that much damage. I think this one kind of sucks, by the way. I have... with whatever. Played 9 treatment for failure. Okay, man. You must have had a fucking crazy spats to pull that shit off. Holy moly.
Darkness gathers on the others from every depth.
Is the sun disc actually good? I wish the sun disc scaled based on how many Shurima units you played as well, but I guess that would make it almost unplayable. It was good. What about now? Did it get nerfed?
I'm going in.
I kind of hope this actually.
Try not to slow me down.
Dude, no, man, no. Why do I have no Piltover units? Pump it up. Ooh, no, that's not good. I don't have anything. Palladium. No, wait, I can maybe make Piltover here. How much is this?
Piltover's finest.
Roll it.
I'm going in.
This is very exciting.
Fuck, I meant to corner this. Oh, it's fine. I get 50 out here anyways. You know the best part about this? Whoa, wait, I can actually kill this unit? No way. You know the best part about this is I still get pumping up. I have Piltover with a combat log. Oh, Shurima's Legacy. See, I don't know if 900 magic damage sounds like a lot of fucking damage, you know? How much is a lot? Yeah, patches tomorrow, which means I probably don't want to play that much today. I heard they're buffing Garen to being fucking big and strong. Mid game is about 3K. Late game, it's about 5, 6. Really? It feels like that's crazy. No, I miss this built over game. Nothing's gonna be fun until later, man. Don't even worry about it. This guy has healing orb. No way. I killed no units. It's okay. Might be the first time I played Piltover in a long time where someone's not contesting Piltover or open 40, which means I might actually be able to 5 streak for like the very first time. Where's New Pengyo? Me trying to figure out what Pengu skin is she talking about. I'm a fucking dumbass.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Being Waka Flocka is gonna destroy Sonic Fox? Oh yeah. Who the fuck is Waka Flocka? No, I know who that guy is. Why am we talking about him in relation to Sonic Fox? How would you go coaching lessons? I don't coach good players. I already know since you're watching me, you're already a great player. You don't need the coaching, man. Save your lunch money. Hold on, oh. Streamer? I've been watching Scarra demote twice, thank you. Yeah, most streamers you demote 3 times. Hold up a sec. Waka Flocka, time to fatality the Fox. Waka Flocka versus Sonic Fox. Yipes and Tasty Steve are gonna cast this. This is gonna be bullying of like a fucking such a high degree. Like who okayed this? Like who is the person who was like, yeah, dude, let's put Waka Flocka against Sonic? Like really? Hello? Like no offense, but like hello? Man, that's what took spat. Oh, it's streamer contract. You gotta take the spat, man. This is actually the worst comp in the game to take spat in, by the way. If you're not me, I would recommend not doing it. Fuck it, if you are me, I'd still recommend not doing it. You can eventually, I think the best thing you can do with it is you can make it jug spat and pivot, or Slayer spat and pivot into having a 2-star Aatrox on your board. Which, if you have a 2-star Aatrox on your board, I don't think it really matters what else you have, realistically. Oh, cool. I was a little worried he was going to sack. Oh, I could sack my T-Hex to go Garen from this position, actually. I do have BIS Garen. That would be so funny. That would actually be the funniest pivot of all time here. Insights. That's really good for. Okay. Question. Does this comp usually run 4 Zon or does this run does it run Sedge? Like Freljord? It probably doesn't run Freljord, right? Because it can't fit it with Piltover. So you just run Last Whisper? Okay. I answered my own question. Oh, fucking beast.
Welcome to Zon.
Not bad, not bad, not bad. We sacked the stupid thing. God, they got fucking 1 hit. Okay. I think what happens is I'm gonna reforge one of these. And we'll see what happens from there. I sell the Ori next round. And we're good to go. We're good to go! This is gonna be the easiest game of my life. Actually, I'm literally pumping up right now. I'm gonna get Zon Emblem here. And it's gonna be easy. Hopefully it's not Piltover Emblem. Fuck. Oh, Lucky Gloves is so good here, actually. I fucked up. It's fine. I'll take this.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
I think you're living to Raptors. I'm living. Don't worry, man. I'm not living. I'm fucking dead. This I can't believe I got stuck with buried treasure. Fuck, I should have had Lucky Gloves. That's so bad. I would have had 2 TGs here. It would have been so good. Oh, I'm so sad. BD3 was not bad. Oh shit, I could have went Garen BD3. You're right. No, it's okay.
We are vengeance.
Sort of pivot. No, trust me. I got it, guys. Guys, I got it. Look me into the eyes and tell me I'm gonna lose this game. Rage Plate here. Last Whisper. Let's get Last Whisper here. Okay, I'll tell you step by step how I'm gonna win this game. We're gonna get the Fawn off Carousel here. We're gonna get Bow off Buried Treasure next round. I'm gonna reforge into another bow. It's gonna be that easy. Oh, but this Urgot looking kind of juicy though. Fuck, do I want Urgot or do I want? I need so many votes for this conference, right? All right, I don't know where the fawn went. That seems to be a Mort Dog problem. I don't know what happened. I need to cash out soon. I just don't know when soon is.
We are vengeance. I sound rude because I've got a world to save.
No, I'm good. I need to cash out now.
Shadows. The Massey, now and forever. From the shadows.
If I don't kill you, Saul will.
Piltover's finest. There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge.
Bro, where? What the fuck? Sure. Hit nothing. I hit nothing, man. Oh, I have 55 stacks. Wait, I'm owning. Like, kind of. Right? Three tiers. Okay. No problem. That's not that bad.
Dawn's future's about to get brighter.
Okay. Unkillable godlike Urgot.
Dawn's with me every fight. This time's no different.
This goes in next round for Piltover. Gunner. I never play this, right? Never play Freljord. Okay. Okay, I have a 55 stack T-Hex. This unit has to slap cheeks, right? Like this, like it's gotta be, gotta own. Brrr. That looks pretty good. This game is the worst game of all time. Like, actually, what the fuck? I have 4 tiers this game. 5 tiers. Like what? Jinx is worse than Sedge? Oh, Jinx might be better here. Do I need to sell? Probably just sell here, actually. No spat. Get a tier? I'm good. I probably have to play another Hodge here, right? Dude, how much healing does this unit have? 15, 15, 30... 50, fucking 25% more, and then like if it rolls healing, then it has even more. Like I just have giga healing. How do you use actually TXV to guarantee first 90? Like guarantee 90. Oh, I'm good to go. I fucking have virulent. Okay, I'm very good to go. Oh, I can take out Sedge. I guess it's Sedge next round. I don't actually play Sedge, right? I play Scion later. This guy got the luckiest TG grubs ever, man. Something like this. Oh, okay. It's RE1. The front line looks like shit. He has a lot of life, but he hasn't fully transitioned, so it looks good. Blow him away, TX. Brrr. Nice. Wow, I actually made it to. I made it to fucking level 8. Okay. It's looking okay. Extra 100 health on everyone with Bruiser next round would be sick. I think these are these close to like Senna's BIS, like pretty much, right? Double spear, fucking rage blade. So at least I had good use of the tiers this game. In the game I didn't get any fucking bows. Oh, here we go. Last Whisper? Okay, I literally fuck you, man. Stork Emblem.
The void has breached this place.
Oh shit. I can't take anything from Piltover. I could drop gunners, but it's like, how do I deal with this? Drop Vi, I lose health. I feel like that's feels bad though. Frontline? Oh, I don't think I can do that. I need deep burn in this weird situation. It's weird. It's weird. I need the burn, but I also need more frontline. I mean, I have a 60 stack T Hex. I'll stay at 10. Oh, if I put this in, then... Where's sell TX? No. I would not like to sell my win condition this game. By the way, this item is actually pretty good on Zeri. Nice. Self repair and golden. Golden Age is fine if you get it early. Self repair is fine if you have Garen 2 if you really need it. Or, sorry, Heimer 2. But the other options are just so good. Oh! Oh my god, wait. We won. Wait, we did it. Holy shit. I'm not playing this. Fuck this.
No, just that.
Victory awaits.
Damn, he shrouded my Hex? Dude, getting shrouded on your fucking T-Hex feels so bad. Okay, T-Hex, Urgot, Senna, Zeri. It's fucking great. Okay, it's really bad because like I need to need to get hit Zeris. Like at some point I need a Zeri this game, you know? People died. I guess, man. I'm like, my options are Morello's or like, but I don't have a good applicator. Spark, but like I don't have a great holder. It's like, I think it's definitely just this, man.
I am Zorn's reckoning.
Oh. I don't want to. Oh my god, 3 people died. I was not ready. I was not ready. I was not fucking ready. I was not ready at all. Where the fuck did they put that other item? No way I lost this. This is a 5th? Bro, who did I lose to? Oh, it's because I got fucking Zephyred, man. Oh, that's not good. I can't believe I went 5th with a T-Hex. The T-Hex is so bad, man. I don't know. I just needed Zeri too, I guess. That sucked. Like, I rolled so much, but I found one Zeri the whole game. I was the only other Zeri player as this guy in first place. Just found 0 Zeris. It's JLA 1 by 14 months. It really sucks. Yeah, longer than I thought. Oh, I thought I was gonna win out, but I just never hit Zeri. Pretty sure I win that game easily with Zeri too. My Twitch follow feed says OTV is logged onto XIV. Let me go look. How many of them are streaming it? Surely not all of them at the same time, right? Oh, no one's streaming. They're just playing. I think. Scarra Puddle, Dreaming Pool. Yep. We'll do this. Sid and Sean? Interesting.
That's Final Fantasy.
Oh my god!
You don't hear me say.
So this is the same thing as
No.
Final Fantasy with Mickey Mouse.
Is it
Yes.
not so confusing? It's so confusing. Final Fantasy is like Kingdom Hearts characters are Final Fantasy characters plus Mickey Mouse, right?
Yeah. Why do you only say Mickey Mouse? All the Disney characters.
Ooh, that's a
Sorry,
take.
Goofy
Ooh, that's a
too.
take. That's
Is
a take. Yep. Ooh, that's a. Ooh, okay. Ooh. Ooh, that is a take. She's not wrong, technically. It just sounds weird.
Is what I want to see.
Honestly, real talk, I don't know enough about the lore of Kingdom Hearts to really say too much about it. It's just whenever someone tells me about Kingdom Hearts lore, everyone just always says, "Don't fucking this, just don't." And I'm like, okay. Like, what does that mean? I heard like the story doesn't make any fucking sense, and like I've read fiction where this shit doesn't make sense before, you know? But people are adamant that this story is just fucking stupid. I watched Donkey's thing, I think, on the story, and it felt stupid.
Let's start.
Like, I felt stupid.
This is very exciting.
Now that is
Donkey's video is incredibly accurate. That is so bad. I don't know if this is a twofer or not, so I'm just gonna sell these. So on Scarra Puddle, you can always do a 20 gold opener. Is it the best thing to do? Sometimes. Donkey's video is ridiculously accurate. Yeah, I say when you play Kingdom Hearts, you don't really care too much about the stories, the lore. You're just like, oh, cool, Mickey Mouse. And then you like clap your hands together. Yay! Oh my god. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing?
Let us begin.
Prismatic.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Why did Milk not respond? When he said, "Won't your future girlfriend most likely come from Twitch?" and I said, "No, she's gonna be from the moon," and I said aliens, and he hasn't responded in 2 hours. That's quite insensitive of him.
Darkness gathers on the isles from every depth.
Oh, stars are born. Oh, he's wait, is there a 2-star Shadow Isle? There is not. So what is he hoping to get with the stars are born here? On the 2. Warwick. He's looking for Warwick to get challenged. Okay, interesting.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before.
Damn, this is almost one of those times where like I feel like I should level and not grief my econ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my god, he thought he could just not sell. Wait, I can't believe I hit the other guy who's sacking. Thank God. Long distance pals? Why did he even have 2 units, man? He's not gonna. He's at best gonna kill 1 unit with this. Oh, I guess he thought it wouldn't sell. Fair, fair. Dude, do I just sell this unit, man? Oh, what's he got? What's he got? He's got a unstable. I feel like it doesn't do anything, and I just might as well hit gold. Let me see it. Let me hit the double trouble guy. Yes! I lost by 1 and 2. Yes! Wait, I am getting the best losses of my life here. What do I want to lose? Oh, well, because I can 5 streak here. Wait, I am getting the best 5 streak of my life here. Both of their games are ruined. BIS Garen. I just got everything. I'm fucking chill. Also, I think there was a good argument to go for BF Sword here. Because you're going to get a lot more items, and the BT doesn't do anything for you this early. So if the chance of you getting another Zeke's, you probably should win BF here. But I've played so many games where I have not gotten BIS, I don't want to really greed it. I think greeding is a little bit hard. No way you made all this eco to play Garen? Huh? Bro, look at my items. Look at my board. Everything just screams Garen. Like, what else am I going to play? No way. We're going to 50-50. All right, bring it. Let's see. I have 50 gold already. I don't give a shit. Scuttle is so degenerate for open 40. I mean, you're given 20 gold opener every time on Scuttle, which is like ridiculous, right? I mean, Scuttle is just the most degen board possible. Let's not even pretend I'm gonna fucking do anything. Me and this guy. I hope I win, so that I will have grouped 3 people. But if I don't win, I'm still 50 gold. It's not too bad. Who won? Who won? I won? This guy's fucking lucker. Fucking lucky. Luckiest guy alive, man.
But Noxus will remain.
You in the portal? Yeah, but that's unlucky. That's unlucky, Esha. Unlucky. This guy's so fucking lucky, man. Does it coin flip? Yeah, it's a straight coin flip. Whoever goes onto the enemy's board gets owned.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
All according to
His lobby is stable. Oh, absolutely. I'm 77. Like, I'm still good. Dude, Esha dox yourself on stream. Yep. I mean, I've already been doxed, bro. I've been streaming for 12 years, man. It's happened multiple times. We just 3-1, and it's gonna be so great, Esha, when I just go Garen from here. I'm not even waiting for level up. I'm not playing that shit. Just ass. Why did my unit just lose half of its health? Oh, he got DFG'd. Wait, how did he get DFG'd from the left side? What? Yeah, this is the richest I've ever seen. I was 91 gold at 3-1. And I'm 65 HP. That's so good.
It
is okay.
It's the only place I've been.
How did I get the worst augments? Every time I get screwed because it's prismatic gold priz. And the priz never gives me what I want. I don't get it. Happens every fucking game. It's really annoying, actually. I really should have just waited for level up. If I took a level up here, don't I just win the game? This guy's level 750 gold. I would have been level 750 gold as well. Whatever. I would have been 110 gold with level up. You tell me I wouldn't have been the fastest 9 of your life? But I'm playing Garen, so it doesn't matter, I guess. True.
Noxus will rise.
Stay 7, roll a little bit for 4 Juggernauts, and then we'll go up. Long distance past social distancing. Killed 0 units, of course. Oh, if I just lost before, it would have been so easy. Oh, I wish I got transfusion actually. That would have been fucking sick. This Garen is so tempting. What's okay? I am pretty sure I am going 8 this game because this prismatic sucks, but it's fine. I had so many good prismatics and I landed on the... I need Juggernaut Heart and I didn't hit it, but I didn't have 2 Juggernaut in, so I guess that makes sense. That sucks though. It's like I have to roll for Juggernaut on fucking whatever. Oh, it's okay.
Is not of this time.
I must hurry if I am to win.
Shurima is where all paths converge. I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been. Shurima is never lost.
That's cool. This is not the biggest bait fucking unit ever, man. I'm selling that shit next round. These orcs, not with these items. I mean, Bad Swing 2, Lux 2, like, probably could have played some sort of variant of that, yeah.
Staunch with me every fight. This time's no different.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ione.
We'll see what happens. 4-4. Oh, I win this. Wait, this guy's board is complete ass. What? Dude, my streak into the end of the round has been so bad. Honestly, I don't mind playing Lux and Jarvan and no Shona. I think attack speed is less relevant when I have pumping up, and just in general, it's less relevant. Because I just want to play the best units, right? Pick this as well. I think I'm selling this. I guess there's a shot that the Demacia is okay, but then I cap at 7 for sure. Play 4 and 5. Because at 8, I can't play 4 and 5. I'm pretty sure the cap is always... that's probably fine. Oh, Hodge is an insane item. Oh, that's bad. Don't know.
The glory of Demacia will never fade.
Um. 4G Clone Disease. The thing is, I need to go 8 soon. I mean, Garen 3 or 8. 8 is kind of tempting.
If I don't kill you, son will.
Okay, we're staying 7 then.
Victory awaits.
I will rule the Remnant.
Demacia, now and forever.
Shurima is not of this time.
Do I want Jarvan at all? I think without Spat, Jarvan's not that great.
Defy nuts and taste your own blood.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie, part of me really wants to reforge this fucking item. I don't think the declaw is just completely useless. I'm trying to almost anything except for Chalice would be better. If I hit a Chalice, this game just hates me. Yeah, I feel like it's correct to just do this. That's not terrible. Shit. But it means I probably don't want it on the outside then. I just don't have the front line to play this. It's fine. It's just this. And I have Last Whisper here. Okay. And I place it on Senna when I go 8. Go for Last Whisper off Carousel. Oh, I got red buff. Okay. Oh, I mean, I think this item is fucking, or this character unit is bonkers, so probably better I just take this. I'll just Titans the Atrax, yeah.
Noxus will rise. I bring death.
Yeah, do I want to Titans Atrax though? I almost feel like at 1 star he's good, but not incredible. I don't think he's worth tightening if he's on the outside. Cool, this guy got Challenger Heart. Wow, what a luck lord. I mean, I feel like I need to just hold on to go. Okay, let's look at this guy got fucking Shimmer item, Challenger Heart, Crest. Crazy, fucking insane. This guy got Deathblade level up, Cybernetic Leech, RE2, Heimer 2. Yep, okay, that seems good. Medium and Shopping Cyberbulk, okay. guy got 6 Zon with Warmogs, Chem Tank, as well as Virulent and Shimmer. Okay, that seems broken. Double Trouble Talia? Yep, that's broken. I feel like everyone got like fucking the nuttiest augments. This is like a crazy lobby, honestly. Oh, my units. I've been watching since 2015. Thanks for almost a decade of entertainment. Well, no, thank you for watching. Oh, stacks comes up when he resets? Really? I definitely am thankful I didn't slam it. Double social distancing long distance pals. But he has no items for his other distant pal? Yeah, he's gonna get fucking farmed by the RE player. I just need to not die next round. Give me another Zeeks, please. Maybe another 2 Zeeks? Okay, that's not a Zeeks. Oh, you know what? That's okay. Surely I hit this game, and unlike the other games where I did not hit.
Demacia must lead by example.
It's just not, it's just, what the fuck? So unlucky with Garen today, like actually ridiculous. Like, what do I do, man? What do I do? Actually, I'm in a game where I get nothing. Back to back to back. This guy. Hit Velvet 2 right before he fought me, okay? Silent 2, Velvet 2. Could I just play like this guy? Oh, I got so unlucky. Like I don't get it, man. There's just some days where you just don't hit. I guess I just didn't hit. Yeah. Boham Hocam, what about 2 months? I'm gonna go play some ads. Ah, that sucks. Oh, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right. Maybe I can still play tomorrow when Gary gets up. I don't know. I had perfect items. Oh, all right. What am I doing? Guys, how far are they? I told them that I would join them when they hit level 50. How close are these guys to level 50?
Dancer as well. Rogue is a class that I always enjoy.
They're playing
Oh my
triple
God, I wanna
triad.
watch so many. Or I want to try so many.
Oh, she's playing. I like
Maybe I'll try so
her
many.
action
Yeah,
bar.
that makes me really happy
It's just
that I have the
4
opportunity to just switch it
glamour
up.
options.
Rogue becomes ninja and it rocks. Yeah, I've heard ninja is really cool. Yeah, that's true. I could probably find a good like UI tutorial for Final Fantasy.
She got the
Maybe
in-game
once I finish this
hotbar, man. All right, I'll play one more time. I'm upset about that game. I want to play Remnant actually, but like I feel like is Celine playing? I do want to play Remnant. Can you solo in Remnant? It looks really hard, like super duper hard. You can? It's easier solo. Is it really? Is that bad? Oh, I guess you just start lower difficulty and you ramp it up yourself. Right? Wait, I'm kind of down. I'm kind of fucking down to play Remnant. I'm not even kidding. The game is really fun when I played it. I just wanted to play more. I have to do game capture here, right? Yes. Why is it more difficult? Really? Okay, so should I start a new character then? How do I... How do I just swap classes? Wait, am I stuck with one character? Press E. Where's E? Oh, I see. That wasn't super obvious to me because this is like not an L is kind of weird. Sure, I am just gonna fucking randomize.
Not bad. I don't like the looks of this. I don't like the look. Not bad.
I don't like the looks of this. I don't know what. I could use that.
I don't know what all. I could use that.
I don't like the looks of this.
It's Roman numerals. I know what it is, but I'm just saying what it looks like. Oh, I should have played bald girl. I'm down. Fully bald?
Not bad. Oh, not bad. Not bad.
Sure.
Not bad at all.
So you're telling me it's okay to start on veteran? I won't get rolled? Okay, cool. Archetype. Wait, there's other classes, right? What the fuck is this class? I feel like I should try handler just because it's a dog. The doggo resi? Oh shit, okay. Alright, so I skipped the beginning. Okay, that equipped everything. What do I start with? An AR pistol? Wow, I have so much ammo. This, right? He has a dog buff? Oh, I mean, I don't really care if the dog is super helpful. Like, I'm not looking to get carried by my pet animal, you know? Like, Clifford can fucking just be there as a moral support, you know?
Clementine!
Oh. Hold up a sec. Let me go move this so you guys can see the dog HP.
Are you guys? This is all insane. Both the crystal and Ford. Better get moving if I'm gonna find Clementine.
There's a mural. There's a lever. Okay, so there's two headpieces.
Looks like it's missing a piece.
Got it. Okay. I'm looking for head. Got it. Is it here? Oh, that looks like a chest kind of. What's Q do? Oh, like guides your dog. Oh, I didn't get a mod on my weapon yet. Hold on. Wow, okay. Wait, I kind of am curious. What are the other classes in this game? Let's go down. Ooh, let's go down. Can I pet it? No? I can pet it. Ow. I see. Resident pledges ammo and multiplayer. Yeah. Yeah, this really does feel like Dark Souls plus guns. Ooh, my frames are kind of skipping a little bit. They stagger and I headshot them, but their headshot box is so small here. I'm on fire! Oh, I hear it. How's Remnant? Oh, I'm trying it for the first time by myself. I started with a group of friends, but like they're not here, so I'm like, okay, I'll just play a little bit to see how the solo feels. But it feels pretty good. Try secondary? What's the second? I don't have a secondary, right? It's not equipped. Oh, you mean this gun? Oh my god! It's not a pistol, it's fucking SMG. Okay, what is this? Okay, there's so many things I can. Okay. Wait, the secondary is awesome. Okay, door I cannot open yet. Got it. Okay. Is there a door here? There's not. Is there a door here? Oh, it looks like there is a door here. Oh, like an underground? Wait, how come the pistol feels better than my fucking main gun? Wait, the pistol feels so good. Some of the bosses are really tragic for solo play. I mean, I feel like that's... Wait. It's aggro to something in the ceiling! Oh my god. I got bullshit to me, man. How come my ammo is feeling a little meh? Can't jump over? Oh. Oh. Wait, the pistol feels so good. I thought I could jump. Oh, I can't. Okay.
It's over.
One day, the Forest King announced an enormous feast and invited every animal in the forest, and one of you will receive my boon invitation, but whoever displeases me will receive a bow, which means a noose. Okay, he would kill him. Okay, so all the animals came. Jumphawk puts his finest clothes, preening his feathers. The Han fluffed his gills, licked his eyes, and Nara shed a new skin. Every animal presented their very best. All except the Droper, whose coat filled with cave slime and sold the wild fungus. What are you doing? Having that green for the king? Your posture looks so unpleasant. Everyone's stiff and miserable. You should have bathed. The king noticed he was surely hanging. At least I am comfortable. The feast was served, though the king had not yet arrived. The animals' praises spread, even though they ate little for fear of appearing gluttonous. The Dropper, however, appreciating love, it turns, you feel like one half starved. You fool, the feast is for show. The king is surely watching that I may die, but I will not die empty. Afterwards, with a loud fanfare, the king arrived and took his place at the head of the table. The animals who rose. I'm reading more lore than I'm shooting characters. All except the Droper, who was so fully can't stand when the others stood in front of him, blocking his view. He scratched his belly, let loose a roaring belch. All the audience gasped in horror, but the crowd was so great that he cannot see who was fault. Who was that bell? The king told me you may live, but the animals were afraid of drawing attention to themselves, so no one moved. Jumphawk feared staying quiet even more, so even though he betrayed him, he raised one wing and pointed at the now sleeping Droper. It was him, your majesty. The Droper dishonored your otherwise divine feast. The Droper snored like a wood beetle. His fur was caked with drink and apple crumbs. The king said, "Wake and speak yourself." He startled awake. It was a good feast. I enjoyed it very much, though I may never eat again. Silence boomed throughout the feasting hall. Everyone watched the king. Terrified by his, without saying, the king's head flew back and roared in laughter. You will eat again, Droper. This and much for more than any other. You have enjoyed the feast I laid out before you. You shall receive my boon. Order the food be brought to Droper's cave every day. Keep him fed and fat for the rest of his life. But you betrayed your friend for a boon. You are more treacherous and selfish. Your neck shall receive a bow. Oh, he killed the hawk. That evening, the Jumhawk was hanged, though by the time of the execution, the king had forgotten the crime and so none was posted. Jumhawk died for nothing, but the Droper was still happy this day. Moral posture for no one. What the fuck? Guys, where is my ammo?
That looks important.
Oh, it's a headpiece. Like, seriously, my ammo does not exist. Ooh, what is this? Please don't drop the ammo down there. I have a claw? That's cool. What's in the study? What is this? I'm drinking divine water? It's a 60-second buff. I don't know what the buff gave me, but it buffed me. I'm like slowly health regenerating. Oh my god. Go, dog! Oh my god, just kind of makes it for me. This is an easy one. Dude, my dog is fucking tank. It's owned. Wait, man's best friend? Hell yeah! Do I throw something in there? Sorry, I assumed there would be something here. Pet the dog, you can. This is a way back up, but do I want to go back up? Oh, he's like weaker from behind. Okay. Something scrap, relic dust. Oh. He went past it. Oh, another book. That's deposition of Venus the Butcher. Accused of murdering Thales. I'm accused I murdered him. What did you admit your guilt? I did not. You made it. You murdered him. I did murder him, but I'm not guilty. Okay, I'm gonna skim really fast. I was waiting for him in the library when he gets up my face. I pulled my cleaver and knocked him back off. You want to be quiet? Exactly. You mean something about that? So you branched a weapon, you backed away, and you killed him. Is that accurate? Because you wouldn't tell me what to do? You believe you're not guilty. The Fae are free, aren't they? Freedom if I can't take up arms against someone in my face. Okay. Who made the law say the one true king in the council? True, the group devoted to overthrowing the one true king is clear you don't agree with the policies for my sake. If you choose to make yourself a slave, waiting for his trial, we found them, freedom or death. You don't believe there should be consequences because you're afraid of the one true king. I believe life is sacred to everyone is that. Oh, what the fuck, okay? You guys can keep track of the lore for me, okay? Oh! I didn't mean to shoot you. Sorry, man. I knew you were a good guy. Do emote. Hold G. Wait, how? Oh, you're like. I got a Jester Bell. Cool. I didn't know you could do emote. That's awesome, though. Okay, this is not where I put the face. Okay, there's another dead end. Oh, this room is really interesting. Go back. Oh, cool! You can juggle. That's sick. Hold on, let me clap. You own. Oh, he gave me a wand? A magic quill. Oh, cool. Who are the top 3 League of Legends players in beta season 1? How would you rank them chronologically? I have no fucking idea, dude. That was just fucking 10 years ago.
Real pretty. Yeah, I don't trust this place.
Sorry, too long. Not sure where to go? Okay, cool. Wait, so we skipped this part of the map. Interesting. Ah, I'm on fire! There's a door. A door I cannot open. Okay. Must be that's a shortcut I can come back for later. Council room usually means like this is like a boss in front of me, I guess. Let me go explore the sides. I'll go back to the middle. I think Peter's gonna come on in 30 minutes and we're gonna do some stuff. What else? The AI is pretty good. Like your dog AI is sick. He like goes and hits them. I really don't even have to press Q. Any other? What are you looking at, buddy? I don't like that my dog is looking in this direction. Oh, well, I guess false alarm. Wait, how come the hunter doesn't use stamina? Wait, what? My stamina is always full. Is that like its trait? Oh, you'll use stamina out of combat. Oh, that's smart. My dog. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. Ow. Doggo, hit this guy. Oh my god. My fucking life. Do you Q for the dog buff? How do you... So it's like this? What is this buff? Is it heal or what? Or like, oh, it's like a shield, right? I'm confused. Oh, damage reduction. Oh, that's cool.
That's full.
Was I just not here before? Be the support dog, I'll hear you. Oh. He's aggro gen. Oh, cool, cool. Wait, wasn't I just here? I was. Wait, this room is kind of sick. Alright. So I think I just use the boss. Okay, I need to get my heal back. And my cooldown's back. Consumables we use replenish, got it. And then I am going to use my gun and we're gonna walk up here. I don't super like this rifle. I think this is the boss room.
Greetings, petitioner, if that is what you are. Step to the podium.
Oh!
A foreigner. This promises to be a colossal waste of time.
Huh?
It lives in our kingdom, does it not? I at least am interested in what it might
Oh, this
have
game's
to
only for
say.
the dog? Yeah.
Hail, stranger. I am Savan.
Savan.
Speaker of the one true King's Council.
Okay. Say your name.
State your nature
And the business.
Your nature, yes. What are you exactly? You're not one of the... Well, what do they call themselves?
The Dran. I don't know what that is. I am a human from Earth.
Neither Fae nor Dran. How very curious.
Please.
Tell us more about this Earth.
Oh, Niall, you waste our time. The Fae have more imperative matters that require...
Oneril speaks true.
Honorable, so please petitioner.
Petitioner, briefly state...
Okay. I'm looking for my friend.
Your friend is here. Now? How distressing. Perhaps
I
we
feel
can
like
help you
I'm
find
gonna
them.
get my ass beat by these
Not,
guys.
or have you forgotten the rather large problem yet undealt with, starting with what lies beyond this very door?
I had not forgotten Oneril, but as we are at a standstill, I thought to turn our attention to something more refreshing
The
for the
stream's
time
how I
being.
kill me.
Sadly, our resources must be devoted to the troubles at hand, Niall.
Petitioner.
Petitioner, we will not help you at this...
What are these troubles you're having? Perhaps I can help you.
Foreigner. The Fae have far more important concerns.
Okay.
Hold a moment,
Perhaps
Oneril.
this stranger could be of use to
The
us.
Fae presently live in fear and uncertainty.
Okay.
One true king has been usurped by an
Oh,
impostor,
he got usurped.
aided by one
Okay.
of those seated before you, but we know not which.
Oh.
As an independent party,
It's Among Us.
You might find clarity.
Oh,
where we have
one of
failed.
these three is the
Will
bad
you help
dude.
us?
Hold. I do not accept. This is a foreigner, hardly more than a mute beast. The law does not allow...
Have you ever considered, Oneril?
That's our job to make the law.
Both arguments are heard
We
and
do not ask them
deemed
to make a judgment, only
irrelevant.
to aid in the investigation. Okay. Okay.
A great tragedy, stranger.
The Fae and the Council have served the one true king.
Have faithfully served the
Okay.
The imposter, Phelan or Phelan or whatever they call it.
Place the key into
Placed
Eternal
the
Slumber.
king in an...
The king was attacked in his own chambers.
Okay, he was attacked while
behind
sleeping
this very door.
and could not have
The
entered
imposter
without
could
someone.
But, of course...
None of us were here.
If you can find any evidence, tie...
It won't be enough, Savan. The
Yet, it will be...
Okay.
It means you're not Fae.
And your life is easily forfeit.
Please, Oneril.
Okay, so I will die probably if I choose the wrong one. Got it.
We do not.
Peace. Oh,
I will answer your question, stranger.
When the traitor among us trust
With
is
a
shattered,
traitor
anyone
among
produce
us,
evidence to
trust.
be sus
And
with the law.
rightly so.
And you
Okay.
do not wish to hold half the council's
One of them
power.
is gonna vet? Yeah, which one?
Any evidence you bring would be...
Precisely my point.
How you can trust me?
This-
I don't think you
Which
can.
is why, if
If evidence
and
produced,
when
we alone will
evidence
pronounce the
is
final judgment.
Only
Okay,
if
so I'm just giving him the
evidence has been
evidence.
Unreal. Only you assume that every.
Very well.
So by default, I assume this guy's the bad guy because he doesn't like
I
me.
trust no one.
But
I
it
trust
could
you
be
to
any
lead.
of them if it's written well.
We now know that the imposter approached each one of us at some point.
With stream promises of
whispering
freedom.
He only said...
Can you blame them, though?
Is that...
Oh, okay. Is that a guilt?
If you would allow me to finish. I was saying he called out important truths that we must take to heart, despite the poison that obviously accompanied them. We would do
Okay.
well to address the flaws raised by the
I don't know any of their names. I'm terrible with names. It is the dude, her, and the other person.
led to ruin.
Indeed, but our feelings on the outcome are irrelevant.
Okay, wait, hold on. I wish they were a little bit different looking so I could tell which one was which, except for based on their voices. Yeah.
Alas, we do not know.
You just give me the dialogue?
There's no blood,
I'm reading it.
no wound that we can see.
Not that we were able to investigate the scene fully.
At your request, Onariel. I cannot trust either of you backstabbers nor anyone you might call to serve us. Were those not your words?
They were indeed, and the sentiment holds.
Regardless, it is unknown even what could harm the king. Or to set that
So the
no
king is
mortal
invulnerable,
weapon can kill.
okay.
And many have tried.
The king has ruled over the Fae as long as anyone can recall. He has always been
Okay,
a
honorable.
guiding force.
Okay, guiding
Some
force?
believed he was too
Too much of a
of
guiding force.
More than some. Yet, look at us now. The king sleeps.
Sleeps in a world spun of chaos, okay. His life is more entwined in our world than anyone knew, okay.
Imagine what would have happened if he had been killed.
Why can't you wake the king?
Of course. How could we have been so blind? The genius of this.
I don't like this guy. He makes me want to hate him, but I don't think he's the one who did it.
Please, Onariel.
Yeah, please.
The question is academic curiosity. The simple answer, stranger, is magic of a kind more powerful than any here have yet seen. We suspect the imposter's conspiracy.
Okay,
went
hold on,
even
maybe I
deeper
gotta turn
than
down the
this
music.
council alone.
Because I can't pay attention while Stand By Me is being played.
Which of you is the conspirator here?
Tell me about what about the imposter?
They care nothing for the welfare of the Fae.
Nor those of us who serve the Fae.
Nor for the law. On this we all agree. The imposter's plan should never have
If
been
all three agreed and
continue to work with these traitors? No.
Okay.
We must know who betrayed us.
So we have to know who betrayed us. Got it. I should get going.
Good. Be gone.
All right. So what did we learn, guys? Let's pull the information. Time for detective moment. We know. Okay, hold on. I gotta go up to get a closer look. So the middle one is the dude, right? This is. Wait, I don't really. Can I open here? Okay, whatever. I have to find some sort of evidence. I found the book. The book talked about the one true king and someone murdering him, but I don't know if that was counted as anything. The bottom of the chair has a symbol that represents them. Okay, yeah, but that's not really. Okay, whatever. It's fine.
You return.
Does she have purpose here? Oh no. Oh, goodbye.
Good.
Sorry. Okay, let's press M. So we have explored a lot of the right side, and I have to explore the left side now, I think. Yeah, it's actually a detective game, like no fucking meme. Cannot open over here, okay. Wait, that was my, okay, no. I have to go back to the beginning. Spoilers allowed. If you spoil this for me, I will ban your ass. We're playing Among Us, man. Don't fucking ruin my time. I spent. Hold on. Wow. So okay, my bullets do nothing to armored targets. Okay, that's fine. Wait, my fists are better weapons than my guns. Okay, so I hit here. I go up. I don't think... Is this where I first started from? Oh! Oh, you can go up. Oh. I fucked up. I super fucked up. How do I... Maybe this is just... Maybe this is the right way to go, actually. Ow. Oh, I got fucking... Fucking poison, man. That's where I could jump down. I don't think I want to jump down. Another checkpoint here. Difficulty, I'm on veteran. Okay, I'm gonna check the checkpoints. I'm gonna click the check. I'm gonna click the fucking checkpoint. Upgrade if I want. Okay, and I have to wash my face with holy water. Is that a secret? No, that's a shadow. Okay. I've never explored down here. Down I go. I'm looking for evidence. Oh! Whoa, this looks cool. This looks like I'm gonna get hit with a boss fight. Oh, sorry. Good guy. How do I talk? Here we go.
How intriguing. It would seem this twisted world is not yet depleted of surprises. I greet you, then, and welcome you to the realm of the Fae.
Yeah, sorry for shooting you.
Or what so remains. I am Namue, artisan, seer,
Goddess of the Fae.
of the Fae, and counselor to the one true
Yeah,
king.
National Girlfriend Day, actually.
Or so I was. Still, it is my gift to see what cannot be seen, and to forge what cannot be forged. So then, strange one, what brings you thus before me?
Looking for someone named Clementine.
Like you,
I'm
you say?
Blue Goddess.
You are a unique taste, strange one. Unknown to me. But your form, perhaps. Yes, it is familiar. I may have seen this Clementine. I have seen her in a kingdom of great authority, filled with doors and possibilities.
Okay, so she's not in this world.
The kingdom is in disarray, strange one. The one true king has been deposed, but the manner of his deposition has wrought unforeseen consequences.
The main gist of the background for everyone is humans discovered a way to go through different worlds, but now root disease has infected Earth through these portals, and now it's post-apocalyptic. Oh, that's cool.
And a fraud. They must
and
be
the process of the throne.
if I am to fix what is broken, and
Okay.
I cannot ask this of you, but were you to accept this burden, to slay the deceiver, you would find them in the floors above, beyond an opulent door. And if I can provide you with wisdom or aid, Namue's.
In pieces of the world can be used to craft new items. Okay. Fairy needle regenerate mod. Oh, it's like a interesting. Okay. The ring that I cannot exceed prevents curse.
Steady on, strange one. The strange one returned. As do so
Some
many.
questions. Where can I find the
The
imposter
deceiver
king?
is eternally self-absorbed. They have seated themselves in palaces of conceit on gilded thrones of
Smash,
falsehoods.
exactly.
You cannot fail to find them.
Okay, so they're at the
ensure
top
that all
behind that. Okay, what happened in One True King? Rule the king with
this
an iron
kingdom
fist.
with an iron fist. Mollify
Okay.
those who did not offer praise and fealty,
sharing
who
the
did
royal
not
values
share
with
in
the
the
unworthy.
royal values.
Okay.
It was freedom for some at a cost to many. And eventually, there were none, not even I, could have foreseen the consequences of our actions.
Okay. So he was a tyrant, but he was more entwined than people thought. How did the
The
apostles close
one
this?
true king was not easily removed. Many,
Okay.
indeed, so many had failed. The imposter, however, fears only weakness. They turned the ear of the king's confidants. Convinced,
Okay.
swayed by their words, a plot was made to remove the king from
People suffer more
much
for it.
must be accomplished to remedy what was
Good, this
destroyed.
piece of the story you're not telling
It
me.
is amusing that you think I owe you anything at all, strange one.
I told you
I
all
have
the wisdom.
told
Okay, you know,
all
that's a
that I
fair
wish
and
to,
logical
just as
answer.
you have told me. Oh, a place of great beauty. Palaces of gold. You have not seen the like. One can see hints of it here and there. I will find a way to restore it. In
Anything I can do to
only a
help.
small part, strange one, and that if you would. Certainly.
Okay.
Our kingdom.
It's like, alright, just testing. There's like a little reverb too. Alright, so I found the Fae, like I guess a representative of the Fae down here. I found the other people, and there's some, but I haven't found any more clues. It's just people are just fucked. I need to go to the very beginning. Can I teleport there from here? Yes, I can. I got the little paint, the brush that allows me to open doors. Okay. Okay, so I'm here. I've unlocked 3. Yes. What happens next time you do that to God, they smite you? Well, then they'll just smite me. Farrak Karama. Thanks for the sub on the stream. Alright, so now we're in the main hall at the very beginning where I started. I could have sworn somewhere here there's a door I could paint. Somewhere. I think. Oh, I got half of the. I appreciate the effort to spell my. I'm so sorry. I fucked it up. I apologize. Okay. This goes down to the 2nd floor. No, it goes all the way down. Okay. I must have messed up somewhere here. I'm now in the checkpoint. Am I fucking stupid? Oh, right here. Wait. I'm fucking stupid. It's perfect? Oh, thank you, God. Alright, so I can go up and along here. Okay. And that's the place I've been. Okay, maybe it is up here. Okay, wait. Okay, I'm trying to analyze this stupid map. Oh, wait, hold up.
Alright, let's do this.
Hit the aggro dog. You're worth. Where did these guys even come from? Wait, my dog is burning on fire and getting swarmed by enemies. Oh, well, fuck it. Best friends. Ah, see, he's alive. Where? Oh, this was where it was. Wait, let me go back to see if I can grab any ammo while we're here. Okay, there's some scrap. Put your dog, bro. My dog's doing just fine. Okay. You need to be worried about me. I'm the important one. All right. So we have the brush to the door. To a room we have not been to yet. And this is where I wanted to go. So I'm assuming there's 6 total areas. I've seen 3. The dog is the main character, bro. I'm the main character. I guess this is 4? Travis. Where do we go? Where do we go? Uh-oh.
Something's not right about this place.
Oh, that was just a dog.
You will leave here in peace.
Is it like Victorian? Okay. Okay, I guess I go up.
Shit!
I don't like that my character sit down. Wait, my dog is owning.
It's over.
Wait, my dog is literally like 1v9 up there.
Watch out! They're here!
Oh, I can climb it. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, my dog skill is taunt. Okay, got it, got it, got it. K9 is a beast. That reminds me of the K9 NASA skin. You guys remember that? It used to be the worst skin in the game. But it was a skin code. I had like over 100 codes of that. I shit you not. This game, it's pretty sick. It's very good so far. I feel like I'm most impressed with the optimization. For a lot of games to come out on PC, they're like very shittily optimized. Something behind me, in front of me.
Okay, this is it.
Outside is it coming?
My dog is on fire! Oh wait, he actually stopped, dropped, and rolled.
All out.
I'm not gonna lie, my dog is actually stronger than I am. Like, I'm not even kidding. This dog owns. He's literally unkillable tank, and he also does damage. The devs that called the state of PC games shit with launches, they want it to be playable. Yeah, I think this is by far one of the best optimization games I've played on PC recently. I'm very impressed. Yeah, this.
Outsiders! Get him!
Where are people coming from? Hold on, let me get up. Let me get up. Let me get up. Dude, I hear screaming, nothing is around. And I had to just be like, what the fuck is going on? Then everything pops out of the woodworks.
Here they come.
No dog left behind. Shot has unlocked off triple triad. That's funny. That's literally me. Wait, Sean told me he was gonna hit level 50 soon. It sounds like he's gonna need a while. Okay, I finally found the end of the area. I'm assuming that's a boss, but I'm not very happy because I have literally 0 ammo. So I'm hoping that there's a stone somewhere, or else I'm literally gonna find. I'm gonna have to melee this guy to death, I guess. Oh, nice. I think it's hard for me to see chests because they don't glow till you're really close. That's one thing I would change in this game. The other thing being the way you shoot is really fucked up. Like, I would just like to have it be, they try to make it realistic where it shoots a little bit toward the angle that you're shooting over, but I've team shot my allies so many times that it's not very, I'm not very happy about it. There are people. See the map? Okay, but I don't really want to look at the map. Like, my eyes, a lot of the time, are mainly on the middle of the screen. And I would like to visually be able to see the chests. I think they're a little bit dark. Ow! Oh my god.
This looks bad. Wonder what happened here.
Dog on fire!
Damn it!
It goes with the real child. I know. Okay, you guys are trying to tell me like I don't know how it works. I know how it works. I'm telling you I don't like it. I will be in Discord. Oh, you're already here.
Yo.
Yo.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm getting my ass beat by a boss.
Oh, yeah. I've been there.
What the fuck, dude?
Lot of clocks.
How am I supposed to solo this shit?
Sky halted. The village clock is just like the story that I keep the fly with me. I barely make it home. I take it to start the clock again. Okay, I take it. I can start the clock again. Check the house clock, but look to the tower. You'll know what to do. I need to find the clock to start the time. Got it. Time. Ooh, a blue. Did you say it wasn't feeling well? Oh no. Oh.
Alright. What's
Yo.
good? How's it going?
Dude, the game is good. Like, I'm playing one and I'm like invested in the world.
Yeah. They actually improved upon the original game by so much. I'm like really impressed.
Yeah, the most impressive thing is it's like almost all optimized. I've had like no problem. You know, like every new game I stream, my PC's not cutting edge. So it's always just like, oh fuck. But like,
why don't you have a cutting edge PC, Scarra? You're a streamer. What the fuck are you doing, man?
Yeah, you know.
Like,
you know
do you
how
even
it is.
care, man? Like,
not really.
Bro, like, come get it together, man. I can't keep defending you, bro. I'm sorry. I just can't. I simply can't.
Where's the clock, guys? Dude, but this game is sick.
Yeah, this game's sick as fuck.
Like,
I'm having a lot of fun.
I'm in an area where have you been in the Fae domain?
The Fae domain? No, I actually haven't played too much, but of what I played, I've been enjoying a lot.
Like the world is just completely different. Like
that's
different.
Really. What the fuck was that?
Oh,
what is this noise?
Oh,
okay, sorry. No, sorry. Oh, okay. I just got randomly attacked by some dude that I couldn't see, so.
Oh, well, like
Fae domain?
In my world, it's literally like there's three. The king got like put to sleep, and the three advisors, one of them is sus. So you're trying to find.
You're not skipping lore?
No, but like it's part. You can't beat the area without it. So like you have to find which one is sus and find evidence against them. And then I'm like, okay, well this is you like. It's very interesting.
I see.
Where is? Okay.
Well, I'm kind of, dude. Fucking. I like this game, but there are puzzles in this game, and I'm a dumbass bitch.
Oh
so...
yeah, me too. I'm in the process of. I read a note that told me I had to look at the clock tower to restart the time. I don't know what that means. I'm looking at the clock.
I see, because I'm in the area where you have to open doors with orbs, and you kind of like orb juggle a bit.
Oh.
You know, like you like put an orb here, navigate around, and then like, because like if you take an orb from one place, it'll close it from another. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's that kind of shit. So it makes me want to die, because I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, man. I'm a dumbass. Didn't they know I was a dumbass? Like, why would they do this to me? They should know that I'm a dumbass. That's fine. I'm having fun.
The clock tower isn't in this dungeon. Oh, okay.
It's fucked up though. It's actually.
Sorry, I thought that was the clock tower.
I'm having fun, but it's fucked up.
Yeah. Oh, I thought the clock tower was in my zone. It's not in my zone.
It's so crazy that like everyone's playthrough will be different from one another, more or less.
Yeah.
What level is your character? Or what? Yeah.
Oh, I just started a new character. I think it's level 2.
Level 2. Oh shit. Okay.
But yeah, I was just trying to solo because I thought solo would be harder, but it's actually pretty straightforward.
Yeah, solo seems doable. I will say that the class that gives you a dog seems to be OP for soloing.
Yeah. Yes, I'm playing the dog class.
Is it great? Is it awesome?
Is
it everything you wanted and more?
The dog is like better than me. Like he.
I mean, just like in real life, right?
Yeah,
like dogs
literally
are the goat.
But I'm like, it's like I'm his best friend and he's not mine.
Yeah, he could like go on without you.
Yeah.
You're just kind of like whatever. I get it. I felt that. Wait, how the fuck do I get up there though? What the fuck? Oh wait, there's a. Fuck me, dude. How do I get there?
I want to try some of the new classes though, so I'm hoping I can unlock one.
Yeah, I heard there are a lot of classes in this game, like a lot.
11, yep.
I thought there were like 3.
Yeah.
So I'm like very impressed.
Oh, dude, everything about this game, the more I play, I'm like, oh wow, like they
really put some time and effort into this fucking game. Huh?
I thought this was like an indie studio, but it's like literally closer to AAA than that.
Yeah, for sure. Like, cause like when I played Remnant 1, I was like, yeah, no, this is fun. I like this. This is a fun game.
Yeah, but Celine was crazy for liking it.
Yeah, like Celine was crazy for it, but like if I don't know, man, I feel like I could be just as happy with this game as Celine was with the first game. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So Celine must be like out of this world happy about this game's success.
Oh yeah, she was playing it without us. Did you see that? She cheated on us.
Yeah, I saw that she cheated on us, and you know, honestly, I blocked her, I unfollowed her on everything, cause like that kind of betrayal cannot be forgiven. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. I should do that. I haven't done that yet. I'll do that.
Yeah, I think drastic action like that should be like instantaneous to really show them, teach them a lesson. So yeah, now Selena's dead to us. But I think more people will side with Celine than with us, Scarra, so we have to prepare for that eventuality.
Oh god. Yeah,
are you okay with that?
People like Celine too much, man.
Yeah, I don't know. What's so cool about her, other than everything that's cool about her?
Outside of everything that she does.
Yeah, like outside of all the great things she does and is as a person, like what is so likable about her, honestly?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Sorry, I mean, this world has not only like Fae and like otherworldly things, it also has a Victorian alleyway.
Victorian alleyway? Wait, what the fuck? Dude, I'm lost. I'm lost in my own sauce. There's so much sauce everywhere and I'm lost in it. How the fuck do I get down there? Okay, so I need to get behind. Oh, that's not somewhere I could drop. Okay, I died. Alright, just a second.
Alright, I was gonna finish my world and come to you. I don't know when I finish my world.
No, take your time. I'm crying myself to sleep.
No.
That's where I'm at right now. Wait, so how the fuck? Bitch! I'm mad. I'm just disappointed.
So go up here?
Holy hell!
then you go up here. Okay, okay, different way, different way. I got it. Wait, I've been here.
Oh wait,
before.
I don't. Okay, fuck me. I need to find an orb and get behind the boss stage somehow. I don't know how to get behind the boss stage. I hate this game. Never mind, Scarra. This game fucking sucks ass. This game is dicks.
Oh,
just a bunch of dicks.
I see the clock. Oh, sorry, I've been looking for a clock the whole time. Wait, have I not explored this area?
This game is dicks.
I don't have any long range ammo.
Scarra, what's your favorite New Jeans song from the new album? And you can't say Super Shy.
I've not even seen the album. I have to say Super Shy.
Bro, why are you so fucking fake, man?
Dude, I'm not fake. I never said I was a New Jeans fan.
I'm starting to think that you hate Korean.
In fact, I think they're worse than G Idol.
Whoa, okay. Alright, guys. Let's put down the gun, okay? You don't mean that.
I mean...
You don't mean that. Fine, sing fucking, what's it called? Green card. Or, sorry, Queen card for me.
Oh my god, I'll do the dance.
Yeah?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna feel
do the dance.
No, I
want to see you do the hip. I want to see you do the hip thrust.
I cannot do it.
Is your boob and booty hot, Scarra? Is your boob and booty hot?
Not hot enough. How do I get up here? Dog, how do I get up here? Clifford, show me the way. Is it this way?
Your dog's name is Clifford?
Fuck. Oh, it's this way. I don't. It's just called Dog, but I feel like that's lame. I wish we could name the dog.
Oh, Jesus fucking. I took an elevator and I was just like AFK and I looked behind me and the enemy was just like literally standing there waiting for me.
Oh.
What the fuck was that? I'm a green card. I'm a green card. I'm a green card. I'm a green card. Take my photo. My boob and boot is hot.
Oh, I got the.
Alright, Scarra, you need to twerk on the runway since you're a G Idol fan. If you're a true G Idol fan.
I don't know if I'm a true G Idol fan.
No, bro, you have to. Come on.
Wait, I just made a statement about their group. Look, I'm just saying, would Anita agree with me or not?
Would Anita agree with you?
Yeah. She's a real K-pop person, right?
Well, she likes both. I don't know who she likes more.
Oh.
But she really likes Queen Card. Like
Yeah, that song is so good.
Like, she learned the choreo for that. But she also learned the choreo for Super Shy as well, so.
The choreo for Super Shy seems pretty simple. Like, straightforward, at least.
Actually, I think the footwork can be a little.
Oh, I've only mean for the part where.
Oh, for the arm movements.
Yes.
I said maybe it's not too bad, but I would love to see you demonstrate and prove to us all that how easy it is.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Whoa, come on, man.
I don't have the confidence of Anita. Okay.
Give the people what they want. They want Scarra dancing to Queen Card, okay?
Then I probably don't even know what that is. My chat doesn't watch K-pop.
Your chat knows what K-pop is.
No, my chat does not watch K-pop.
Don't. Yes, they do.
No, they literally don't know anything about K-pop.
Scarra's chat right now. Type your favorite K-pop song.
But they're not gonna type anything. They're gonna say shit like I don't.
Look, well, just give it 3 seconds. Feel Special by Twice.
That's not even a real song.
That is.
That's not even a real group either.
I can't defend you anymore, man. I can't. Mina is my queen. Okay.
Oh
How
my
dare you?
God, wedding.
How
Oh,
fucking dare
wedding
you.
dress. That one's a good one, honestly. See, they
Wedding
have
dress-
taste.
Okay, well, no one has said that Wedding Dress by Taeyong isn't a good song. That song's good as fuck.
Someone said same Mina as my wife. Uh-oh.
Whoa, excuse me. I don't think polygamy is allowed in Korea, so I'm gonna have to ask you to back the fuck off.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Nina has kids before you anyway.
Whoa! I mean, that's true because, you know, we're just men in a woman's world. Imagine being a man in 2023.
Right now, I want to be a dog. This fucking dog owns.
Okay, well. Thought you were scaly, but it turns out you're more of a furry?
Dude, no lie, I was looking at, whatchamacallit.
I'm very concerned about what you're about to okay. Yeah.
Okay, because Jody and John said it'd be funny to go to a fur con. And I'm like, oh, I wonder how much a suit costs. Turns out the suits they remind me of VTuber because the early suits used to be like 1 to 2,000, and now they're at like 7 to 8.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, I'm sure you could still get like a $1,000 to $2,000 fursuit. It wouldn't be as good as
Yeah, but and then I saw someone with a snail suit, which I thought was cool, like a snail fur suit. That was interesting.
You thought that snail fursuit was cool?
Okay, I don't like that. No,
Yeah, buddy. Is that like you're down to clown with these days, brother? Listen, man, I'm not here to judge your interests, but I am going to start judging your interests. I just want to know how a furry convention smells, like how badly.
I don't want to know that.
Like, I'm curious, because like, I think TwitchCon is the worst smelling convention I've been to by far. You know?
Wait, really?
Yeah, I think it definitely smells worse than Anime Expo. IMO.
No, that's not my viewers. They all. No.
Okay, but Scarra, like, not every community is nearly as well kept and clean and moisturized as your community,
That's
obviously.
What I'm
so
saying. Also, when the dog
just
catches on fire, he rolls it off. This is the game of the year.
A dog can catch on fire,
and he stops, drops, and rolls.
Jesus Christ.
Also, someone in my chat said Evo was really bad. And
Evo. Oh, yeah, I believe it.
I don't want to say anything, but I can believe that too.
I bet they keep their fucking, what are they called? The fight sticks real nice and clean though.
Yeah.
Gotta maintain what's important. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna be fucking honest. I genuinely don't know where the fuck. Bro, what? How do I get down there? Okay, never mind. I bet Evo smelled like shit. I'm not gonna lie. That tracks for me, like in my brain. No, there's no fucking hole here. How do I get down there? God shitting damn it.
This is looking good.
Furrycons smell better than gaming conventions, that's a fact. It's just like, I just assume it would smell bad because you guys are like in a fucking fursuit all day and you're like, there's no way that like you're not sweating in those fucking things, right? Like, right?
Dude, all I know is these, like, it's so funny how I know, or I've read and I've seen a lot of artists who are just like, yeah, furry commissions are the best. They pay like by far the best. And
like furry commissions, like furry porn commissions?
I think yes, and just normal. They're like the best clients to have. It's like, it's like artists are just like, I don't know if I would draw that, and then they're like, well, what about this? And they're like, oh.
Well, you've heard the joke, right? Like, the clientele for furry conventions should take separate planes because if any of those planes go down, we have like a massive brain drain in America.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I heard they prioritize. They're mainly STEM, and I'm like, that is the most interesting stat I've heard.
Yeah, like I heard that if like a plane full of furries were to like die in a plane crash, like we would lose some of the brightest minds in America.
I can believe it.
Yeah. So
how am I joining? It's fun.
How much was your first suit, Scarra?
I'm just saying, I don't got anything to burn right now.
What?
I just don't got to burn.
You still got the burn?
I don't have AK to burn.
I am only parsing some of your sentence. I'm sorry.
I do not have $8,000 to use on a fursuit right now. I have already spent my money recently on another thing, which I told you about.
Oh. You know, I also have a personal project I'm starting up soon, which will also cost money, but also gain me 0 money.
Oh, yeah, mine is not going to gain me any money, but will have cost me a lot.
Oh, also, it can involve you too, as well. My thing.
Oh.
I just need your permission to use your likeness.
Yeah, no, you have it.
Yeah? Okay, dope. Okay, genuinely, how the fuck? Where the fuck? How the fuck? Who the fuck do I fuck?
Dude, I'm looking for the end of my world, and it's so long. But, like, it's not a repeating area. It just keeps going. Like, I don't feel like the zones are overextended. They're just a lot of content. They just... Oh, yes! A new amulet. First actually make that much money? Yes. Like, yeah, yes. It's not, like, it's not a meme, like, they are rich. A lot of them are. Not like everyone, but I am at 10% life, but I feel like I can still beat the area.
What was that?
I'm at 10% life, but I feel like I can still beat the area.
Do it.
Because my dog can tank, and he can. You know the dog can resurrect as well.
What?
Yeah, if you die, your dog can, like, I don't know, beg for you to come back. And I don't want to leave my dog alone. Toast keeps doing this thing where he's like, ruh-roh, and I keep thinking of fucking Toast, man. He keeps doing it.
He's a big Scooby-Doo fan.
Yeah.
How the fuck? I'm like literally, I'm watching a guide on how to do this, kind of stuck.
Really?
Yeah, because like I just don't know how to fucking.
Guys, can I leave the dungeon? Like upgrade my guns and come back? Cause like I feel a little bit bad. Yes? Yeah, I feel like I need to upgrade myself a little bit. Celebrate National Girlfriend Day by breaking up. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Guys, okay, wait, hold on. What should I buy?
Be safe out there.
Where's Brabus? This guy?
Ooh, I wonder if I can make a decent trap. What you need, Wanderer? What you looking for?
What is this? If you want the Guardian, it's a Wrangler. Wait, what? Oh, the Guardian's the Wrangler. Interesting. Like this gun? Is this sick?
I'm good for big.
Like, what's a fun gun? I'm gonna probably keep the pistol. I think the pistol is sick. I just want to upgrade it, but.
Not sure what this is. Maybe Wallace would know.
Wait, I can unlock the Gunslinger class? Say less. Wait, how do where I take it to Wallace? Where the fuck is Wallace? Oh, this guy. Wait, I found out where to buy a class.
Oh, really?
I think I wasted all of my money doing it, but yeah.
Nice.
It's a rusty, like, you buy it from the guy you buy weapons from. You get the Gunslinger class. Wait, is that the Gunslinger? Wait, did I get scammed?
Traveler. This, after the route came 100... Rooted, I mean, you knew that. Am I?
Oh, I did not mean to do this.
I know. Sorry.
And then I need 1,000 for Sniper War Medal? Oh my god.
Until next time.
I got scammed. I scammed myself, man.
You know, it do be like that sometimes.
Okay, it's fine. It's weird, the handgun from this class feels so good. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like my favorite. It's like a submachine handgun. Like a small
Oh, yeah, I
SMG.
found a submachine handgun too. It's so strong.
It's so nice. Oh, I don't have any ability to upgrade my gun because I used all of my scrap.
Well, then now, all right. Move along, traveler. I'm a busy woman.
You know what? At least I got a mod. Not the rate to reroll. How do I do that? Wait, what the heck? When you teleport back, it even tells you the last place you were, so you don't have to look for it. Wait, that's so nice.
It's a nice feature.
Everything about this game is just
Well thought out game.
Yeah.
For sure. From the gameplay to just like quality of life shit.
Come back! Please, stop them! No one else will enter!
This is not what I expected this to be. I finished this game today. I've never seen this place. Oh, that's yeah. It's always different. That's what makes it cool.
Oh, God, behind us, thank you. Oh, they would have burned me alive. Oh, I don't rightly know. Oh, I only told them what I saw. They see it too. I know they do.
What did you see?
Creatures. I see them everywhere. Not much bigger than the
Dreams
dream.
and
The others.
feed on strangers?
Yeah, they'll fight them off, maybe avoid them while a drain dies at their feet, but then... When I tell them, huh? Well, I won't stop talking about... Oh, have you? Blessed be, that explains why you ain't trying to kill me. Oh, it's a bloody curse, I tell you. Sometimes I wish I could
You
forget
read the
everything
message you
like
feel?
that.
Oh.
Pretend this is all fine. Tell others. I knew one, but I ain't seen her in weeks. After what happened today, I suspect I know what happens to any of us who... Well, and watch yourself.
Reduces encumbrance? Is that bad? That seems bad. I guess it's a thing, right?
Wait, I think Sykkuno's in my game.
What?
Or like he joined my party.
Oh.
Oh, it ain't safe here, stranger. I best keep moving.
Wait, why does this character look so fucking crazy already?
Wait, Sykkuno's like, he's so far ahead of everyone. Like, he is not a normal character. Oh, apparently I found a random event that just gave me like a bunch of stuff.
Nice. I swear to God, I feel like Sykkuno somehow has like more time in his day than anyone else.
I think he's very specific about when he streams, and when he's not streaming, he's just playing more games.
Always gaming, yeah.
Yeah, he's like a gaming.
That dude's a gamer.
Yup.
That man's a gamer, Your Honor.
Join Peter later. Yeah, I want to finish my one dungeon to join Peter, but like, the one dungeon part is getting a little difficult. Like, am I done? Have I seen everything that needs to be seen? Oh, I need to keep going here, right? Somewhere? The thing is, I have to go backwards through all this garbage, man. Here's a side dungeon? Wait, really? Wait, I thought there was more here. I thought this wasn't a side dungeon. Okay, I will go back. Okay.
What the fuck? His weapon looks so
Encamped are
crazy.
strange.
Holy shit.
Did we take the Wallace? Okay. Why just leave the dungeon? Oh, it's like a separate dungeon. Oh, and then like I'm at the beginning of the circle and I go the other way. So I got sidetracked. Got it. I remember where I was before. Got it. Okay. And now I have to go. Here. Here-ish. Or here. It's here. It's just here. Okay. I see. Okay.
Take him out.
Dog actually hurt me. It's this way, it's this way. Fight each other? Let me know this action, man.
Whew. Glad that's over.
There's a checkpoint here. Okay, okay. Let me explore. Where does this go? So if Monty has a full auto gun, yeah, that's fine. So I think the boss is behind me. Something for later, something for later. I go to the very top of the tower and I try to make time work again, I think. Okay, so we go up. This way. Let's hope I can make time work again. Oh, I almost rolled off. I almost rolled off. Oh yeah, my dog just souls him, no problem. Fuck it. Why do I even fucking play the game? Just be a dog, man. No way I fell off on accident. Okay, the more. Welcome back for 46 months. Thanks for something. I am fucking stupid. Okay, I go up. Go up again. I think this is where I'm supposed to go, because something about restarting the clock tower.
This is looking good.
No, it is looking. No way, I fell again. Okay, hold on. There's gotta be a way up. You missed it. And I had to reset the clock. Nope. I refuse to believe I've done anything wrong. I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna reset the clock tower perfectly. He likes press L. Oh.
Right. Come and
Fewer weeks, I'm home. Those do tell them. Did I ever tell you how your great grandfather Landmark saved the town? Your namesake Hugh Dawson built the tower here for ever since. The one word to reach the villagers, a pack of bandits to attack at nightfall, left the tower to build defenses. You know there wasn't enough time, but something strange happened. The clock stopped with no one to wind it, and then it was as if time stopped itself. Villagers had all the time they need to defend it. Interesting. Okay. So time travel and just stuff stopped. Peter, I'm still in the same dungeon. Like, I'm still trying to get to the boss. I don't have the item. Oh, can't wait. Most militia aren't doing anything. Hope you're right. Leaving these later case on plan. Okay.
I have no idea how to find my primary objective.
I think it's not on your map.
No.
Oh. Oh.
Or do I just need to keep walking around until it shows up on my map?
I don't know.
Because I'm in like a giant barren wasteland. Yeah. I guess I'll just.
Who's the
keep
best among
walking
Chaucer, GG
around
Reginald?
until
Bro,
shit starts
no
making
fucking
sense.
idea. Okay, I've got to the clock tower.
Nice.
Random GG was the best player at the very beginning by a fucking mile. But this is before season 1. Nice, at least I have the short cut. Wait, my dog! Yeah, at least I unlocked it. Then it should be a lot easier to get up here later. Auctions, a special time, one-time buff. Okay. All right, I think I'm finally at the last thing.
I just got my ass beat.
Wait, so do I get the boss? Do I just invite you?
I don't know. I'm with Sykkuno right now, so I'm not sure.
kill the outsider.
Should I just join your session?
Well, probably when I get to the boss, it's like it's just free loot, right? And you can see the boss. So I guess yeah, but I don't need it yet. Ow! What the fuck? Legend is Star Research Legend. After we talked about you, what switch tossed a bit late for weeks just destroyed it. I think we played once during that situation.
All right.
But I don't remember what happened. But I will say Reginald was always very like hit or miss during that time. You'll have times that he was.
Can I just join on you?
Oh wait, I'm not there yet. But you can if you want. I don't even know if I'm close to the boss though. I assume I have been around so much of the fucking game.
I don't see you online though. Oh, Sykkuno's joining us as well.
Okay.
This isn't looking good.
Dude, I got owned by this elites, man.
It doesn't say you're playing Remnant right now.
What?
On your profile, it just says you're online.
You can see me though, right?
I can see you. Like if I search your name, it just says Scarra online on my Steam friends
Wait,
list.
that's really weird. How do I fix that?
I don't know. Is your... I don't know. What's your,
Maybe my game is set to offline? How do I
Yeah,
change that? My game session is friends only.
Maybe it's a Steam thing then? Like maybe unprivate your... Or I don't know.
Oh, I'm showing offline, but you see me.
Yeah, you're not offline on Steam. It says you're online, but...
I am unsure. Is the Steam profile thing? Wait, what? Hold up. I'm officially now at the same level as my other character,
Oh shit. That was fast.
which is level 3.
Oh.
Damn it.
I feel like 3 is not very high.
Attack the intruders!
Oh, probably not.
Fuck. No way that hit me, man. Dude, okay, hold on. I will try to fix it as soon as I'm done with the area. Where is this? Oh, I see it. Oh my fucking god, I see it. Steam profile. Okay, hold on, hold on. Wait. Do I see it? Yes, I think this is the right way. Ethereal orb. What is these? Alright, so I go to Steam and what do I do? Wait, what if I just... Oh. I go to Steam and I... Oh, can I just invite you?
Try, yeah.
I cannot. Oh, wait, I can't.
Okay, now it says you're playing Remnant 2. Alright.
Okay.
Oh.
And then, okay, I'm using the checkpoint. And then I'm assuming, is Sykkuno playing?
Yeah, I think Sykkuno will be joining us as well.
Okay.
Oh, your dog is so fucking cute. Can I pet him? Oh
Yeah,
my
you
god,
can.
this is the best game ever.
Yes,
Also, where the fuck are we? Why are we in this hellscape?
Yeah, I don't really know. We're in a burning London. Okay, I'm gonna wait. I'll look out ahead while I'm waiting for Sykkuno.
Get them!
Give me 1 second. Are you able to send? Wait, can you not send Sykkuno the invite through Steam?
Oh, I can't. Hold on. Wait, is he over leveled?
I don't think so. Like, I think he's strong, but I wouldn't say he's like one-shotting everything necessarily.
Oh, he is giga leveled, I'm pretty sure. The world should scale? Interesting.
There we go. We got our boy.
Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go back. We gotta go res him. The world should scale to the host. Wait, what?
Oh.
That's me. I'm the host.
That should mean no problem.
Yeah, that means this guy is what? Oh, he's only level 3. Wait, I thought he was higher level.
Okay.
But I thought you were higher
I'm
level.
not sure if I feel a little attacked here.
Oh, these things come alive?
Wait, what did you do to my world?
I'm on fire. Wait, what did I do to your world?
They didn't come alive last time.
Oh, fuck it. That was so scary.
Come alive, I think. Hey. You got 2 medics in here. I'm a support class, so I'm
Same.
I can heal.
Is he higher level in your inventory? Wait, what?
How do you unlock more class abilities? Is it just leveling up?
Yeah, just leveling up.
Got it.
There's a trait that gives you bonus XP, and it's actually pretty easy to respec in the game.
Get the outsider!
Oh. Also, I should probably mention I'm role-playing as Zoro from One Piece, so I only use melee weapons.
Wait, I was gonna do that.
Wait, really?
Wait, oh my god, you have...
Look at this move. My special move.
What?
Holy sh...
Yeah.
Oh, you're so cool.
It's my tornado. Look at what it does to these. Look at that. Took out like 5 enemies at once there.
Yeah, all I have is a flail.
Oh, that's the starter medic weapon.
Yeah, I'm like Brigitte from Overwatch.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's an enemy coming. Oh my god, who is this guy? Wow, I do not do a lot of damage. What's happening?
Wait, you do a lot? You like half health these guys.
Yeah, that took me like 3 attacks. That's more than usual.
I'm kind of exploring back here, but I don't think there is anything.
How many worlds have you completed?
None. Oh, one. None, right?
I don't think we completed a... What does completing a world mean? I don't think we've done
I think
it yet.
one. I think one.
Yeah, that sounds like maybe. Big guy. Oh my god, he's dead.
Oh.
Peter, we might need some help up here.
Where's my dog? Where's my dog? Where's my dog? Where's my dog?
Scarra, just climb off. Climb
No, my
off.
dog
Peter
is
will
resing
save
me.
you.
My dog is resing me.
Why is this guy so tanky?
My dog's tanking? Don't let him take production.
Oh, what the fuck?
The dog's dying!
Oh my god, he killed the dog.
elite mob here who's whooping my ass.
Ow. Yeah, there's also elite
Wait,
mob
just
here
one shot. It
whooping
just.
my ass.
Scarra, help! Send the dog to res me. Send the dog.
What the fuck is fucking Zoro over here? Got one shot, man.
Why was that guy so strong? Why?
I'm running
That's
over to
not
Peter.
normal. I swear that's not normal. Healing?
Jesus Christ, what the fuck, man?
Where to go? I'm just running.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of wandering in this game. The only thing I know for sure is if you see the yellow exclamation point, that's where you're supposed to go.
Yeah. I'm trying to find who did it.
Yo, your dog is burning a lot,
Yeah,
man.
no, he rolled.
Yeah, he's immune to fire. He's
Alright,
got
bro.
it.
I'm gonna just say, like, yeah, it's not looking good on you as an owner.
Well, that's no. Dude, PETA's not even a real organization. What are you gonna do about it?
Alright, that's true.
Oh my god, wait, what? There's an ally here. Oh, it's your dog. It's burning alive.
Yeah, don't worry. It rolls.
It's dead!
No, it
Oh no,
rolls.
it's just rolling. Yeah, it's just rolling.
Yo, help me out.
Yeah, got it.
Mr. Zoro.
Oh my god, help! Help! I'm on fire, man. Oh my god. I might die again. I died. Help! Help!
What?
Guys, we did not just wipe, right? Peter, it's up
We got
to
a
you.
big boy here. We got a big boy.
There's no way we
Wait,
died
you
to trash
died?
mobs. I'm dead. There's no way we wiped the
Wait, why
trash
does it say I'm
mobs,
dead?
right?
I was not dead though.
Wait, did we all?
Wait, I was still alive,
Did
and then
we-
I just got the "You are dead" screen.
Well,
we
I
died
guess.
to trash mobs.
Dude, my guns feel like they do no damage. You guys join my world, and then literally, I'm like fucking shooting peanuts.
I don't know, Scar. It sounds like a you problem. It's kind of a skill issue, you know.
Yeah, you guys literally made my world so hard.
It's only
I
level
can't
3.
see these guys when they're standing in a fucking bonfire.
It's only level 3, Scar. We're fine. We're fine.
Yeah, we're fine. Totally.
What difficulty is this? Nightmare? Like
This is
what is
veteran,
No,
this?
this is
I think.
veteran.
Oh, why does it feel like nightmare?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you guys buffed my world to fucking infinity, man.
Scar, this game is supposed to be about friendship and
Yeah, we
teamwork.
just gotta work together. We gotta work
Yeah.
together, guys.
Okay. Is got upgrade? No. Alright, I need to use 38 bullets to kill one mob.
That is a lot
Ow,
of bullets.
ow, ow.
Shielding. We just used all our heals, but that's okay. There's the gens. Oh no, noise.
Does that noise
the
mean
noise.
like a mob is spawning?
Yeah,
or
that
something?
noise. Yeah, usually means a wave is like a swarm. Oh, there they are. These flaming dudes are so strong. It's crazy.
Yeah, you can't really melee them. They start putting on fire.
Yeah, they're Oh my god, I'm on fire.
Wait, why am I on fire?
Oh, I threw a grenade there and it lays there for a while.
Wow, thank you for the heads up on that one.
Yeah, who's that guy with the staff? Like a boss?
Yeah, that's the guy that I fought earlier. He's annoying.
Get him!
My dog is in the tank.
There. Everyone gang up, beat him down. Hey, nice, we did it.
Oh yeah, I haven't upgraded my weapons yet, like once.
Oh really?
Oh,
I felt upgraded
wow.
a lot.
That's why I'm like,
Oh,
Help!
Hurry
Oh god! Oh, my back! My back!
Oh.
Run! Run for your lives! I'm healing. Oh, thanks. Okay, I'll give shield.
Got you, brother.
He's almost dead. He's almost dead.
Let me reload.
Oh my god, Seiko, thanks for the raid. Welcome to the stream. Scarra is our national girl. I appreciate that. Say I'll be your girl.
Hey, that went way better than that.
All of you guys.
Who the heck is this guy?
But the burn is hurt so much.
I'm throwing a healing field down. Screw this.
Okay, welcome to the stream, guys. I'm playing Remnant with Sykkuno and Peter. Remnant 2 just came out, multiplayer
yeah,
game.
I maxed out my cooldown reduction trait. So.
Oh,
it's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good thing there. So, what you guys doing for National Day?
I grabbed dinner with Anita and I bought her a bunch of skincare stuff.
Oh.
Scarra, how about
well,
you?
I grabbed Remnant with Peter, who grabbed dinner with Anita, who bought her a lot of skincare stuff.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm telling you to get it. I think it's really good.
Yeah,
to get friends.
just us, the boys.
Not saying you don't,
just the boys.
Just saying if you do,
Playing
it's
Remnant.
really fun.
Playing Remnant.
The best part is like
on a Tuesday.
Your full run will be different than anyone else's.
Didn't we go here?
You beat the game without doing.
I don't know.
I'm lost.
If this ladder is red, does that mean we haven't gone down this ladder yet?
Yeah, probably.
Oh well, nope. I don't know about this. All right, let me scroll out. We need to go right.
Okay, I'll follow you.
What was that fucking noise and why was it so terrifying?
It's Sykkuno's fucking Zoro roleplay.
Oh.
That's my special whirlwind blade attack.
Dude,
sounds like you have like the souls of the dead like trapped in your
I want to
sword
get
or
a
something.
melee build going. 'Cause I heard in this game it's not bad.
I bet.
But
I
Remnant
feel like
1,
melee was
it was
terrible in Remnant 1.
Yeah, it was like non-playable.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
you
the
would just
melee is
fucking die,
so
right?
good in this game. And I have a special amulet that increases my melee damage by 35%.
Oh?
Yeah. Wait, they're alive? I thought these were destructible objects.
Sometimes
they're real. Stay back. I'll cut them if they come close.
Oh god.
I'll cut them. Oh my god, it's comboing me. Since when could NPCs combo?
Alright, dog. Go tank the. Wait, my dog is dead. Guys, my dog died.
I think it already tanked it, man. It already tanked as much as it could. There's a summoner.
Oh Jesus!
Jesus.
There's two of the bad boys.
Wait, there's. Oh, we're in trouble. I should use my gun. I should use my gun, but I might not get the chance. I think I'm going to die. I'm healing.
Oh, nice kill.
Okay, I didn't want to do this.
Big boy
I'm
in the house
using
on
my
you.
gun. I'm using my gun. Okay.
Oh, your gun is strong. Holy shit.
Yeah, but that's my mod ability. I only get 3 shots, and then it has to fully recharge.
Dude, Sykkuno is so over leveled
try
compared
not
to
to
me.
use it
He's
too
turning
often.
my,
So it turns
my
into a
game
sniper
into like the
for
hardest.
3 bullets, then it has to fully recharge. So, kind of a weird.
Fuck off.
Hamburgers or hot dogs? Hamburgers for sure. But honestly, I love a
So
good
many
sausage.
exploding barrels around us.
I'm not even kidding. Recently I've been a big sausage lover.
Alright, cool. This way.
Yeah. Oh, a purple.
Oh, a purple. Go, go. Uh-oh.
I only have so many bullets.
We're loading.
Okay, there's enemies. I heard the noise. Well, once we make it to the checkpoint, we're good, right? So, I'll watch the flank. I'll watch the flank. Okay, the flank is clear. There's ammo over here. Ammo over here.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Oh, what the? Help, it's eating me. God, help. Oh my god.
You got eaten?
How do we get this off you? What the hell?
God, help.
Oh, I'll taunt it.
My god.
It's on my dog now?
Ooh.
Oh!
It explodes when you die. Help, help.
Don't worry, I got you.
Okay, did not know
we
it
learned something
exploded
new
or not.
today.
Guys, We're dying to trash mobs. How are we gonna beat the boss?
No. I mean, it's all part of the learning experience of Remnant II. Now we know that thing
I-
explodes.
My
Yeah, of
bullets
course.
literally tickle them. They like chuckle when I shoot them.
Oh, is that what I was hearing?
Yeah.
He was just bellying, laughing at us.
All right, hold up, guys.
We got a nice little purple here. The Fey
Fey
Warrior's
Warrior
Ring.
That sounds nice.
Increases melee damage 15%.
Wait, that's a perfect.
Ooh.
That's not a. I'll hold that for one for later.
Is perfect. Yeah.
All right, if you guys need long ammo, I'll take some. Pretty much out of primary ammo.
I'm out of like all ammo.
Yeah, I'm quite low also.
Melee
Once we get
doesn't
to the
do
fire boys,
friendly
what are you
fire,
supposed
right?
to be doing? Wait, what's
What
up?
doesn't?
Melee doesn't friendly
Oh
fire.
yeah, melee doesn't. Melee
Yes,
doesn't.
they, or else like, would literally one shot me with
One
this
shot
sword.
all of us, yeah.
Would I be? I'm gonna heal you
Oh
guys.
jeez, oh my god, you scared the shit out
Oh
of
yeah,
me.
I kind of. Oh wait, the heal was pointless. We just get all our stuff back here.
The heal is so aggressive in this game.
It is the yell. Well, I have the second heal, which is the shield. Hey, doesn't
Yeah,
this usually mean there's a
Oh,
boss?
it's the boss. Yeah. I got you guys. It's
Oh,
you're
cool,
here
okay.
for the story and the loot.
They called me crazy. Who's crazy now?
I was crazy once.
Uh-oh.
She's
Like a mad bomber.
Oh, I'm sure melee must be really easy with this one.
What kind of boss is this? These just look like trash
Are
mobs.
these guys like elves or something?
Wendell the Unburnt. Yeah. I think the first area, Lawsome or whatever, is the elf area.
What do you mean first area? It's random.
Oh yeah. Well, I actually conveniently got this as my first area too.
Oh.
Yeah.
How do we get up there?
Can't help but notice the health bar is not. Yeah. How do we go?
All right, you can't melee this boss. Sakudo.
Yeah,
you need to
I
shoot
see
it. We
that.
do not do
I'm
it up
taking
there.
care of the ads.
We do
I
not
got
do it up
the
there.
ads.
You need to shoot this one.
Yeah. As soon as I get an angle. I'm just trying to.
Like, I.
Why is her health not going down?
Where the fuck is she?
I don't know. I thought she'd be throwing.
Oh god.
Throwing grenades at us.
I'm literally burning her for 8 damage.
Guys, why is her health not going
I'm shooting
down?
her.
I can't find an angle on her. Oh, there she is.
I got one. Wait, she's dying quick. Whoever's Peter, you're doing massive damage. Okay. Guys, I have 3 snipes. I'm gonna use them on headshots. It'll do a lot. Hold on, when she stops
Oh
moving.
my god.
Wait, that did nothing.
You did less than Peter. What the fuck?
Wait, that did nothing. What happened? That was all of my bullets.
How come Peter's more useful
I
than you?
don't know what happened. Normally that does a lot. I'm gonna say normally that snipe does a lot of damage. I don't know what's happening. This is really weird. Really weird. Okay, I'm recharging. Okay, she's taking a lot of damage now. Alright, she's almost dead.
Ow.
Trying to get an angle.
Reload.
Oh
my goodness.
God.
Do headshots not crit on her? Like, I swear I'm Ow, it only did 81 damage.
Wait, you can't melee her at all. Like, you can't.
Yeah, you really can't. She's almost dead.
Yeah, RIP melee builds.
Why are the enemies so tanky? This isn't normal, I swear. Oh my god, we did
Yeah,
it.
let's go, Peter. I didn't hit her once.
Nice. What did she, how do we loot the there's no drops.
So,
I think we automatically get the
Clementine came
dust.
this way?
And you can't loot the ammo.
That thing would have been dead if she did.
Yeah, good carry, Peter.
Interesting fight, guys. Interesting fight.
Yeah, good job. We did it, guys.
Wait, did you know you were blowing up the bombs as she was throwing them?
Yeah, I was aiming for her arm.
Yeah, you own. That's literally. I can't even see her. Oh, okay. We're at the Faye place. Get over here.
Oh, you got the
Running.
Wait, did you do this world already where it's the Among Us and you know who the imposter is?
So I did the world, but there's different worlds of the same world, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I just don't spoil who the sus guy is.
Yeah, I didn't get that one. I got the one with the clock. I did like a clock tower.
Oh no,
like...
I have the clock tower and the other guy.
Okay, yeah, I didn't do this one for sure.
Okay, wait, hold on. Checkpoint. Get over here. Okay, there's like 3 guardians, and the king got poisoned, and they're trying to find out who poisoned them. And it's one of the guardians did it, and so everyone's sus.
How do you know all this already?
I'm reading the lore. Oh, the sus guy's randomized hit. Wait, Peter, we need you over here.
Oh, shit, my bad.
Oh, okay, that's cool. So the sus guy's randomized every time as well. So you couldn't even tell me if you knew.
Well, luckily I do know, so I'll try not to tell you.
Oh, you son of a...
Well, so the real lore is you just kill all 3 of them.
No, we have to do the correct thing. Wait, yo, Peter, get over here. We need you on.
They're evil, man.
One
Everyone's
second, man.
evil in
I'm
this game but
texting
us.
my girl on National Girlfriend
Oh,
Day.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Tell her that I respect her and your relationship, and the fact that you would spend time with me instead of her does not mean that she is less important. It means that she's more important.
I'm definitely not gonna text her all that because she could read between the lines, unlike us dumb men.
It's wait, hold on.
Yo, who is this, bro? Guy's dancing.
Dude, this is giving me really strong Pan's Labyrinth vibes.
Wait,
bro's throwing cards. Run!
Oh, wait, step on them. What did he do?
Step on them.
What if I just explode and fucking die here?
What is happening?
He shuffled
like,
okay.
Which one are we looking for exactly? Like, which one do we want?
I don't know. I didn't see.
They're
all
overlapping.
Of them.
They're over. What?
Pick a card, any card.
Oh, that one. We want that
okay,
one.
that one. I'm following you.
This one. Oh, wait. Did it move?
What in the?
Is it this one?
It's that one. Yeah. You're looking at the same one. The middle one. Yeah, that one.
Oh, it did it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I think
we get to choose the door. You guys think it's this one, right?
I don't know, man. I think we got that right, though.
Wait, Peter, you saw it, right? It was this one.
It was this one.
100%.
100%.
So apparently there's 5 options. Did we choose the right one?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Wait, this looks good. Yeah.
Yeah, we got it.
Let's fucking go, Farron mural piece. Oh, this shit looks dope as fuck.
What do we get from here?
The other head or the mask that you put on the ground and it opens the door.
Pet the dog.
Did you do this? And you did this, right?
Yeah, of course. Like this thing, the thing. Why is he building cards up here?
Okay, is it here? Okay. Yeah. Oh, perfect. The shortcut.
A lot of enemies.
Why do they follow me?
There's the Lich King or something up here. The guy looks crazy.
Wait, are all the classes different levels?
All the classes what?
Alright.
I'm gonna kill the flyers first. Flyers dead.
Ow!
Shielding. Oh my god, he's summoning clones.
Shit, I'm cursed. What does that mean?
I don't know. Oh, I think it means your maximum health is permanently down.
Is it like temporary?
Temporary until you hit something like rest.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, it's permanently down, and you can get double, like, you get stacks. So every time it happens,
remove my curse?
Guys, we need to.
Wait,
there
I'm
can
cursed.
only be one Lich King. Get the Lich King.
I'm cursed. Oh, he's got a special sword.
Your dog is dead. I'm encouraging. I'm reviving your dog.
Guys,
how dare you?
If he hits you with his sword is cursed or something.
Oh my god.
Nice. That's good.
Oh, wait. I think it's here, right? Wait, which one is the I need to go back to the main room.
Main room, the one we came from?
Okay, no. You guys haven't seen it? I think it's this one. I could be wrong. Oh, hold on, wait a step on it again. Hold up.
We have to pull the lever.
Wait, get off.
Pull
Get
the
off.
lever.
Everyone get
We
off.
get off.
I'm always getting
then
off.
Now we go back on. Oh, okay, cool.
I'm always getting on.
Right.
Oh. Guys, help me. Guys, help me. Guys, help me.
Wait, what do you mean help you? What do you need help
We got
with?
him. We got him.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Oh god, I'm gonna die.
Shielding, shielding. Okay, the shield should keep you alive for a little bit.
Shield, good fucking shield.
Yeah. It makes you like almost invulnerable for a few seconds.
Oh, I went the wrong way.
Why is this guy so tanky? Why is he?
Dog, take
why
it.
Is he so tanky?
Is his weak point not his head?
It's his back.
I don't think so.
I see
Oh
it.
yeah, I see it.
It's like, you know, someone shot you in the back. No, they didn't.
I mean, we got him. We got him.
Ow,
It worked
what
out.
the fuck? There's another guy.
Jesus, he's alive.
Enemy music stopped. That was so misleading.
That definitely was misleading, yeah. I think Peter needed that. Oh, wait, it hit him. Wow, that's some big range on that.
Wait. Oh, we got an amulet.
Wait, what amulet?
Shea Bloom Festival.
Gain a 30% damage bonus? Wait, that's kind of busted. That's kind of crazy.
Wait, where did you see that?
The amulet you just picked up, right? The
Gain a 30%
Shade
damage
Bloom-
bonus. Every 5 seconds, the bonus switches between physical and elemental damage. Oh,
Yeah.
so it's not always.
Yeah, but it's still, I
necessarily.
mean,
That's
that's
pretty
still a
strong,
big
though.
boost. Yeah, I mean.
I mean, my current one gives 15, so like, isn't that about the same?
Oh, I guess it, yeah, mathematically.
Oh, wait, no, it's 10%
averages.
actually for ranged. So
Oh.
15 for melee.
So when it alternates, it's good. Also, I definitely went the wrong way. I just next time we find the crystal, let's just oh.
What do you think of the new Jungkook song does?
New Jungkook song, I love it. I love when
I didn't even hear it, but I loved it.
He's gonna be loving me 7 days a week, man.
What?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Is that the song? I don't think I've heard it yet.
So 7 days a week.
You know what song I did hear recently that was crazy good?
Which one?
Was didn't Steve came out with a new song?
Oh yeah, Steve came out with a new song. It's really good.
Yeah.
Steve?
Yeah,
Wait,
it
you know
was.
Steve
I
makes
didn't
music,
even.
right?
I didn't even
Like
recognize him
Suptic
the first time I heard it.
Yeah, Steve
Yeah,
Suptic.
that one. Steve Suptic. He's really good. He's really good.
Wait, really? I've never heard.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
You
unsure.
should. He just came out with a new one, right? It's pretty good.
Oh,
I don't know if anyone's
cool.
seen it.
I am not. Also, I'm running really far ahead of you guys. If I die, I apologize.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, it'll teleport us to the boss surely. If you get that.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ!
Shielding.
Thank you for the shields. I'm fine, but that scared the shit out of me. I hate when statues come alive.
This whole room just comes alive.
Literally, Scarra though, like there has been no level that has been nearly as hard as the Electro Spiral Staircase run.
Really?
Electro
Since I started playing, no.
What is the electro spiral? Wait, this is a spiral staircase.
There is one staircase that is so...
Who's that old geezer that looks aggressive?
I'm out. Goodbye. Hey guys, you guys ready for this, right?
Yeah. I'm here. Whoa, you lured him here.
What the fuck? Oh god, I'm dropping a heal.
You're crazy. Bro's crazy. Okay.
See,
You
no
may or
problem.
may not have strafed in front of my shots a few times there, my bad.
Oh, that's
I may have just shot your dog a few times, my bad.
What the fuck, my dog?
Listen, he leaped in front of my gun. Your dog is poorly trained.
In up,
Honestly, it's on the owner.
Aim up, aim up, aim up, aim up.
Has the dog
Wow,
ever
that
thought about not
tornado
getting
attack
shot,
is
you know?
crazy.
Dude, my dog just jumps in front of the bullets. What can I say? Eats that shit for breakfast. Also, I don't know where exactly.
There's a book over here. Sometimes they have riddles. You want to read it?
I think I read this one already.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna blindly ignore it.
Wait,
then.
I see a treasure chest
Oh,
over
yeah,
there, but
this-
I don't know how to get there.
Where is it?
It's like next to this oh, I think I know. Yeah. Oh no!
Oh.
I have to go upstairs. I know how to do it. I just fell off because I'm a fucking idiot. Jungkook wouldn't have fallen off. Jungkook
I
will never
think the
fall off.
right way is this way. So you can just grab that. I'm gonna figure out.
Wait, where's the staircase to go up?
It's over there. And while you're doing that, I am gonna figure out how to put my stupid thing into the door. I found it. I found it. I found it.
Wait, I need to find the fucking staircase though. God damn it! Dude, there's definitely treasure up there that I could reach, but I just need to find how to
I
go
did
upstairs.
not find it.
Wait, are we supposed to go to Scarra right now?
Don't worry about it. I will find it.
Guys, I'm gonna get some treasure as soon as I find this goddamn staircase. Found the staircase. And no, give me a second.
Oh, my dog!
It'll teleport. It'll teleport. Probably.
Okay,
Are you
we
fighting?
need to find a res spot so that I can just reset, go to the main area, and put the mask in. Oh, this is the main area. Okay, perfect.
Oh, nice.
It's this one.
Okay.
It's this one.
All right, this better be good.
I feel like you should definitely upgrade your gun too.
Oh Jesus,
It makes a
fucking
big difference.
Jesus, fuck you.
We've made it.
Oh, the music is sick. Wait, do we need?
Yeah.
Oh, we can force summon Peter, right?
I don't know.
You guys are dicks. I told you I was getting this treasure, and this is how you treat
I followed.
me. This is how you
I
repay
followed
me.
Scarra. This is all.
You're right.
Scarra's
You're right.
doing,
Scarra, you're a dick. How dare you? Just because I
was
shot
just
your dog
following-
3 times.
Also, oh, whoa, what? 3 times? Do I hit this lever?
Sorry, once. Did I say 3 times? Who said that?
Okay, you have to go down the hall. and take...
Yeah. I'm right below you guys.
Okay.
I'm a self-sufficient woman, okay? I don't need you.
Okay, that's what I like to hear. I'm pretty sure we got to the boss.
Yeah, this is probably the boss. Oh, you have the claws?
It defaults claws. They're nice.
Yeah, they're pretty good. But they don't have this tornado attack.
Lever determines which one you want to kill. Wait, should I pull a lever?
Oh, hey, Peter.
I'm here. Malefic Palace.
To the boss.
Apparently, the
Really?
lever determines which boss you kill.
Oh.
What if we leave it in the middle? I'm sure.
Dude, this game has so much in it. I'm like truly impressed that this
No.
isn't like a AAA title.
Yeah, it's crazy. Though people come into my stream and they're like, I cleared the game. I never got this area. I'm like, oh, like I got an event that was just random.
That's really cool. All right, let's checkpoint this
Wait.
bitch. I need ammo.
Is this the boss room?
The Malefic Gallery? I think so.
All right, we'll run it, lads.
I mean, we can go back and do the other one if you want.
Charge.
Okay, hold on.
Oh.
Oh, we picked the imposter here?
Yeah, I think so. This looks like a... Yeah, one of those guys is probably the imposter.
Honestly, that's me holding you up, Scarra.
One true king, conqueror of always survey. In my presence.
Oh my god, dude. You're actually like literally dropping it.
But you, aren't you a stray?
Oh, the dark one gives a melee weapon, the light one gives
I'm afraid you have
a gun.
Well, thank God we like the melee weapons, right?
Yeah.
Yet, curiosity stays my hand a moment.
I have 3 choices, guys. I have a human from Earth. I'm not afraid of you, and I'm here to put an end to you.
Shapen vermin.
Oh, I'm not even over there. Oh.
What should I say? I'm here to put an end to you?
I mean, that's awfully like maybe we
what
can
about a
talk
human?
our way out
What
of
about
it.
human?
These words.
Yeah, what if we can just talk our way out
He
of it?
says these words mean nothing to me. My curiosity wanes.
Do you have purpose here?
I'm looking for my friend. Yeah, I like that
Is
one.
Another rook? No, perhaps there is. Kill him, and you will find him in the golden halls. Kill him. Away now, mouse. Why do you?
You know what? Fuck it. Let's just kill this guy. We're here.
Oh really? Oh
yeah,
shit.
Fuck it here. Let's just kill this guy.
I feel like that means that we can't fight his imposter.
Yeah, but you have to choose, right? Oh
True.
shit.
We didn't make a mistake here, did we?
Sycoon got us, right?
Get him. How come his health isn't going down?
Oh
his health
my
is not
god.
going down, Scarra.
Shield.
Oh, nice shield.
Okay.
It's on my dog. It's on my dog.
He's good.
Wait,
He's dying. Slowly. Ow. Okay. Yeah, he's dying. He's
We
dying
had to
slowly.
kill the things that. Oh my god.
Why is he so tanky though? Why is he so
Oh fuck!
You got it, right?
Yeah, I'm crawling to safety.
Oh my god, there's a lot of so you gotta shoot the orbs above him that he summons. Oh my god. Help!
I got you.
Wow,
That was crazy.
Oh, they're out. Hold on.
Shoot the orbs. They're gonna kill us. Oh god.
Dude, what the fuck?
Jesus, man.
I'm gonna res him.
Yeah,
Praise the Lord.
I trade both of them. Okay.
Ow, holy shit.
Okay, I'm shielding. Ow.
Oh my
fuck is
god.
this?
What is happening?
So you hit
Oh my
them.
god, it's like that guy from Bleach!
He's
Oh my
going
god.
crazy.
Bankai?
He's using his Bankai.
Oh, we
Okay.
stood in the
well,
sword.
there goes most of my
Okay, I
health.
see. Now you walk through the sword area that.
Oh, he's almost dead. Oh no, that was just me. What the? He just used force grab on me or something? I don't know what that was.
Yeah. Oh my fucking god.
My heal's still on cooldown. Okay, we gotta. The orb. Ow.
There's so many, man. And now the swords are falling.
I'm just. Oh my god. Jesus.
Alright. I'm using the dog to call the tank.
Yeah. Wait, he's almost dead. I'm gonna try and kill some of those orbs.
Kill the orb.
Ow. Oh my god.
Ow.
Ow, shit. No!
Oh.
I was under a sword!
Oh no.
Hey, Saikuno. Hey, buddy. Oh wait, your dog's resing me!
He resed you over resing me?
Oh my god, good boy!
What?
Good boy!
Okay, I killed them all.
I'm trying to kill the spears right now.
He's almost dead. What is he doing now?
I have no idea what he's doing now.
Surely we're not gonna die to swords falling on us.
He's invisible. He's invisible.
No, there's swords. There's swords. There's swords.
Oh my
there
god.
There are swords.
I'm stunned or something. Oh, what the? Thanks for the heal. Thanks for the heal. On, I guess. I'm gonna stay on the heal.
Swords?
Is this swords?
Yes. Oh god.
Nope. Oh, I'm getting like brutalized. What is
so
that?
Many orbs, so many orbs.
What was that?
Oh, are we supposed to destroy those? We are, I think.
Help.
I'm destroying them. Oh god.
Oh god, the sword.
I'm trying to res you. No. Oh god. I don't think I can res you yet.
Just survive. Just survive. It's so low. It's so low.
Getting up. Get up, soldier. What?
Ow. Wait, Peter. Why can't we revive him?
You have any res?
Oh my god, I'm dying. I can't even heal. Using my heal.
That counted?
I don't even see him.
Thanks a lot.
Wow.
You guys got this. She's almost dead. 2.5 bars.
Okay.
Watch out for the sword.
What is happening? Oh. Your dog can revive you, right? Your dog?
No, I have no more health things to force a revive.
Wait, why didn't you insta-die then? Why did I insta-die?
I'm reviving.
Oh.
Surely there's not a sword right above me. Oh.
Oh. My god.
No.
Quick, your dog. Your dog, Scarra. It's reviving me.
Wait. Wait, my dog can revive without...
I'm coming. Wait, you're dead?
Yeah,
oh god.
Kill him.
Oh my god. Honestly, we got so close for the first try. Yeah, this is like easily doable.
I am doing no damage.
Okay, we could go back to town, upgrade weapons, and I think you'll probably...
I'm down for that.
Yeah, I think back to town, a few upgrades, and yeah.
I want to buy another like weapon mod, but I don't think I haven't gotten another one of those materials yet.
Oh.
Yeah, they're pretty rare. I actually don't have it. Oh, the weapon mods? Yeah, neither have I. I had one root from when I started the game.
I was gonna get the Wagner gun. Yeah, a gun.
Oh, I mean, you can. I think the gun you start, you have like the AK-47 or whatever, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's actually one of the best like starting non-boss guns I've heard.
Oh.
Oh wait. Let me get you the. Okay, Scar, come over here. Have you gotten the SMG yet?
The SMG?
Yeah. Here, come up here. Okay, so read this book here. And if you read the book correctly, you will find out the code for this box. It's a puzzle. I mean, I could just tell you the answer, but that'd be kind of lame, right?
Yeah. Don't tell me.
If you give up, I'll just tell you. But I mean,
I think the answer might be different from anyway, potentially.
Oh no, this one's fixed. It's always the same number.
Oh, it's fixed? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, because it's like a special thing.
You know what?
But,
I can't read. All right, let's go.
Okay, try this book. Try this book. Maybe this book will tell you the answer. Yeah, just go ahead and read through that book. See if it tells you any hints on the code here. I mean, I could just...
No, you know what? I don't need it. Don't fucking tell me. I don't need it.
You actually can just get it at the beginning of the game.
Nope, I don't need it. You're right. I don't need it.
You spent like 2 seconds reading it. You definitely could just... I mean...
No, I don't need it.
Maybe a couple more seconds on the book.
No, I don't think I need it.
Okay, well, how about this? Go up to the chest and try and brute force it. Maybe you'll just figure it out anyway. I mean, you just go up. It's a really good weapon. SMG is really good. It has really high DPS.
No, it's okay. I've upgraded my guns. I'm good to go. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
Touch the stone. Hello? Peter?
Hmm?
You stop touching. I need you to channel your essence into this stone.
Alright, I'm just really tired of touching this big rock.
Oh.
Big hard rock all the time.
Okay, wait. Do I go like past courtyard? No, I go to Maleficent
Gallery.
Maleficent Gallery. Yeah.
Yeah, gallery.
I upgraded my gun 4 times. I think it doubled the damage.
So it wasn't us that was the problem. It was your unupgraded fucking gun.
0 damage, like literally. But it was doing okay, and then
now you're gonna do 1 damage. Let's fucking go.
Wait, which one?
Yeah, this is where the damage kicks in. We easily win
right?
this.
It's here.
Charge.
We're killing him, man. Oh.
I do so much work now. Oh my god.
What? You just force gripped me or something.
Oh my god, the swords.
Help, I'm dying. His crown's broken. He's weakened.
You need to get sick. Where did he go? He's underneath us? Ow. Oh my god.
Kill him, man. Kill him. Kill him, man.
Okay.
He's almost dead. This is the boss. He's almost dead.
Oh my god, he's just always going up.
Ow. Okay, he just randomly one-shot me. That's great.
Okay.
We did it. We did it.
Oh god.
He's still shooting. He's dead. He's already dead. Oh.
Begin adventure mode. What the fuck? Yo, that wasn't bad. Peter,
That wasn't bad.
Yeah, that wasn't like
No,
that
I
was
was focused
second
up.
try. I mean,
Won't fit.
second try right there.
I'm on fire.
Ah!
Bag's full.
Wait, so am I done?
Anymore.
We did it.
Wait, where do I meet the other the
Wait,
council
you know
now?
what's crazy? You can still see the reflection of him and like the
Oh.
4 angels on the ground.
Oh.
Oh. What was that? That animation was a little different. wasn't
Yeah,
it?
like sucked you into the stone.
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh, that's the other king. Wait, what the fuck just happened?
Oh, hey, we're back in here.
What?
What do you mean back here? I don't recognize this place
Yeah.
at all.
What is this place?
This is the labyrinth.
It never stops.
Right?
When you die.
Whoa, that was cool. I feel like Sekuno's been here before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on my second world already. So.
I am.
What if I run so fast I just fall off?
I dare you.
You can try it.
I'm
I
trying.
don't think you can though.
The XP trait you get after beating the game? What the heck? Okay, labyrinth, my second world. And then this is the cube. I put the strange object in the cube, right? I cannot put anything in the cube. Okay.
Yeah, you need to put like a special thing in here.
Oh, and then probably over here.
Yeah.
Oh, these guys are kind of cute.
Oh, I'm dead.
You're dead.
Wait, how come you guys are taking so much fucking damage?
But the fucking
Oh,
rock
these guys seem pretty strong.
Give me like 1 billion damage.
Oh, thanks.
Encrypted ring.
Okay. Hold on, my my food's here. You guys can keep going, but I'm just gonna
Okay.
run and grab it.
Roger that.
Oh, well, here we go. We're gonna open the door, and we can't open the door. Okay. Well, when he said to go on, what he really meant was we had to wait for him. We
No,
don't-
no, no.
don't
We
care.
must go on. We must clear the path for our king.
Oh, apparently. Oh, our A power up on parallel 4. Oh, so I'm really far behind.
I don't know why I'm so sleepy for some reason.
Oh, I think it's good. Like I have been sleeping at 4 a.m. every day, so it's like I don't.
Oh my god! Oh, that was huge. What
That
the
one was
fuck?
a little big. I thought that I would be the it is.
Dude, your dog is eating shit right now.
Yeah, but
Oh, what the? Okay.
oh well, I guess it slams the floor.
Yeah.
What is this? Okay, I guess we can't touch this.
Sharp banded ring. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just like nothing. I'm a little sussed out at these doors over here. Like these are lit up.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, you could duck. Oh, wait, what'd you do?
You can put shit in this. We just don't have the thing that we need to put in there.
Oh, apparently you could duck. I didn't know. So the area that goes here, right?
Oh, what the fuck?
Alt, click, alt, that's alt.
No, your dog was body blocking me.
Oh. You gonna play my dog, huh?
Your dog is fat. Sorry, bro.
Bro, come on.
Your dog needs to go on a couple more walks.
Oh no, you need Clippers.
Preventing me from progressing in my mission. Oh my god.
Energized neck coil. And we have. Okay, how do we go from here? Oh, this is just a secret area for the amulet.
Yo.
How'd you guys get there?
We crouched through an area, and then by doing that, we got there. Which you found the first time, right?
Oh my god. I've never even seen this amulet. Crouched through an area. I don't really see it, but I'll just...
No, we got out of it. We couldn't go any further, so we now are here.
Okay.
Wait, where did you
We're going back to you, I think.
Wait, maybe I had the item here. Hold on, let me go look up here real quick.
Right, go up the stairs, Sekuno. You see me?
Yeah, let me, is this the way we're going?
Oh, this is not the way we're going. Okay, I lied. Because I was sure, I did not know that. Okay, I see you. And now we gotta go, maybe, oh.
I see a portal down there.
You have to go down, right? Yep.
So we don't have the item that we need to put in here.
Yeah, you don't have it yet.
No, I think we go this way. This way?
Isn't that the way we've gone?
Right?
Is there fall damage?
Oh, you can't open this. Never mind. Save
where haven't we gone yet?
This place.
Through this door somehow.
They somehow gave me 2 ranch dipping sauces instead of
right?
What are we missing?
either of the ones I actually asked.
Oh, what are we missing? What am I missing?
I mean, there's probably just a way we haven't gone yet. Like, probably up.
Yeah, I will look for. Oh, I see it. Oh no, that's the bottom one.
No, we haven't gone this way,
oh,
have we?
Here. Yeah, this is the way. Okay.
Oh yeah, there's enemies. There's enemies. Help.
Noise. The noise is always good. Oh my god.
What the fuck is that?
It's a ball.
Wait, you
I'm
can't
gonna cower in
hurt
the
it?
corner. You're hurting it, right? You're hurting it.
Now you're hurting.
Oh, fuck.
Like, you guys got this one? I'm gonna eat these nuggets. Don't let it kill me now, bud.
This mob is so annoying.
Guys, I have like no ammo left. Ruh-roh.
Well, we got our ammo. Okay.
the upcoming boss is a good one.
It's a doozy.
My
A bit of a doozer.
My chat is saying Pepe laugh, so I assume it's pretty good.
Well, Pepe laugh is just laughter. They get to be laughing at a joke, you know?
What the fuck?
So the next boss, I believe, is always the same on every playthrough. I think.
Right, this is...
Oh.
Wait, is this the wrong way?
I went
I'm moving the freaking motor.
Ow! I lied. I was just kidding. I was just playing. Yo, Peter, you got any of those heals?
Heals here!
Perfect.
Scarra, I need bullets.
Hey.
Whoa!
Whoa.
You whoa!
Ooh, free item.
Dense silicon ring. That's what I put on my...
Oh, perfect. We get ammo.
Perfect. Dare you ride Celine wiped on the next boss a lot? Nah, we're not gonna wipe once.
Alright.
Okay, it's time.
Is this a boss or is this just like an area?
What the? Ow! Oh my god.
When you start yelling if you need help, otherwise I'm eating chicken nuggets.
Roger that. Enjoy your chicken nuggets, King. I don't see nunkins? What's a nunkin? What am I saying? You see, there's these sus doors, man, and then like you could put shit in them, but I don't know what to put in them.
Yeah, but we can't put anything in them. It's weird. Okay, well, this is a way. And that is a gate.
Should we explore more the other way?
Oh, I don't know if this is the right way. So like, I'm down. Also, I need to eat. You reminded me I haven't eaten since 2, 1.
Oh, you see, I did eat dinner with my girlfriend for National Girlfriend Day.
So what did you say?
Nothing. What's up?
Nothing. You know, some kamikaze guy just ran at me and then threw himself off the cliff, but he hurt me, so I guess he won.
I mean, they always do, man. They always do.
Oh, the thing is over there.
Oh, so this is the right way.
Yeah.
Oh, so this isn't the right way.
No, it's this way. It's this way, right? Because we haven't actually explored up here.
Yeah.
Look at me. That's easy. Looks so satisfying.
Ow.
Sorry, you're like right in front of me. It's like, I had to choose that you should.
You guys get up there, the doors are closed.
Oh, other side. Wait, I'll open the door for you. Wait, hold on. The door's open. Through here, I guess?
Whoa, the fuck? That was cool.
Okay.
When do you get like different armor? Is it from vendors only?
Oh, that's a good question. I haven't seen armor drop at all. Wait, we were just here. Oh, no, we weren't.
Oh wait, this door opens here. Oh wait, that we already. Wait, hold on. We haven't discovered this side, I don't think.
Or this, okay. Be careful, careful.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, what the? Okay. I don't know what instant killed me, but cool. Scarra behind you.
Alright guys, there's a trick to this portal. You have to go in at the right time. So if you go now, you'll go to where it's showing right now.
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Okay. This is it. Go, go, go.
Oh, I was gonna say you fucker. You fucker. I was about to be like, oh, this fucking dude,
Honestly,
man.
I'm shocked you trusted me. Like that looks like a death trap. So I think it cycles between 4 of them. We should definitely try and check them all out.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I cannot kill this stupid ass. Please, man. Do we have armor piercing rounds anywhere?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Whoa.
Whose world is this?
Wait, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Hello. Did you guys end up here from the root place?
Oh, we did another world.
Oh, which world?
It was like the Fae world. Had like 2 different kings.
We killed the Fae
Oh,
king.
Faerine and Faelin?
Yeah.
Which one did you guys kill?
We killed the normal.
We killed the actual
The
king.
bad guy, yeah.
Faerine?
Wait, we killed the.
Wait,
I
guys,
think we
look
killed
over here.
Faerine,
What's
yeah.
this?
We killed
Whoa.
the.
Dude, I also
Oh.
killed Faerine.
Yeah,
well.
yeah, I don't like Faerine. That's we
he's
always
kind of
go
a dick.
Faerine.
Right? I agree.
I actually don't even know if we made a choice. We just happened to run into that boss.
Yeah, we walked in the room first, and we're like, well, we're not gonna go the other one.
Wow, that's exactly what happened to us.
Yep. Oh, we're back here.
And now the portal's. Wait.
Okay, so we should definitely try every option. To make
I
sure we
wonder
get all
if that world
Go.
always leads to this world.
Okay, well, except for this option, because this one usually just kills you. Oh. Well, this one looks good. This one looks good.
Do we?
Yeah, this one looks good.
Yeah, wait a second.
This one doesn't look good.
Sykkuno,
This one
how
doesn't
far
look
are
good.
you in
Wait
your
a
style?
wait, hold up.
I'm on my second world, so I'm actually just past this part.
Oh.
I don't know if I trust this guy.
Wait, have you beaten the labyrinth yet?
Yeah, we just beat that today.
Oh my god, you're a
Wait,
pro.
I can't imagine having a permadeath character and then dying there.
That would
Yeah,
be.
that would just be terrible.
I don't know
Oh,
if I
go!
could
You have
ever
to land
play
in
this
that
game
portal. Go,
hardcore.
go! Try and land in that portal in the middle.
Oh, I got it. I got it.
Did you make it? You made it?
Yeah. What did I do here?
Peter, I think
I
did.
went too early.
Oh, I got. What is this? A reprocess. Oh, this is like an important thing.
Guys, I'm dead.
All right, let's go back to the heart.
We'll get you. We'll get you.
Yeah,
next.
get back
Oh,
over
you guys are like going to
Yeah.
secret rooms and stuff. I never saw that.
Yeah, apparently
Oh yeah,
there's like multiple
we're
exits.
completionists.
There's so many.
Yeah, I went.
Sorry, you're the only
I
one
went-
alive. You're the only one
I
alive.
went straight to the boss.
Oh, I didn't even know. Oh, is that the thing on the left?
No, it's actually through this portal. It's the last one.
I don't believe.
The only one we
you
haven't
have
done
no. I have no faith left in you.
What do you? I got us a purple item last time. Remember? Here, right here. This is the one.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
okay, that
try
wasn't
again,
the
try
one.
Again. Try
That
again.
was- Okay, this is not the one. Not the one. I said it's not the one. That wasn't even a bait. This is
Not
also
the
not
one.
the one. Oh, how's Final Fantasy, Celine?
Dude,
Post ARR is wretched. I could not.
it's
I
so.
don't even know what that means.
this-
Go!
It's so bad. Like,
Just make sure you jump or you'll die.
Cara, I've done like 50 quests of delivering and talking and recruiting, and people tell me I still have 50 more quests to go, and
oh yeah,
I'm
no.
losing my
Post
mind.
AR
Can't you-
almost.
Can't you like pay to skip to Heaven's Word now or something?
I actually might
pay to skip.
No. You can't. You have to get.
God.
They always tell me you do it for the payoff. Everyone in my chat, I went through 60 hours to get a payoff.
Boss time. Get in here.
Wow, Scarra really got passionate all of a sudden after.
You have to suffer,
Well,
or else I am the
honestly,
only
if
one
I
that
got
suffers.
through- If I got through ARR, I feel like I have to just get through
No, you
post
have
ARR.
to. Yeah.
Scarra got really passionate all of a sudden.
He really
after-
did.
Yeah.
Dude, I wish Remnant could be like up to 6 players. How fun would that be?
Wait,
Friendly fire would go crazy.
Is this where you? Wait,
True.
It really would. Yeah.
Where's the? Oh, do I just hit this? Oh fuck! Why did I hit this?
You got it, Scarra. I'm gonna eat my hamburger.
Wait, so Sykkuno, you've already done this?
Yeah. I'm like a little. I'm on my second one.
What burger are you eating?
McDonald's.
Oh, there's a mod for up to 16 players. Oh.
I like
What burger do you get from McDouble?
McDouble and
Oh. I'm a cheeseburger and a McChicken kind of
Oh,
person.
McChicken is so good. I love it.
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't even know cheeseburger was a thing. I've only heard of the McDonald's. Like I'm sure it is a thing. I've just never.
It's a cheeseburger.
It's like a McDouble without the double.
Yeah, it's the mix.
When did you guys start playing?
Scar's been playing for a bit.
Oh yeah, probably 2 hours. I've been playing for 2 hours.
Oh,
Peter,
were you playing by yourself?
Yeah, just to try the solo. It was actually really nice. It was really.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're trying handler right now, right?
Yeah, it was just for solo play.
Peter, I tried your class. It freaking sucks.
Hey,
medic?
thanks, man.
Wait, medic's great.
Don't tell him
Medic's so useful, but then I hated the gun. Like, why does it overheat? Like, it's just, oh my god.
Yeah. I didn't like the bone saw either. But the one thing that helps is if you take the fire bullets, the fire bullet mod.
Yeah, auto reload your gun.
Yeah, reload when you actually.
Oh, I have no idea.
That's
I
what it
changed
is.
out the gun so fast.
Yeah,
Same, I've been stuck on
Merciless,
Merciless and I think his gun sucks, but I
Yeah.
spent all my money upgrading.
Wait, so
I have
is
no
this the
choice.
boss? Is this like waves?
Yeah, it looks like it.
No. There's more. There's an actual boss.
Well, let's not
This is
spoil
mini.
it for him. Man.
I wish you would just lie to me, Queen.
You know, don't ask questions.
Oh my god.
Fine, I won't.
If someone died, how do you even
Peter,
die?
did you not play Final Fantasy today?
I went on a date with Nita today.
Oh, happy National Girlfriend Day.
Yeah, and now he's on a date
Yeah,
with me.
happy National Girlfriend
Yeah.
Day to everybody.
I get to date both my girlfriends.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
What?
Oh, one thing I liked about Medic was the shield. I kind of like the shield. Yeah. When you get your Medic perk, it's a different one. It gives you full shield and health regen. It's pretty sick. And it's AoE. Yeah. That's my favorite ability.
Why is Sykkuno shooting me?
I was trying to shoot the guy, I swear.
Okay, so what fucks me up is that there's no hip fire in this game. Because sometimes I'll try to hip fire and then I start meleeing and I'm locked in on melee animation.
Same.
And I want to die.
My dog conscious. Yeah. Good dog. Good dog. Ah. Oh. He has a post that.
We learned this, Scarra. We learned this.
I forgot. Oh, so we go in?
Yeah, I got a trade.
Hey, this looks important.
Master portal key. Hey.
We did it.
He literally. I just watched. I couldn't get fucking run over by stuff. He tries to shoot it while eating. He shoots me. What the?
Are we done? That was the boss?
Yeah, that was the boss. Good job, guys. All right, so I think we're going to World 2, and you're pretty much caught up with me.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
There's no way that was the boss.
Yeah, we gotta go back and put the key in. The key.
I think I got the.
Is the key in the fractured angel? Yeah, it is.
Quick, guys, to the portal, quick! Oh, or we can just teleport. That works too.
Oh, it's the same thing.
I mean, yeah, I suppose so.
All right, so is it this, or is it the stones? Which one is it?
Yeah, this is it. This
All right,
is
it's
it.
this one. It's this one. Oh, we're putting the key.
Okay. Time for the hardest boss in the game.
What? Looks pretty
Oh
easy
wait,
so
sorry,
far.
didn't mean to spoil it.
I'm petting the dog.
Actually, I think well, yeah, this is honestly, it's an easy boss.
Guys, I'm stuck. Oh, there we go. There we go.
That was so weird.
I put myself in the middle of the portal.
You should have seen from my perspective. It looked like you were running at me, but your model was getting larger and larger, like you were gargantuan for a second.
Okay, so my chat's telling me that I'm power level 4, and this is a power level 8 dungeon. Huh. Interesting.
What?
Wait, I have 10 trait points now. Where can I get an engram?
What is an engram? Oh, is that to get dual class?
Secondary thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a boss, it's a cube. I like cubes.
How hard can a cube be, right, guys?
Yeah. Oh. It's 6 cubes.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh shit. Okay.
What?
Wow. I lagged. I lagged.
Yeah, same. This way? I
what the fuck?
am so fucking sad. Okay, no, I got it this time.
You know, you guys got it. We got it.
One sec. Oh, I'm getting in. I was AFK on tab, snoozing my ad.
Well.
Alright, one actual try.
Alright, so we had to destroy like the white
Yes.
blocks on
Yeah,
each
you just
cube.
I also think
break all the white blocks and you're good.
Okay.
Now, to be honest, there's a trick to it, but I don't want to just do it. But it is like your gear doesn't really matter, your health doesn't matter. It's like just a puzzle.
What? Shot at me.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, don't worry. I'm sure Celine did this really easily, and they had no problem. I'm gonna jump to the right.
Oh, some of the cubes have gaps in them. Alright, Scarra, you can solo this. This is easily soloable.
He's gaming.
The fuck?
He's got it.
What is shooting me? It's the thing from above me?
Your dog's gonna res you, don't worry. Never mind.
My dog cannot res in this fight.
Oh. Okay, so it looks like when you break the light boxes, like it creates a gap that the cubes can...
Yeah, it also looks like the fucking thing.
No! You got this, Scarra.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Oh, okay, no, I got this. Okay, Saikudo?
He's eating his McDouble.
Can I kick this guy?
Oh yeah, he's eating his McDouble, alright. He had so much faith in us that he just walked away.
Yeah, I have a lot of faith too. I'm gonna order food just for when we finish this in 5 minutes, so that I can just chow down.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna take a piss.
Did you guys both die? I'm so sorry. I went to the bathroom for a second.
Just jump off. Just jump off. All right, okay, hit the thing. Hit the thing behind you.
I think you died so fast. Sorry.
Oh, so fast? What do you mean?
I mean, I just went to the bathroom for a second. It felt like.
You did like a number 2 or number 3? Nah, just jump off. Just jump off.
No, I can beat it.
No, we don't need you to beat it. You jump off. Jump off. We got this.
And then.
What is that? Happening to you
That's
right
a thing that does damage. Okay.
Oh,
perfect.
Oh wait, it's not supposed to go backwards. What?
Look at this. You think you fucking figured it out, but you didn't.
No, we got it this time. We got it this time, right?
Yeah.
Can I order food? You guys can just clear it while I'm doing it, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm sure Peter won't die in 4 seconds.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I got. I'm dying.
I'm dead. I broke thing, but like, it got me on the edge.
Merciless is so bad for this. Oh god.
No.
Got your ass. The way you got flung, I love that.
Surely we got it this run.
Yeah, hold on, give me a second,
Surely.
Alright, I'm ready. Yeah, I owned. Let's go, Peter. Okay.
Don't worry, I got this, guys.
Yeah, he's got this. No way he fucking spell.
Oh. They're everywhere.
Wait,
this purple thing hurt you?
Yes.
There goes our hero.
It was close. It was close.
That's him.
It was close.
No, this is actually such an easy boss. Like, I don't even know how we can die even once.
Scarra? Hey, your dog's still here. Maybe it can revive. Oh no, you're dead.
Okay, well.
Nice.
Like, you got this.
Fucking die.
No way you fail.
It just came right around the corner. It just came right around the corner.
You should have seen what happened. I jumped so fast, the cube goes in that position first.
He's really hyping up his death there.
Oh yeah, watch this. Not gonna happen again. No way, does it twice!
Wait, what? What killed me?
Peter?
Oh.
Oh, you got it.
Okay, I got the revive. Now we just don't die here. I'm dying. I'm somehow dying.
I have to.
Well.
Okay. Let's play safe.
Okay.
I got it.
I died to like projectile.
Takes you out. Yep. No
And
links.
then I got flat.
No links allowed in the stream. That's your stuff. Don't worry about it. I still got it. Thank you. Okay, well, he got it.
It goes
never
back?
mind. Nope, that's what killed me too.
There goes my hero.
It was close. It was so close, guys. It was so close. It was.
You got this.
It literally killed me, and I just watched it kill you the same way. All right, I will run right immediately.
Why didn't you warn me?
What? Why would I do that?
I don't know.
Oh.
Okay, fuck me. Alright, Scar, you got this.
Yep.
You're the greatest there ever was.
Oh, it's over. It's well. Yeah, Scar, you got it. There's only a little bit. Look at the health bar. Look at the health bar. You're good.
Oh my fucking god. No! No! Wait, I was so close!
Fuck.
Wait. Oh, I don't even know where the last one was. It's still in the middle, right?
It might be floating in the air. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm jumping to the right immediately. Goodbye.
It's time, brethren. It's time. Oh, this is the run. This is the run. Easily the run. Easily the run.
Yeah?
There's only one left.
Where is it? Alright, I think I'll fight it. I got it. Peter, you got this, right?
Yeah, there's only one left. You got it. You got it.
Nice!
He did it!
Got his ass.
He did it!
So, how long did it take Danny and them to do this?
3 tries, I heard.
I do not believe it. They did it in 3 tries. No luck with namesakes or someone on this stream.
Wait, did this fucking mod not have faith in me? Executioner Ken?
Oh,
Did you pay out the points early, sir?
Oh.
Put this man in fucking jail. He's getting executed.
Wow, he you know, yeah, he'll be called in the first weekly mod meeting. Don't worry. We don't have weekly mod meetings. Don't worry about it. Ken, I got you.
Well, what the fuck? Who the fuck? Nope, that's not where I go.
Oh, you just go down.
Yeah.
There goes my hero. Watch him as he goes. So is this the end of the first world? Or is this the second world?
I don't know why Scarra got launched the fuck back, but
I think when you get res, you just... Oh, is this purple? Oh, it's not purple. Sorry, I'm blind.
Oh, this is like the in-between worlds. Like this is yeah, this is like the Traverse Town of
Okay. Wait, am I dying to root disease?
Yeah.
Am I dying to root disease as well? There goes my hero. Oh my god, what?
Wait! Stop! I know them! They're my friends! Please! What are you doing here?
He saved my ass. I'm here to save yours.
Wow. You didn't have to do that.
Well, you were pulled screaming into a giant crystal, so I kinda did it.
Right. I guess.
Hey, Scar, is your character bald?
But how did you find me?
Yeah.
To be honest,
No,
I'm not
no,
sure.
she has a cap, okay?
I think it has something to do
Oh
with
yeah,
this.
yeah. I mean, I was.
You ever heard of something called the bald buff?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Fnatic
smaller
abuses
hitbox.
it.
Smaller hitbox, yeah.
They risked their life to find me. You can trust them.
What are you?
The Keeper.
The keeper of what?
The realm in which you now reside.
All
realms.
Oh. You know, she's like the only non-rugged person. You know, everyone else you have to be like rugged.
Hey, traveler. I joined the. But these.
My lore! You're skipping my lore!
I didn't know I could skip your lore. That's my bad.
It's
Wait, you're not
Peter,
stopping
it's
though.
Peter. It's.
Oh wait. You guys don't have your own individual conversations.
No.
I have provided maximum help.
Oh man,
I thought you guys talked to her yourself.
No, you definitely just skipped all his lore. But I mean, honestly, it probably wasn't even important. Probably wasn't.
You know what? You're right. It's not important. Let's go.
Yeah. I don't think she said anything important.
Download martial lobby. What about 35 months? Oh, where do we go now?
I think we go to the main area and you can teleport to the next world.
Nice.
Yep. All right. Well, I should probably go, guys. It's late.
All right.
It's
Goodbye,
late,
Psychudo.
But good luck. You guys got it.
Goodbye.
Good job on the labyrinth, boss. That's a tough one. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. All right, Peter, get over here.
What's up? Lore skipping Peter over here.
I am looking for new classes. I wonder how many worlds there are. Does it cover your entire ring?
I have no fucking idea.
Oh.
I know almost nothing about this game, to be honest.
Okay, I think I need to talk to someone.
Who sells guns here?
It's this guy, the guy right in front of you. The guy right there. He's a gun seller. Give me a sec. Where do I go? Okay, that's Foot Locker.
Does he have like a rotating stock, or is it just kind of like?
I think it's the. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't even want to guess. Oh my god, wait, this one reduces friendly fire you take by 48%. No wonder your bullets didn't hurt me.
Wait, I hardly ever shoot you, bro.
Uh-huh.
I don't. I'm a good guy.
All right then.
Where is my...
You really think I would just shoot you?
Hold on, let me...
One trade point available. Pog. I'm confused. Okay, so how do we find engrams? Like, what are engrams?
Oh, it's this. I don't know. I found one. I know, but it's on like the book.
Where'd you
from
find it?
The fucking cave. But I don't know if I have it here. Do I have it in my inventory still? Oh, I do still have it. Okay, never mind. I can go look for it. Wait, hold on. Let me go get this stupid gun first. $0415. I can read backwards. 0. Wait, it's like Kilo trying to get me to read all these books for no reason. I fucking knew this guy was a tricker. Oh, I finally have the... What the fuck? This isn't what I thought it was going to be. What? I thought it was going to get an SMG, but it's actually a key to the cargo. Where is that?
God damn, it is you. The rumors had me. They said you ran off with that old Ford. You mean before? Feels like anything can be true. Yeah, hell, maybe it.
What are you doing now?
So,
Okay, rare crafting
You
material
know where
by
to find
iron. Okay, what am I supposed to do next? I'm just gonna do these. Wait, I upgraded my weapon though, and I crafted my weapon mod. I'm so confused.
You know where to find me.
You again. Let's have a look.
Wait, this melee weapon is called the God Splitter. Huh.
This what?
Melee weapon is called the God Splitter.
Oh God, call me God and split me in two, Scar.
Nothing. You can use your boss equipment here on the upgrader. You have to give your first person to see your sex itself. Do you know Ava Makabe? You can use your boss mats to build like weapons here.
What did you bring me?
Did you just shoot me in the head?
No, who did that?
Okay.
Wait, these look so good. Enigma?
Okay.
I kind of want to do God Splitter.
How goes it, friend?
Subclass? You get subclasses? What the heck?
Those guns at Brabus sell.
Here goes my hero. Yeah, Enigma is the name of the god. Let me see what I got anything.
They don't like it when I help.
Oh, I can craft. I have enough to craft this stupid ass thing.
What thing?
Sniper War Medal.
Goodbye, traveler.
I think that allows me to turn into the class.
Till next time.
How do I change classes?
Don't worry.
Wait, I thought it was like this guy. What?
Goodbye, traveler.
Oh, I changed like this? Wait, you just... Oh, what are these guns?
Wait, where do you do the thing with the sniper metal thingy?
Oh, it gives you an arc. Is this what it is? Wait, hold up a sec. Let me.
Well, I have space for a second perk slot. I just don't know where to get the engram.
Oh, the doctor sells the medic one, is what someone said. Oh, Sid! Oh, look at this stream chat. I am playing Remnant with Peter, and we just finished the boss. Oh God, no, I was just kidding.
Oh,
man.
sorry, my bad, dude. So sorry about that one.
Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We just finished the boss. We're trying to figure out what we're doing.
Where is the doctor?
I have no idea.
I'm gonna make my way downtown.
So I got a dog. Okay, I don't really know what I did.
Hey.
There's still things worth 300 need to craft engrams and count for all base classes.
For real? All right.
Okay, I'm skipping
so now
this.
that you found her.
Okay.
Well.
Is this the medic?
Hey, you're back.
I feel like this guy's the medic.
Stop by anytime.
Oh, okay, maybe this guy.
Knock yourself out.
Yo, there's the medic pin. Would you either buy and then go to that other guy and pick it up? He's a car key? No, I don't even know what it
Oh wait, I am a medic, so I can't buy a medic pin. Duh.
Oh.
Wait, so who sells what here?
I know the Barbara guy sells the sniper one, the class Celine plate. I think I'll do something. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't get it.
You watch yourself out there, traveler.
What, so it come from her to get another heart? Yeah, but what does that do?
He told me. That's so?
What is this?
Listen,
Oh.
you sure? That's
2 dudes sitting next to each other?
We don't talk much about life before the ward. What you did and all.
Oh.
I'm so confused.
It was a hard time, I guess.
Next to Riggs? Like, what is the point of me crafting this? I want to ask.
Actually, I'm very low on scrap, so.
Oh.
I might just call it here, though. Kind of.
Oh, okay, fair.
Kind of sleepy and want to get some Final Fantasy 14 in.
Okay, all right.
All right. Good night, sir.
Good night.
Unless you hop on Final Fantasy 14. Then.
I will probably later.
All right. I'll see you later then. Peace.
Bye. Hey, chat. Did oh, adventure mode. Did Sid play Final Fantasy the entire time? Maybe you check once you equip the second one and get the passes from that. Okay, fair. Oh. Where am I supposed to go here, man? She's addicted? Oh, where does she end up? I told them I was going to join them around level 50. I have resubscribed. I am... Okay, that's not supposed to be here. She just... Oh, it's not here. 34? Ah. Yeah, the class is entirely by supply perk. She's about to fight Titan. Oh, that's fun. They did Haku Banner, they did grab. Okay, cool. Sean's 44. Okay, Sean's not hitting 50 for a week, man. I heard this guy literally goes to the triple triad non-stop. Is it not here? This is where I'm supposed to go. The giant ambush, I was like, yeah, I thought so. He like me? True. He got the best card in the game? Wait. Already? It's... Is it after this? This one. Wait. Oh, wait. So I can open up the doors? Oh, I see. No, I see. I got it. I comprehend what you're putting down. And I just choose a door? I went the wrong way. Yeah. It's all random. Okay. Okay, so this is like the portal hub that's not to be confused by your actual hub. Got it. Yes, that's not... This is not the way to go. I want to buy another gun. The regular's cool and all, but man. Okay. I will probably try a melee. I'll just play. Whoa, my dog is dead. Nivea? Yes. I have
Holy hell!
seen that. Alright, we're using the key. That's not the right key. Alright, we throw it in there. And this could be anything. Any of the whatever realms there are. Fuck! Have you got back CD? Don't do it unless I specifically ask for it, usually. I feel like no one likes backseating. Like, backseating is just like, This?
A whole other world.
This is not
How many of these are there?
a fun one.
Find these segments, huh? While Clementine and the talking ball of light hang out and meditate.
Don't agree? I mean, generally speaking,
sounds fair.
It's like no one can tell you. It's like something where it's like not possible to tell. What the fuck is happening? My dog! Huh. Oh, looks like he didn't get ahead. I was so fucking cringe.
What is this? Not Drazir. Our sentient sought, but did not. Years of reflection tell me. My world.
I just got here.
And yet you commune. No. You and I.
There's so much in common. My lines in. Okay, I don't know.
On the surface of this world.
Okay.
These chambers.
Yeah.
Find them, and you
Sure.
must find me. Bring
Okay.
me the soul sparks. Excellent.
The fate rests in my hands. No problem. I got it. This is a preview of when you play FF14 again? Bro, of all people you accuse me of that, I watched all of ARR, post ARR, Shadow, or what's it called, Heaven Sword. Come on. Like Crix, fix this up. Welcome to the stream. Dude, I will literally boost past Shadowbringer and Endwalker. If you speak again. I'm sorry, boss. Yeah, that's right. I'm this close to just saying non-stop that Sylvanas was a better villain than anything the Final Fantasy universe has ever produced. Yeah, I think Yestola is kind of overrated. Archerfall could have used a different narrator. Okay, I'll stop. I'm good. I'm not looking to die tonight. Dude, like this area is like, I just hear mechanical stuff. Oh, that's what I heard. Sylvanas was good. Sylvanas was the shittiest fucking. Don't even say that, man. Nathra is good. Oh, the raid was good. I think Nathra was one of their best raids. I will. Yeah, I am down. The entry level was really great for new players, and there are a lot of really great fights. The only fight I didn't really like, super like, was I would have preferred not to fight. What should I call it? Oh, please stop! I was playing. The generals were a little bit of a pain in the ass. I don't think they were badly designed or anything. I just think usually you want to have a cooler boss before the last boss, personally. And I didn't get that cool boss experience, you know? Okay. Yeah, you start throwing up because your character, the way this map is designed is so bad. Whenever you go to the edge, you just die. Like, or you start like choking pretty much. And it's really annoying. Hey, let's map it first. What the fuck? Drop it. Thank God I found different enemy types in here. Okay, they're like kind of humanoid. So what the edges? Yeah, I know everything has secret areas, but cool. Oh, it spins. Oh, it's fucking giving me. Why does it do that? I'm a little dizzy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is it doing that? Oh, my machine gun does extra damage. Why is my machine gun low? What's my headshot on do a crap load of damage? Oh no, I got you. Yeah, the game seems very playable. Oh my god, it didn't spawn. What? Okay. Wait, this is a main quest area. I think. Good. I am going to go back and craft all the boss loot. I feel like part of the fun in Dark Souls type games is the boss loot is cool. Like a lot of it's just very unique. So I feel like using default weapons is kind of boring. So give me a sec. Let me craft.
What did you bring me?
Okay. I want to craft. What is this? This is a handgun. I wanted to craft the Enigma. And then I wanted to craft the God Splitter.
Bye.
Are you sure you don't go back to WoW this expansion? Probably not. I have a lot of beef with WoW and what it turned into. I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
Be safe out there.
Alright, this gun you guys said was good. What's it do? Oh my god. It bounces? What's the special mod for this? Mod makes electric fences? Wait, this gun is sick. So we'll go here. God Splitter reminds me of the Infinity Blade? Huh. Alright. One of the best clear guns.
What happened here?
Wow. Wow. Did I hurt myself there? Oh, I exploded the thing on the ground. Oh shit. Well, that sucks. I found the Remnant II. Where did my dog go? Well, my dog literally just went crazy. I didn't even see that next to me. Whoops. Question, if this blue bar fully fills up, do I die? Like, what does it do? Fuck me, man. Wait, I'm here, but I'm supposed to do something. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Connect the segments of the index. Search for soul sparks. Module second. Okay, that's cool.
Come on.
He's a monster that goes into other monsters and possesses them. Oh, it's literally tormented spirits. Okay, I got it. A door? That looks like a door. I do not have the key. I do have a key. The fuck, is this a boss? I see, he teleports me next to it. Take me. He's dead, right? Oh, thank God my dog can take all of that. Holy moly. I'm pretty sure I really got owed there. Dude, the dog was a beast. Alright, so is there anything else I need to loot in here? Something at the very end, maybe? Here? Oh, I thought that for sure that I was gonna have something. Nope. This gun feels so good. What the heck? Crisis ring?
Not good.
No. Oh, res me, res me, res me. Oh, I have no more things. Everything respawns. Go again. Fine. It looks like I cleared a lot of what I wanted. guess I go this way?
Here they come.
How do you... Wait, my dog just went all the way up there, killed that guy, and then came back down. What? He did faster than me. It's interesting. Their maps look very different, which is a really good thing. I feel like different maps means you put in a lot of effort for it, you know? You have to do dual classes and class. Do I level 2 classes at the same time with dual class? Is that how it works? Oh, that's great. So you always want to dual class. You're getting 2 levels or what? Okay. No way. Okay, good dog, good dog.
Thanks.
It disappears and comes back with full shields again? No way. That was a fucking pain in the ass. Actually. Oh, that's not what I expected. When I am running out of ammo. In higher difficulties, do you get less ammo as well? Probably not, right? Oh my god, what the fuck?
Okay, this is it.
Don't like how it said that. Speed our pace, by the way. God, which way do I go? Okay, I've done everything, right? I just need to go out this way. Okay, so I just need to not die. Jesus Christ, okay. Should be no problem.
Okay.
Should I? Is she good? Oh yeah, it's hella good. Can I get ammo? I have to get that. Heck, it might be my best gun right now. Okay, now I run this way. Cool, no problem. Go to this room. Bunch of shit. Okay. I'm good? No problem. Okay. Now I keep going forward. Okay, okay. There's somebody behind you. I had a little bit of problem right here, but it should be fine. Oh my god. I actually did it. Okay. I think it was rough. Boss time? Maybe? I think so. Okay. Some sewage. Wait, is this? I swear I fought this already. It's randomly showed up in the middle of the hallway. I see what I have to do. Okay, I get it. Okay, yeah, I understand. I have to kill the side. I got it. It took me a second. Where's the thing? You have to... The explosives that the boss has and the explosives he puts down the ground are how you kill this boss. Wow, I fucking missed. Whoops. Okay. What?
Thanks.
Wow. Wait, I'm so sad I didn't have ammo there. Because the stuff didn't drop the... That's so weird, man. I think if I had ammo, it's easy, but whatever. I'll just focus more. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. My dog's got me. God. I have to tear off the armor on the side again to get to the underneath after he goes back up. But I feel like Ugh. I feel like it's a little difficult. It's fine. I probably should play a little better. Oh my god, yeah. Please, dog.
This ain't good.
Oh, fuck. It's okay. I feel like it's definitely possible. The weird thing is I think Enigma is not great against his boss. I don't really need to clear. I would have preferred just having the handgun this. Wow, I can't fucking see there. Oh my. No fucking way.
That's all.
Shit!
Oh no. Dude, did I switch to the wrong fucking Magnum? I swear I used the wrong gun. This is not the handgun I upgraded, right? Oh my god. I literally would have had it so easily with the other gun. I was so confused. I was like, what the fuck is this pistol? Wow. Please. What? Oh, no way. Okay, I got it this time. I got it this time. Wow, this one's kind of hard, man. It feels like my Magnum doesn't have the armor-piercing rounds that I need. Fuck. I think I'm just gonna switch to Enigma again. It's fine.
Right? Come and get some.
Oh my god.
Thanks for that.
I'm so confused. Right there. Oh god. Oh. Oh god. I spread out ammo so much. It required you to really do both weapons. There's a huge damage for a 3. Yeah, I mean you have to kill all 3 sides and then kill whatever. It's very interesting. Melee crit chance? Okay. I can imagine that 3-player that boss is a bitch. Are you waiting? Oh, I'm doing something. Wait. I messed up. Wait, did I? I'm supposed to go out this way. That's fine. Maybe the man that shooting the Kevin is really hard because he leaves and just covers. Yeah, it's really annoying. I just got the game is really good. I think it's pretty good. Like for sure, I think if you have anyone else who plays, it is very fun. Alright, scan my eyes and let's get out of here. Like the better they improved the game, they made the game so good. Like I have so many good things to say about this game, way more than I originally thought. I gotta go. I gotta fucking go. Goodbye, guys. Have a great night. Yeah, here's Tenzin, guys. Good night. Goodbye.